In Spinal Tap, this is Spinal Tap, on their legendary 1982 U.S. tour, Philadelphia was the second stop. What fictional venue did the band play? 215-263-WMMR. Let's go to Guy and see if we can get the answer. Hey, Guy.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning, sir. All right, Guy, what venue did they play? Fictional venue.
Liberty Hall.
Liberty Hall. Hey. That is correct. And thank you, Roy Perry, for the question. Guy just got himself a $50 DoorDash gift card. You can get saucy with frickin' delicious fried chicken tenders.
Frickin' delicious.
I knew it.
From frickin' fried chicken.
From Tender Shack.
Tender Shack.
Choose from 2 signature seasoning options: Dang Good Seasoned or Nashville Hottest Fire. And you can dip them in 5 incredible sauces.
Dang nabbit, it's good.
The delivery-only menu is available on DoorDash. All right, Jennifer Lopez honored her husband, Ben Affleck, on Father's Day this year in her own special way. The actress seemingly shared one of the Gone Girl actors' nude selfies in an Instagram carousel, albeit the photo was cropped. So she wrote in the caption, "Daddy Appreciation Post. Happy Father's Day, Papa, and happy Father's Day to all the amazing papas out there."
So I saw the picture of him. He's in great shape. He's in Batman shape. And it was like he was wearing pants, but it was shirtless, basically.
She said, "We love you and appreciate you more than you will ever know."
Thank you.
Fans lost it in response to the photo, as Affleck's bare thighs indicate he wasn't wearing anything else when he took the shirtless
Tell me,
mirror
can
selfie.
you see my thighs? You will.
One person wrote, "J-Lo posting what's clearly a nude of Ben Affleck for Father's Day is the funniest thing that I've seen all day." And another one said, "Can't believe I know what face Ben Affleck makes when he's posing for a nude." So, let's see. Sarah Jessica Parker commented on Kim Cattrall returning to Sex and the City when, in an interview with the Daily Mail published on Monday. The pair have been rumored to be feuding for years, of course. Cattrall publicly called Parker cruel in 1918 and telling her, "You are not my family. You are not my friend."
In 1918?
2018.
Oh, God.
You're not my friend. You'll never be, and you'll never have coitus in the city.
That's what they used to call it back in the
Everyone
day.
takes the dance floor as the two ladies duke it out. Are you a Carrie or a Samantha?
Coitus in the city.
I've heard that she's raised her skirt above her ankles on many occasions. She's what we would call a harlot.
2018, not 1918. My apologies. Fans have been excited to learn that that Cattrall will be making a surprise cameo.
Now everyone's having reckless sex as they take the dance floor in Gatsby style.
She'll make a surprise cameo in the second season, and just like that. Regarding this news, Parker told the outlet,
Don't forget the rumble seats for spooning with your best gal.
We've been really thoughtful about the ways in which we've, approached characters that haven't been around and the ways that we've invited actors back. And it's been really fun and exciting and certainly nostalgic. But I think more than that, it's been a lot of joy, she said.
This is a built-in PR thing for the show. The longer they can sort of keep this question there and then have a big reconciliation, which it seems like they're heading towards.
Yeah, and apparently it's a quick cameo. There's not much to it. But, hey, use it for every bit you can.
And they swore it would never happen.
Yeah. Kristen Davis also addressed Cattrall's return, saying, "We just thought that it would be fun for the fans to have a little bit of Samantha because we know that they miss her and she's a great character. I don't know that we're even trying for closure at this point or resolution." Isn't she dead, or am I wrong about that?
No, she just took off.
She just took off. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So anyway, we will see what that cameo is like.
Can I make a quick correction? We said earlier that John Taylor has stage 4 cancer. He does not. Andy Taylor does.
You're right, Nick.
It's John Taylor's birthday today. Well, it's easy
Wait
to
a minute.
confuse.
Andy Taylor?
Andy Taylor of Duran Duran is the one who has stage 4 cancer.
Wait.
John Taylor's birthday is today.
Are you sure?
Yes.
I thought it was Andy Taylor's birthday.
Nope. It's John's birthday today.
I'm sorry. You know why I made that mistake? Because next to it says guitarist of Duran Duran. John Taylor's the bass player.
That's right.
Okay.
Andy is the guitarist.
Yes, and he's the one who's has stage 4 cancer.
All right.
And so John Taylor's birthday's today, so just quick correction.
No, I see it there, Preston.
Those bastards.
Ever reliable.
I mean, I should have known better, but it says guitarist, and I don't consider the bass a guitar. I consider it a bass.
Right.
All right, anyhow, well, thank you for that correction. I appreciate that, and I apologize to those who are fans of Duran Duran. Shamar Moore couldn't be happier to be a dad on Sunday. The actor took to Instagram to celebrate Father's Day as a first-time father, sharing photos of himself with his 4-month-old daughter, Frankie. Moore wrote, "First Father's Day ever for me, blessed and grateful."
I like Frankie as a girl's name.
I do, too.
Yeah.
He also revealed that his father wasn't a part of his life growing up. He said, "My father wasn't in my life. I never celebrated Father's Day." Speaking about his girlfriend, Desiree Dizon, he said, "My girl Desiree
Sky Reezy
loves on me and gave me and us Mama Marilyn's dream and my little miracle, Frankie Moore, my daughter." And then he said, "My mother was my purpose. Now Frankie is my purpose for the rest of my life. With all of that experience and accomplished, my daughter is my greatest triumph." Aw.
Man, he's annoyingly good looking.
I know, right?
He's your wife's past, right? Your wife
very
can
much
have
so.
at him.
And, of course, he's got an incredibly good-looking girlfriend, and so their baby is going to be, when she grows up, is going to be a model.
Yeah, but you know what?
What if that doesn't happen?
Yeah.
This is my daughter.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh,
man.
What were you going to say, guys? Never mind. All right, so this was unfortunate to see. TMZ reports that Amanda Bynes has been placed on a 5150 psychiatric hold for the second time this year. And this comes after the actress was taken into custody by police who reported this yesterday over the weekend for a mental health evaluation. A source told the outlet that Bynes was considered a danger to herself and others. So they are
If this is a case
it's a
of
mandatory hold.
as you suggested yesterday, and I don't know if this is what's going on, but if she's failing or forgetting to take medication, I mean, that can be tended to.
Yes.
Because when she has been on her meds for a prolonged period, she's fine.
Yeah, so
or better.
It needs to be monitored, obviously. So, yeah, hopefully she
It's
gets...
just sad that
I know.
It's
you know
very
it's just
sad.
an ongoing cycle here.
I know.
Kathy, they were calling her like the next Carol Burnett
I
years ago.
know.
Yeah, super talented. On Sunday, Bruce Willis and Demi Moore's daughter, Rumor, shared a carousel of photos on Instagram in honor of Father's Day. And in one photo, the diehard actor can be seen holding Rumor's 2-month-old baby, Luetta. She said, "Seeing my father hold my daughter today was something I will treasure for the rest of my life. His sweetness and love for her was so pure and beautiful. Papa, I'm so lucky to have you, and so is Lou. Thank you for being the silliest, most loving, coolest daddy-o a girl could ever ask for. Best girl dad in the game." And, of course, in February, he was diagnosed with frontotemporal dementia, or at least he revealed that. Kathy, do you call your dad Papa?
No.
Because you call your mom Ma.
Ma, yes.
I thought Papa might
No,
come along
he's
with
dad.
Ma. He's dad?
Yeah.
Okay. That's the second Papa story we've had
Yeah.
so far. So
I called my mother Mom.
Ma?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Tommy Lee's wife, Brittany Furlan, told people in a recent interview that Heather Locklear was the love of Tommy's life, not Pamela Anderson. She said everyone glorifies his relationship with Pam, but he was married to Heather for nearly 8 years. She said she was the love of his life. I see it because she's just a fun, sweet, caring, awesome person. Tommy even says that he messed up in that relationship. He cheated on her. To this day, that's why they're still really good friends. And she said, I yell at my husband. I'm like, I can't believe you cheated on her. She's so cool.
Now this one, what's her name? Furlan? What's her first name again?
Yeah, Brittany.
Okay, so she is not. She was taken aback by the Pamela Anderson documentary. About Pamela Anderson said a couple times in that documentary that Tommy Lee was the love of her life.
Right.
And I think that was not received warmly.
Well. Eric Esch, better known as Butterbean, the fighter.
yeah.
Eric!
He's been here in our studio. Last fought in 2013 when he fell to Kirk Lawton via TKO in the second round. Shortly after that fight, he announced his retirement. Slipped away with a boxing record of 77-10-4. During his time, 378-pound Butterbean was an international sensation.
Is he joining the cast of Bridgerton?
Nope, but 57 of his 77 victories came via knockout. And now, at the age of 56 and after 10 years on the shelf, Butterbean is ready to come out of retirement for one final fight. In an Instagram post earlier this week, he challenged Jake Paul to a match.
Wow. Well, that's a smart move. No matter how that plays out, he's going to make a lot of money.
Yep.
But you remember, at the height of Butterbean's popularity, because he's basically a slab of meat.
Yep.
I mean, he's just this bullet.
Yep.
And people could not get in on him, and he would knock the hell out of people.
Yeah, he's a guy that could take a punch, and he's got a lot of weight behind him. He could throw a big one. But he said, I'm going to fight one last fight, and it's going to be 1 year from now. Jake Paul, if you're ready, I'm here for you, my friend. Let's get it on, me and you. For Butterbean, it's actually the second time he's called out Paul specifically. He told The Sun last year that he would come out of retirement for a match with Paul or the greatest of all time, Mike Tyson. He said, I'm not a typical boxer. I go out there to fight. I want to knock somebody out. Jake Paul or Mike Tyson.
You know, it might get more attention if he's going for a bigger prize purse. Paul McCartney. Right?
Yeah. Yes. Paul's got more money than Jake Paul.
You let it talk.
He said Jake Paul runs his mouth too much. He's never fought.
You fat slob.
He said he's never fought nobody, and I would love to fight him. He knows about it. I know 100% he knows about me challenging him.
I want to fight you.
Paul and his large purse exhibition matches have helped revitalize the sport of boxing, depending on who you ask. Some think of them as a circus, but the big-time ratings have proven that fans are interested in the All-Star Dream matchups.
Yeah.
So we will see if he takes him. I doubt he'll take him up on him.
No.
Butterbean up on him.
What would be the possible outcome for him?
Yeah. On a recent episode of Watch What Happens Live, John Hamm revealed that he almost starred in the 2014 movie Gone Girl instead of Ben Affleck. He said, I was down to the very end of that. He said it was meant to be me, but we had to film the continuing adventures of Mr. Draper. He's talking about, obviously, Mad Men and Don Draper.
There have been a number of times throughout pop culture, well, in the age of television, where actors really wanted, well, you know, Tom Selleck desperately wanted to be Indiana Jones. They were looking at him initially.
Right.
And it didn't work out.
Yep. So Deadline reports that the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department resumed their search for missing actor Julian Sands.
No kidding.
Over the weekend, yeah.
It was 4 or 5 months at this point, right?
Yeah. The Leaving Las Vegas actor disappeared in January of this year after he went hiking in Mount Baldy. And the department said despite the recent warmer weather, portions of the mountain remain inaccessible due to extreme alpine conditions.
You would have to be one hell of a survivalist.
Well, they're looking for remains. At this point.
You know.
Yeah, he said they said multiple areas include steep terrain and ravines, which still have 10 plus feet of ice and snow.
Yeah,
so
there's no way.
They're waiting for the weather to clear for them to get in there, but they're going to start looking. Yeah, it's a recovery.
Yeah,
you know, it's not a rescue. According to the Hollywood Reporter, Tom Cruise is on board to star in a film with Scarlett Johansson.
Huh.
The Black Widow actress recently told the outlet that she'd love to work with Tom Cruise. When asked who she'd like to work with that she hasn't yet, in response to this, Cruise said that the Rome premiere of Mission Impossible, Dead Reckoning Part 1 on Monday, he said, look, I've watched her career her whole life. She's enormously talented, very charismatic. It'd be fun. She can do everything. She can do comedy, drama, action, suspense. She's someone that really draws you in on the screen, on camera. So absolutely, he said, it's gonna happen.
By the way, the advance word on that Dead Reckoning, huge.
Yeah.
And I'm a massive fan of the series. I think it's astonishing how they've kept the quality up.
Yeah, I saw a report on it this morning saying that it's supposedly being received as the best one ever.
Yeah.
And one of the great movies of all time.
I don't know how they do it, but I mean, quite literally, every movie is better than the previous one, and they're all great.
Let me ask you this. I bailed on after the second one. If I jump in for a new movie like this, do I need to know?
No, you got it.
Yeah, right. It's like James Bond. You can jump in anywhere, right?
You'll be able to identify them pretty quickly.
There are a few threads from one to the other, but they're not necessary for you to enjoy each individual one.
You may want to
not
start with
go?
Ghost Recon.
Yeah, but I don't know. Why not just go? It's not like there's a million of them. There's only 5 of them.
I don't
four
want
of them. Okay.
I don't want to. I want to fight you. And then I want to kiss you.
Okay.
I think this is the 7th that's coming out, Case.
I want to fight you.
Reckoning is...
What's your favorite? Well, I have to say the last one, Nick, was my favorite. You're right. They keep getting better and better.
But Rogue Nation was... I mean, they're all good.
That's it, Rogue Nation.
Rogue Nation, well, Fallout was the last one, and then Rogue Nation was before that, and then Ghost Protocol was before that. I think Ghost Protocol is the one where they do the Burj Dubai, and that's insane. I mean, they're just... And every stunt he's doing, and he makes them look incredible.
Yeah. There's a picture that's floating around of him with a stunt men that are obviously look a bit like him. Do those guys just sit around? You know, because he's doing all the stunts.
Yeah, it's
It's got to be the easiest stuntman job in the world.
Yep.
Like they're all out of shape and they have guts because they're not working.
When's that open?
Next month.
Soon, right? Yeah. All right. The new Disney Plus documentary on the life of Stan Lee, Marvel Comics editor, has drawn flack from his co-creator's son. Disney Plus's documentary, Stan Lee, has been challenged by Neil Kirby, who posted a series of tweets with the assistance of his daughter, Jillian Kirby. The complaint states that Lee received far too much credit for creating the Fantastic Four, the Incredible Hulk, and other Marvel characters that Kirby had a hand in bringing to life. According to the statement, Lee said, according to Kirby, are we to assume Lee had a hand in creating every Marvel character? Or are we to assume that it was never the other co-creator that walked into Lee's office and said, Stan, I have a great idea for a character? According to Lee, it was always his idea.
Yeah.
Lee spends a fair amount of time talking about how and why he created the Fantastic Four, with only one fleeting reference to my father. And Neil wrote that Lee relied on others for major plot points. He said, it should be noted and is generally accepted that Stan Lee had a limited knowledge of history, mythology, or science. On the other hand, my father's knowledge of these subjects, to which I and many others can personally attest, was extensive. Einstein summed it up better. More the knowledge, lesser the ego. Lesser the knowledge, more the ego. So
I was tempted to start watching that last night. Amongst comic book aficionados, they know that Stan Lee curated a lot of stuff, but didn't build it all himself. He had input, and so he was kind of the Kevin Feige of the comic book realm.
But he became the figurehead.
He did,
and he's he's got a look about him, and
and he's responsible for a lot of stuff.
He's charismatic. Neil Kirby said that he had enough. He's had enough.
I've had enough
of the Stan Lee myth, and is defending all the writers and artists' work who was overshadowed.
I want to fight you.
The post concludes, it was way past time to at least get this one character of literary/art history right.
I want to fight you.
And he wants to fight him.
You're a creep.
Wow. He really did not. When you reel out the C word.
Yeah, come on. All right, and then one final story. Netflix has been very quiet about its live-action adaptation of Avatar: The Last Airbender. And while the new teaser trailer released at its Tudum event does not show much at all, it does confirm that the series will start streaming in 2024.
So you guys, I think, were your kids into...
Oh, yeah.
I remember it being
Heavily.
kind of a big deal, and then there was the Shyamalan movie, which got ripped apart, but I thought was okay.
It was pretty good.
Yeah.
It was the series, we watched every bit of it. It was excellent. It was very, very well done. But I thought the Shyamalan movie had some moments, but it didn't really bring it home. And they were planning on making a series out of it, a series of movies, and it didn't quite connect. The show has been in the works for some time. First announced 2018, has gone through a few issues, including having the series creators leave the project over creative differences. Since then, Netflix has announced some of the cast and the technology powering the show, but we have yet to see any action via a trailer, but they did announce that they are going forward with it. So 2024. All right, clips. Let's do those.
Very exciting.
So Western drama Surrounded follows the story of a former Civil War soldier and freedom woman as she travels across the American Old West disguised as a man. And in this clip, Letitia Wright talks about researching and preparing for the unique role.
Finding inspiration from Kate Williams, a real-life Buffalo Soldier, black woman who was a part of this army of men who was hiding away. And I just combined not only the research of her, but the research of the world and the era, and just applied it to the script and just tried to tell the truth.
Shut up, dummy.
Surrounded releases to video-on-demand platforms today, by the way. Here's the next clip. Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny is the iconic franchise's first entry since the 2008 film Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, and the first to not be directed by Steven Spielberg. In this clip, director James Mangold talks about working with Spielberg to revive the series.
The idea of actually collaborating with him, of actually getting to spend time with him, developing the script, talking to him every week or two while scripting, and having him in the cutting room, these were gigantic opportunities to actually not just meet your heroes, but collaborate with them.
Could you shut up?
Indiana Jones Dial of Destiny hits a big screen June 30th. Steve, I heard you talking the other day saying it's getting mixed reviews.
Yes.
That's too bad.
Well, here's what they did. They packed it up to the Cannes Film Festival because they were very confident it would get really good reviews early out. It didn't. The critics didn't like mixed. So listen,
I saw the trailer. I went to the Spider-Man movie the other day, and I got goosebumps. I got excited. So
they say, and Mangold directed Logan, which is a movie we love.
Yeah.
So I'll take it. I'll see it when it comes out.
Agreed.
I mean, come on, man.
All right,
I want to kiss you.
I want to kiss you. That is what I have in the entertainment report for you this morning, friend. All right, so we have a lot of things happening.
I want to kiss you.
Yes, go right ahead. Tattoos Day, text word tattoo to 39333. Got your chance to win a Preston and Steve tattoo from Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. Our friends Burgers by Wild Witch are stopping by today. We'll have some gift cards to give away with them, so I'll let you know when they arrive. We are going to announce the totals of the I Bleed for Preston and Steve blood drive.
What an amazing day.
And because of these issues with 95 as they linger, we got a couple more weeks left of this. People have been rerouted, turned around, flipped upside down, and we want to just help out in some small way. So we're doing a gesture on the air this morning.
An attitude adjustment.
Yeah.
We commiserate with your pain as you sit in traffic. We're going to try to make it a little better.
Yeah, so we consulted our traffic guru, Kathy Romano, to find an area that might make sense for people that are getting stuck in high volume and maybe taking these paths unknown to them. And we have a whole crew of people that's standing by. And when we return, we're going to start handing out some freebies.
The mission was not to exacerbate traffic. It was to make it a little more pleasant to be in it.
Yeah, we're not going to be stopping the highway or anything like that. It's going to be where there are lights, and we'll make sure that we wait. And so it shouldn't be very inconvenient. But we'll reveal where we're going to be in just a moment, and we'll throw the love around.
Absolutely.
We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
Reprise his role as Obi-Wan Kenobi in a series that centers around his Star Wars character for Disney Plus, according to the Hollywood Reporter.
It is Obi-Wan Kenobi, attorney at law. It's a departure.
That would be.
Yeah.
I think you should let him off with time served.
Giving you time served.
He's using the Jedi mind trick to sway the judge.
I think you should find him innocent.
I'm finding you innocent. I object! There's no way that's legal!
It's totally legal.
Oh, my God.
I think you need to go to sleep.
I got to go to sleep now.
That would be...
That would be
brilliant.
I would totally
Attorney at law.
This isn't the evidence you're looking for.
Yeah.
Even if you're stone cold guilty, give me a call.
Yeah, exactly. Those are the commercials. Yeah.
Demand Kenobi.
Yeah. And he's licensed in Missouri.
I am.
Yeah.
And even if I'm not, I'll convince them I am.
Yes, that's right.
I'm licensed in Missouri.
He's licensed in Missouri.
Better call Obi.
Would he wear would he be a cowboy hat?
Space cowboy.
Lawyer?
Yeah.
Type? Oh, my God. Obi-Wan Kenobi, attorney at law.
Anytime, day or night, even on New Year's Day.
Coming soon to Disney Plus.
Or Life Day on the Wookiee home planet.
No, this could be good. I loved him as Obi-Wan Kenobi. I didn't care for the series of movies, but I thought he pulled it off
I agree.
wonderfully.
He was the thing that kept me watching, and he provided, I believe, the emotional core to those. The second and third movies I really do like. I think they're good. In just tone and in some way, the distinction between the Abrams movies, the artificiality of the first trilogy was almost too much. It was so CGI'd that it was hard to connect to.
Yeah,
But
everything on the screen was fake.
Yeah.
Except for the people, and even in that case, a lot of like Jar Jar obviously was fake. But there's a big stretch of time where we don't know what happens with Obi-Wan, and maybe they'll fill in that time.
Yeah.
With his law career.
Law school.
Yeah.
Passing the bar.
Mr. Kenobi, do you have anything to say?
John Houseman.
So anyhow, we'll see when that eventually
He gets his own
surfaces.
judge show.
Obi-Wan Kenobi.
This bitch still got my TV.
Give the TV back.
He's settling these small claims cases.
This bitch still got my TV.
suggest you return the TV. Give me the TV.
All right, TMZ reports that Davy Chase. Now, I looked her up, and it says she starred in The Ring. She was Samara. She's the psycho.
Yes.
The scary girl.
The girl in the well.
And by the way, turns out she's gorgeous.
Yes, she is.
She was arrested on a drug possession charge and spent some time behind bars. Yeah.
But she escaped through the television, didn't she?
She did. She managed to get out of
I
there
knew we
through
were
the
going that
TV.
way.
But she's had some run-ins. Last year, she was locked up after cops pulled her over for joyriding in an allegedly stolen car.
She was locked up for 7 days.
Is the phone rings after 7 days or something like
In
that?
7 days. Yeah, that's when you die. You have 7 days to get your affairs in order before you're... 7 days.
It's been a while since I've seen that movie. 6.5.
7 business days.
Business days? So that means I get the weekend, too?
Well, it's Monday's Labor Day, so about 8 days. All right, just stay there. I'm going to come over and kill you now.
Yeah, if you could be more specific, it might help in planning. So,
what if I go across the international date line? Let me get back to you.
Coming up soon, we'll be addressing Halloween. But
Yes.
it's a favorite costume for Halloween parties and haunted houses.
Which is the one where you go to where they have a girl who really does the full, clicking and the whole body gesticulation.
Penhurst?
No, it's there's probably one there, but there's one, maybe it's
There's one
it's
kinda
the one way out
I
where we
know what
always
you're
get
talking
lost
about.
going to.
It's in Bucks County.
Yeah.
I know exactly the one you're talking
the
about.
girl who does
Fear?
Nah.
Might be.
Valley of Fear.
It's out kind of in a woodsy area.
It's Grotto of Consternation is the name of it.
Hang on. Chrissy is on the line to tell us about that haunted attraction. And it is Valley of Fear, isn't it? So it's Valley of Fear?
It is Valley of Fear, and the girl who does play the one from The Ring, who was there for a long time, Liz, is just a phenomenal singer, too. I just wanted to let you guys know.
Really? Okay.
Oh, yeah, she's incredibly talented.
And she was good. It says you were moving along, she'd move along, and she never sang really, but she
She didn't
I'm
sing.
the chick from The Ring, and I'm coming after you.
So her name is Liz?
Yes, Liz.
All right, cool. Thank you, Chrissy. Appreciate it.
No problem.
Cause in 7 days
See ya.
you're through. Chapter-ba.
All right.
It's not that scary.
I know, it's not
Yeah.
scary when you sing it.
Yeah, right? Wouldn't it be a little less if it were a musical?
I live in a well and my life's kind of hell and I'm coming after you.
My life's kind of hell.
I'm the chick in the well and my life's kind of hell, but I'm a coming after you. In 7 days.
7 days. In 7 days.
7 days.
7 days.
Coming after you in 7 days.
Hey. the Ring, the musical.
Turn my mic on. You turned his mic off.
I didn't turn it off. I think you might have hit the button yourself there, dude.
Uh-oh.
No, there we go. I just hit that button.
All right.
Wait a second. What's going on?
Wait a
What
second.
just happened here?
Your mic will turn off in 7 seconds. Your mic will turn off in 7 seconds.
What? I don't have a mic.
So, what's going on with Lindsay Lohan and the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia?
I'm sorry, I don't kiss and tell.
Mohammed bin Salman is his name.
Hey, Sababin bin Dalbin.
Rumors are... Mohammed bin Salman.
Salbin bin Dagbin. I love you.
Mohammed bin Salman.
What?
Rumors are circulating that the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, who many critics say is a dictator and the real power behind the throne of his father, King Salman, and the perpetually beleaguered Lilo have formed a special relationship of some sort.
Wait, is it come and get roast beef?
Some believe that he is a dictator and the real power behind the throne of his father, King Salman. So sources spill that he flies her around on his jets and showers her with presents, even gifting her with a credit card.
Oh, it's a Discover card. It pays you for every purchase.
A rep denies the claim.
What's in your wallet?
What's in your wallet? But sources insist that Lindsay, who has been based partly in Dubai for a few years, is regularly courted by Middle Eastern dignitaries.
I love dictators.
In Saudi culture of late. And
Kim Jong-un, this is Lindsay.
last year declared her intention to make an all-female film dubbed Frame about Saudi Arabian life.
I want to make an all-female version of Steel Magnolias.
It is an all-female. It's already.
God damn it.
If Lindsay is, in fact, good friends with him, she wouldn't be the first Hollywood star to cavort with dictators, Kim Jong-un and Dennis Rodman. Hilary Swank and Ramzan Kadyrov.
Yes.
Steven Seagal and Vladimir Putin are just a few of the reported Hollywood political odd couples. So Lindsay might be, I don't know, tight with Mohammed bin Salman.
Wow.
And yeah, it's pretty wild, isn't it? A former Cape Breton University student says that she regrets not making a formal complaint 3 years ago against a professor who was fired this summer for demanding moose meat, lobster, and sex from a student in exchange for better grades.
In that order?
Moose meat, lobster, and sex.
All right, you don't have moose meat. You don't have lobster.
You got any lobster?
Sex. All right, look, how about sex?
She said,
Wait, I found some moose meat. Yeah!
She said, I wish I did something back then. I wish I got him fired, Jess Hardy said. Then the situation wouldn't have happened. She was a first-year student and said that Shamal Fernaduple made inappropriate comments and suggestions.
You're going to ruin the day, Fernaduple.
And her appearance, and implied that he wanted a sexual relationship with her, and he would say inappropriate things all the time. Now, unfortunately, as the story goes on, it never gets into the details about the moose meat and lobster.
Well, it's a bizarre
That's what I'm
pecking
most
order.
interested in.
Right, yes. You don't understand.
But they ended up firing this guy because he apparently did.
Was it the moose meat?
To a couple of students. It was the moose meat.
He's there in front of the dean. It was the moose meat, wasn't it? Well, actually, the number 3 on the list here, the sex.
So apparently he wasn't only demanding sex, but moose meat and lobster.
I should have stopped at lobster.
And they fired him. So there you go. That's all I have in the
It's
details.
like he's looking for something to round out the list.
Yeah.
And the sex.
Yeah. Kourtney Kardashian is fighting back against critics who claim that she does no work.
Preston, are you saying she's clapping back?
She is clapping back, Steve. Yep. And she got some blowback after posting multiple shots from her family vacations in Italy and Idaho. I know.
So what's it going to be, kids? Italy or Idaho?
She's only visiting places that start with I.
Yeah.
And Idaho happened to be on the list. In Italy...
Indiana!
In Italy, the Poosh founder partied with her 3 kids, Mason, Penelope, and Rain. Remember Poosh?
I'm sorry, I just pooshed.
Yeah, that's her. Is that her lifestyle brand?
Yeah.
Poosh?
Trying to be like Goop, I guess.
Yeah.
Poosh. I just pooshed in my pants.
People who brought you queef and drippy fart.
But she partied.
Poosh, and queef. The award-winning triple line from Kourtney Kardashian.
The Poosh founder partied with her 3 kids nominally for her sister Kylie's 22nd birthday.
With the subtle scent of salmon.
Several other family members were there, as was her ex, Scott Disick, with whom she shares her children, and his girlfriend, Sophia Richie. Now, in Idaho, Kourtney and her kids...
We're going to Idaho, kids!
...hung with her sister Kendall. One social media user commented, Kourtney, this is why people say you don't work, girl. And she replied, so she clapped back.
She clapped back.
We all have our priorities, so I'll be making memories with my kids and amazing people while living my life to the absolute fullest. And then a fight broke out between commenters who praised her for prioritizing her kids over at work and others who said, as working moms, they were dedicated to family too. And so Kourtney clapped back again.
So she clapped back at the mothers?
She says, who says I'm not a working mom? Because I most definitely am. Working moms can be dedicated, of course. As women, we should be supporting each other for what allows us to be our best, not being so critical and judgmental of each other. We all do things our own way.
Did they counterattack with the clap salvo?
I don't think so. There was not. Underlying her point, she wrote, a travel diary coming soon.
Can't wait.
On Poosh. And I guess there must be an Instagram account because it says @Poosh.
Poosh.
Yeah, @Splooge.
for traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
Damn, this traffic jam. How I hate to be late. It hurts my motor to go so slow. Time I get home, my supper be cold. Damn, this traffic jam.
So we've had some traffic issues with 95 being shut down for the next few weeks anyway. So we thought it might be kind of fun to offer up some relief for those who have to have a bit of a detour, maybe take a way that they're not used to taking. And then, of course, that causes all kinds of traffic problems. And we thought, well, let's try to do something this week if we can to help out. So we turned to Kathy Romano and said, Kathy, where's your...
No. You need to back up because I did not give this. Nick picked this road. I kept pushing towards a different road that is part of the alternate. This was near a Dunkin' Donuts, which is why we chose it.
Wow. So the reason that we're chiding each other here a little bit is because we're looking at a live Zoom of Sarah Parker, who I'm going to check in with just a moment. And there is no traffic there at all.
Well, it's
right
bumper
now.
to bumper, but the bumpers are about a half mile between each other.
Yeah, so I will reveal where Sarah is, and maybe that'll cause a traffic jam.
Yes.
So she is outside the Dunkin' store in Northeast Philly at on Frankfurt Avenue between Academy Road and Placid Street in Holmesburg. So we thought maybe there'd be quite a bit of activity, and right now I don't see one single car heading in her direction.
Well, they go by so fast you can't see them.
This is true.
It's a blur.
Hey, Cap, your intersection, how close is that to this
Hold on. That's
one?
also not the intersection that Nick picked either.
I picked Torresdale.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Are we in the wrong spot?
Okay.
It's okay. It's going to, listen, the whole area will hopefully.
Okay.
Yesterday there was
You
no
sound
traffic,
like Peter
but it was a
Brady.
holiday.
First, puffs of smoke are going to come out, and then lava's going to ooze all over the place. This, I would actually say this looks like a ghost town right now, Preston.
All right. Well, let's find out. Let's go to Sarah as we speak. She's on live via Zoom. Sarah, can you hear me?
Hey guys, I can. Can you hear me?
Over the traffic, all the engines, the car engines. No, it's kind of hard to hear you. If you could speak up, that'd be wonderful.
Listen, I'm going to come to Kathy's defense because when we got here, it was an hour ago and it was quite slow. And then we got excited because there was a considerable backup for about 4 minutes. And now, yes, it's a little clear. So we're just going to call it an ebb and flow, right?
All right.
Look, there's people across the area who are so frustrated with this. And Philadelphia has had such a freaking year, right? We've had death smog. We've had poison water. We've had lost championships. And now we have this. So I just want everyone to take a breath wherever they are, inhale that exhaust, let it out, and know that you still won't get to work on time. It's Six Flags out here also. Every time a car does come by in this lull, they start screaming. Pan over to the cows that are screaming. It's like a roller coaster out here, really. It's much more exciting than you're making it out to be, Press.
So
she's pretty good.
We've got Sarah and Connor, Tina Marie, Melissa Kai, and Gina and Aaron and Brendan. We have a whole slew of people that are loaded to the teeth with Dunkin' Donuts and scratch-off lottery tickets to hand out to people.
We should have sent them with the spike strip, Preston.
Yeah, to stop cars dead, and then we could go hand things out to them. Now, are we not in the location you wanted,
No,
Nick?
it is the location that Nick chose, which was across from the Dunkin' Donuts.
Which
I'm
makes
not saying
sense.
there's anything wrong with it. I just said that there was a different road that was seeing more traffic than this one.
How
in the
close is
morning.
that road to where they are
However,
right now?
listen, I'm going to tell you right now, on my screen, none of them have traffic. So all of those northeast roads that we are seeing traffic on right now, I'm not seeing it on my traffic screen. So I would say don't move them right now.
This is how we roll here at the Preston and Steve Show. We have intentions, and then things go the other way.
You see, there's a...
Wait a minute.
They're going
out to a truck right now. Let's go live to Sarah Parker on the street. Sarah, what's happening?
Come on, the other side. Don't get on the other side. We're causing...
All right, what's happening, Sarah? Describe the action. Sarah?
We lost her.
I think we lost her. Okay, so we saw them run out to a truck to hand out free Dunkin' Donuts and scratch-off lottery tickets.
We are literally slowing down traffic now.
Yes, now we're causing a traffic jam.
The exact thing we said no, because the side of the street that they're on is the passenger side of the vehicles.
Come on, you can't
that's right.
roll your passenger side window down?
Have you chucked some donuts in there? All right, Sarah's going to try and call back because we lost her somehow or another. Marissa's scrambling to find out what happened, but we made sure we took some good-looking people.
Yes.
Send them down to have you something lovely to look at. Tina Marie and Melissa Kai, who are wonderful personalities, and Gina and Aaron and Connor's a good-looking fella,
He's
too.
a damn good-looking, strapping young man.
And Sarah's wonderful and beautiful and so charismatic that we thought this would be a nice ray of sunshine for those people who are stuck in this horrible bumper-to-bumper traffic.
They have to slow down. They have to come to a screeching halt to bemoan the fact that they're stuck in traffic. They have to reduce speed from 70 miles an hour to bemoan the fact that they're in bumper-to-bumper traffic.
You know what? I actually love that this has happened. I do. So here's the deal. Turn your car around wherever you are right now.
No, don't cause issues.
And head to Frankfurt Avenue. This is in Holmesburg in Northeast Philly. On Frankfurt Avenue between Academy Road and Placid Street. If you know where the Dunkin' Donuts is around there, that's where they are right now. Sarah, can you hear me now? No, we have still lost Sarah. So if you're headed to that area, go by and honk your horn. We won't be able to hear it because we don't have audio right now. And maybe they'll be able to hand out to you some Dunkin' Donuts. And we have the I don't know exactly what they got from Dunkin'. I was going to ask Sarah about that. I don't know if we have like cups of Munchkins or what.
Full donuts.
Full donuts?
Full dozens, ready to go.
Let me pose a question to the room. Do you think that by doing this, we actually cured traffic in Philadelphia?
I think so.
Probably.
Wait. They're getting on a bus. They can hand out a whole bus.
Well, you can watch this, Steve. It's on the YouTube channel, so that you can see Gina being getting onto the accepted bus and then getting right back off.
She probably just got kicked off of there right now. But we are, you can see this on our YouTube channel as we're streaming now because we are zooming from the event. Marissa is giving a thumbs up. We should be able to hear Sarah now. Sarah, can you hear me?
Could you imagine being stuck in that traffic, Preston, going, I mean, the fastest you're going is 80 miles an hour.
Right.
And I mean, I don't know if I could survive that.
If you can slow it down to about 40, maybe they can throw the donuts
Roll
into
down
the window.
Your passenger window. They will try to put a good major league pitcher element on a donut and chuck it through your passenger window.
There were 5 cars there.
We just got a text from somebody. It says, on my way, GPS says I'll be there in an hour and 12 minutes.
I don't know if you noticed, Preston, there were so few people where Sarah was. There was actually an old-time prospector behind her on a donkey.
Oh, my gosh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. So we got some classic things taking place.
I would be ecstatic if that's what my morning commute was like.
Yeah.
If there was that little traffic.
Sarah, let's try and check it now. Sarah, can you hear me? I can't hear you. I guess you can hear me because she's talking, and she is talking to the Philadelphia Water Department of Water, who's probably asking for permits and so on.
No, they look like they waved. They were smiling.
Yeah. So, all right. Well, you know what? We'll check back. Marissa, do me a favor, monitor and let me know when you get audio because we'll come back to them. But again, it's outside of the Dunkin' store in Northeast Philly on Frankfurt Avenue. It's on that really fast-moving stretch of road between Academy and Placid.
You might confuse it with Dover Raceway.
Yeah, but it's in Holmesburg, so not Dover. So we're handing out free donuts, and we also have scratch-off lottery tickets. So stop by there.
Yes,
Right.
and perhaps we can get maybe a police car or somebody to set up a roadblock.
Yeah, stop people.
To stop, make it one of those DUI checkpoints.
Yeah.
But don't really check them for that. And
Bottleneck it if you can.
Slow it down so we can help ease the burden of this bumper to bumper.
Oh, my God. This is so us.
Look at them. They're
I mean,
flying
they're
by
going
the car.
faster than I've ever seen morning rush cars go.
They're trying to flag them down to pull over.
You can't even determine what car it is. They're going so fast.
We kept the location secret. We didn't want to say anything on the air because we didn't want to cause more traffic. And now we want you to go there.
Wait, so they were supposed to meet at the station at 5:30, and I told Eric yesterday, I'm like, do 5:15. I go, they need to be pulling out of the lot at 5:30 because it's like they need to get in place, so that it doesn't build and then they're stuck in it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
It's crazy. I mean, look at what they're dealing with here. You could literally lay down on the street for about 20 minutes and not get hit by a car.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll check back in with them.
Let's have them do that Varsity Blues thing down the center line, Preston.
Oh, no, that was the program.
The program, yeah.
No, that'll get them killed.
Yeah, you're right.
That'll put a damper on the day.
All right.
So we'll check back in with them in a little bit. But in the meantime, there's a story that I'm sure, if you've been watching any of the news at all, that you've seen, and that is this submersible that had been headed down for a mission to explore the Titanic. That is missing.
That's insane.
Yeah, and they're running out of time. And what I learned this morning is there's a difference between a submersible and a submarine.
Yes.
So a submarine can be self-sufficient. It can run on its own for a lengthy amount of time. Submersibles are not that way. Like, they don't generate their own power. They only have a limited amount of air and things like that. Well, obviously, any submarine does as well, but they can stay under for a lot longer. This is a limited amount of time. So they were going down. It's called Ocean Gate Expeditions. They deploy manned submersibles for deep sea expeditions. And they confirmed that the submersible was the subject of a rescue operation, adding that it's exploring and mobilizing all options to bring the crew back safely. The company, now more information is coming out. Initially, they didn't say how many people are on board. There's 5 people on this. I think there's a pilot and like 3 techs, and then you have a couple of passengers.
A Pakistani billionaire, right?
Well, there's an English billionaire. I know that for sure. But there is a British businessman. His name is Hamish Harding. He was among the group. He had posted a little bit about it, and I haven't seen the follow up on everybody on that, Steve. But yeah,
so
get some people that paid a lot of money to do this.
So stuff is coming in about this, and this is so weird because this is a disaster movie scenario. This is something you'd see theatrically depicted. From the moment they went down, where the initial discovery, Balaban, right? Who's the
Bob Balaban?
Who's not the actor? Is that the guy who led the initial discovery of the Titanic? Know. From that point down,
James Cameron was a part of that.
He was later on, he's gone down, obviously because they shot footage. But the notion of taking people down at a cost, this is $250,000 a ticket.
Robert Ballard is
Robert Ballard.
Yeah, we had him on the show. He's a fascinating guy.
Great.
Yeah, he's a really interesting interview. Yeah,
and he was the one and he was using Navy equipment to he was doing 2 things at once, and part of that was also scouring the ocean floor for the wreck of the Titanic. Mm-hmm. And at that point, they started to suggest certain things about going down yourself. And I thought, geez, that'd be something really cool. But anyway, with this, I'm like, oh, okay, I see.
Yeah.
They talk about the inherent danger. They talked about the incredibly large waiver that people have to sign to go do this.
Sure.
But you think, I get it, but certainly this isn't as much of a risk as they're depicting. Well, clearly it is.
Yeah, and I wonder if, versus the amount of travel that's done via submersible or submarine, how often there are issues. It's probably pretty minimal, if you do that. But it is such a hostile environment that if you get into trouble, you're in a lot of trouble. You remember the Kursk?
Oh, my God.
That Russian submarine.
It's a horrifying story. So here, Preston, they have, they're running the risk of hypothermia. There are a couple of suggestions. They don't know. There is a possibility that it could have imploded, because you're dealing with incredible pressure down there.
I heard this thing was rated to go to like 22,000 feet deep, and the wreckage is like 12,500 feet or something like that. But yeah, Steve, the hypothermia I didn't think about, because if you lose power, you lose heat, it is very, very cold in that water. And it wouldn't take too long to get super duper cold and affect you physically.
So they have a porta pot on board, as you're starting to think about that. That was always a consideration. But I mean, air. So they have enough oxygen to early Thursday morning. But I mean, think about where they are. Think about there's no rescue vehicle, manned rescue vehicle that can get down there. If they are down on the bottom, they would have to use some sort of robotic vehicle or device to get them up.
That's this is like a nightmare.
I saw a movie or a TV show. I don't remember what it was. A long, long time ago, and I was fascinated by it. And these guys were in this submersible, and they got to where they lost power, and they had an issue with the oxygen, obviously being important. And they there's this stuff called lithium hydroxide. And it's essentially what they use in this aquatic equipment called rebreathers.
Yes.
So it's instead of breathing in oxygen like you normally would in a scuba tank, and then the air comes out and all the bubbles come up, the air goes back into the system.
Right.
And then this stuff called lithium hydroxide takes out the carbon dioxide and kind of replace. You get more oxygen.
It's pretty
out of
cool.
it.
Yeah, it's an extender.
I remember in this movie where these guys were stuck in the submersible, they had to open up this stuff, and essentially that looked like like crystals or something.
Yeah.
And they open it up, and it would react to the air and allow them to get more breathable air. And I wonder if they have stuff like that on board. If anybody has been in a submarine before, I wouldn't mind hearing from you. 215-263-WMMR, a submersible or a submarine. Maybe you're in the military, which obviously is a whole different animal than what these people are dealing with. But it's pretty, if you think about being down that deep, and if all the lights were to go out and you were to lose power, how lost you would be.
That is dark.
And I also want to know is do radio waves transmit through water?
No. So they do, I think, to an extent. Well, here's my understanding. The way that this craft was keeping in touch with the ship on the surface was through text. That was the way that they were able to get this thing. They could text. That, which leads me to believe they weren't able to speak to them directly through open communication.
But I wonder if that's a radio signal or how that works, because sometimes they'll use a tether, a cable, to stay directly connected. So,
do you guys ever read the story or hear the story of the USS Thresher?
No.
There's a submarine, and it sank off the coast of Cape Cod, and I didn't know about it either. I wasn't familiar until I found out that I had a relative that was on this submarine. All 129 people who were on it, including a whole bunch of sailors that were in the Navy, died. And they never recovered it. And it was a USS, it was a United States submarine. It was a naval submarine. And my dad told us this story a month or so ago. And apparently he had an aunt. It was a distant cousin, essentially. But Preston, it sank in 1963 off the coast of Cape Cod. They have never found it.
No kidding.
And it's the one of the worst naval disasters in United States history, and I didn't know anything about it.
We tend to think, okay, we're on a planet. Even still,
Steve,
with our incredible technology, they can certainly find it.
Yeah,
no, it's massive.
2 years ago, they started looking for it again. They still haven't found it.
Yeah,
that's incredible. I love the water. I love marine life. Like even with the sharks and I follow them on the app and track them. Like I like this stuff, but I don't think, and I think it would be so amazing to be in a submarine and be able to see all of that. But I think if I was given the chance for free, I would not do it.
Right.
You see, I flirted with the notion, but this is exactly the nightmare, that we're talking about. Now, Preston, apparently, I forgot your name there. The device was sort of retrofitted. I mean, the submersible sort of retrofitted, and it was kind of half-assed, some people said, when they'd been on it before. The controller, the pilot, was actually using a modified game controller, like a PlayStation controller that was modified. And there were other aspects of it that they said seemed kind of weird. But they'd had successful runs down there.
I think that if I were to step in and see the same controls that you use for Fortnite, I might say, let's double think. Let's second guess this thing. Nick, but I think also you talked about there being a missing submarine. I think there's a missing nuclear weapon somewhere off the coast of America, too.
Seriously?
Yeah, if you could look that up.
Right.
Yeah, it was like a plane crash, or they had to drop it, and they never found it.
And they never found that Malaysian airline either.
Never.
Yes. Hang on, we do have Tim, who was either in the Navy or is currently in the Navy, who wants to comment on the submarine and submersibles. Hi, Tim. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Good morning to see you. Tim, are you retired Navy? Are you still active Navy?
Not retired. I was in the middle 80s. Just before Desert Storm, I got out.
Okay, and you've been on a sub?
I was stationed on a sub for 4 years.
Okay. What kind of information can you enlighten us with?
We were self-sufficient. We had a nuclear generator on board. We had actually a nuclear power plant on board. We recirculated everything. We recirculated air. We recirculated water. We made our own everything.
I mean, that's a piece of machinery right there.
Yeah.
So
we would pack out for a 120-day trip. We usually spend like 90 days out there, completely submerged.
Wow. Hey, Tim, that blows my mind. You can stay underwater for 3 months.
Yeah.
Tim, as far as communication, underwater communication, as far as you know, does that work via radio waves? I know that they sometimes have to surface and extend or even get just close to the surface and extend an antenna, but can you communicate while submerged?
No, we have, like you said, we would have to come up and raise the antenna if we got close to the surface. Other than that, if we were down far enough, we had a antenna that we had to float.
So so it would float all the way up by a
as
cable.
far as we get it, yeah. Well, once you were down, if you lost that antenna or anything like that, you wouldn't be able to communicate with anybody.
So let me ask you, Tim, like it says here, the final text of the billionaire trapped inside missing Titanic sent to friend is revealed. I assume that text would have been sent because they're at an incredible depth. You wouldn't be able to even send a text. It would be the same way, right, as a regular radio signal at some level. It would be impossible to get that to go all the way to the surface, correct?
Probably. You'd have to be able to in communication with the satellite, absolutely.
Right. Man, so with a rescue mission, they just have to take a guess at where they were. From what I understand, they lost communication like an hour and 45 minutes into their journey or something like that.
They were right above the Titanic, apparently, was their last location. That's where and I don't know how they determined that.
So I guess they have to guess that maybe it ran out of power and drifted, and then they have to have a field that they're going to search and try and find this. Wow.
Yeah, that would be the next part is starting where they know their last position was, and like you said, currents and drifting and everything else. It would take a while for them to find that thing.
Tim, what did you do on when you were on a sub?
I was a cook.
You're a cook, okay. So you probably weren't.
We had to qualify the whole sub. I had to know the engine room. You have to know everything because if you're off duty and you're back in the engine room talking to a friend or up in the torpedo room talking to a friend or whatever, and something does happen, you need to know those systems so you can help out fix the problem.
Do you have any idea what protocol was if things went wrong and you guys just ran out of power or, something catastrophic happened?
It's just, all hands up on deck and doing what we can to fix it.
Put your head between your legs and kiss your ass goodbye.
Pretty much. I mean, you want to know a feeling of out of control. That is out of control. And if we were in an area, something happened or whatever, and all of a sudden you feel that boat starting shifting or dipping or going on an angle or something, you don't know what the hell's going on.
Tim, were you ever on one when they did the emergency blow to surface?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
my.
We always had to
always wanted to do that.
How wild did that feel?
It was crazy.
Yeah. So that's when they just go to the surface as quickly as possible and come just shooting up out of the water.
Fly, Big D, fly.
Fly, Big D. Wow. So Tim, when you hear a story like this, what do you think of?
It just brings back memories of stuff that happened on the sub. And it was during the Cold War. I was when Reagan was there, and we were all kinds of near Russian submarines and playing games with these guys back and forth, and it's a scary little thing.
Let me ask you, Tim. So it's my understanding, and they're suggesting this could be, obviously it's all hearsay at this point, but that a slight crack, even the slightest hairline issue structurally could cause the craft to implode.
Oh my God! At that pressure, yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Wow. So the stats on it, it's 23,000 pounds. A submersible made of carbon fiber and titanium can carry 5 people. Its maximum depth, as you said, Preston, 13,123 feet, and life support for 96 hours. Wow. My question is, I thought these things, and structurally, it looks like it would have some sort of flotation deployment, right? I mean.
You would figure they should, but maybe if they had a power failure or something happened, maybe there's something faulty there too.
Wow. Yeah, no.
All right,
good point.
Tim, thanks for the info. We appreciate it, man.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, see ya. There's that scene in. I'm sorry to interrupt. Go ahead, Kath.
Oh no, go ahead.
There's that scene in the movie The Abyss where they're in the submersible, and there's just a tiny little leak.
Boom.
And it just not when it implodes, but it fills and fills and fills, and over time they have to get out. Because it's trickling in and there's nothing you can do about it. But there is an implosion scene in that too. Yep.
So they lost contact with them early on, though. That to me is like, what happened?
Yeah, I don't know. And they must have been near the surface if they were losing contact. And then if you've got thousands and thousands of feet to, if it's going to free fall, it could go anywhere depending on the current and what direction they were going in.
The debris field for the Titanic itself, obviously it's split up and everything, but that's very long. This is a smaller craft, but you don't know. As you said, Preston, you can't send down, there's like 5 teams scouring the area. They can't get down there.
And they only have a certain amount of time to get to them.
Thursday morning is predicted to be when they will fully have run out of air.
And think about the effort of getting the proper equipment there, too, has got to, that takes time to get those things there and get them available. So hopefully it could be miraculous. We'll see. Another quick call, and then I think we have some developments with our traffic thing this morning. Let me go to Eric. Hey, Eric, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you guys doing?
Good, buddy. All right, it says here you have information about the Thresher that Nick was talking about.
Yeah, so I used to work down in Newport News at the shipyard down there, and when I first got there and we're going through orientation and everything like that, if I'm not mistaken, they play the sound of the Thresher because I guess they had some kind of microphone or something like that underwater, and they could hear the pings from the Thresher with the bolts and the welds breaking.
Okay. Oh, what a nightmare!
And it is the most it's quiet and like I said, all you hear is a ting, ting, but what that is the bolts breaking and the welds breaking, and essentially down that depth, the submarine, because of all the pressure, it crushes like a tin can.
Yep.
Well, also when the bolts come off, when that starts to happen, it's like they're like bullets. I mean, they're exploding off the bulkhead.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
All right. Thanks, Eric. Appreciate it. Another great movie is U-571.
Yeah.
And they show that quite a few times. They go below crush depth, and that pressure starts to get a hold. One last call. I'm going to go to Don. Hi, Don. Good morning.
Gadzooks.
Gadzooks. What's up, buddy?
All right, so this is for Nick more so. There's a YouTuber by the name of Subbrief. He's a former Navy sonarman, and he does a video about the Thresher.
Oh, wow.
Where you actually hear the video and the audio. Also, they did find the Thresher remains.
Oh, they did?
For a mile. And part of the audio, they're guesstimating it imploded about 2,400 feet down. So they do have updated information, and I'll send Nick the link for the video. But it's very sobering, and like the former caller said, you hear details that just it's creepy. But this is the stuff that happens at those depths.
It's disturbing. When we talk to Ballard about this, the fact that we're more, oddly enough, it's safer and we are better equipped to handle space than the depths of our own ocean.
Yeah, that's wild.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll obviously monitor that story and see if anything comes up from it. But the big news right now here locally in Philadelphia is all the traffic.
Damn, this traffic jam.
All right, so
They found the Thresher before they found traffic on the street.
I'ma get home.
we have Sarah Parker and company on location. Let me see. We are outside the Dunkin' store, Northeast Philly on Frankfurt Avenue between Academy and Placid Street. And let me see if Sarah can hear me now. Sarah, can you hear me?
I can. Can you
Oh,
hear me?
much better. Yes. Okay. So, how have things developed? For those who are just tuning in, we're handing out stuff to listeners who are stuck in traffic. What's going on now, Sarah?
So it's building up a little bit, which means traffic is just normal now. I've got my coffee angels sprinkling the blessings of caffeine and the hope that maybe you'll make it to work on time. So as you can see, if you're watching the YouTube feed, we've got, a few cars here. We've got some listeners that have been beeping at us and causing even more chaos, which is delightful.
Good. Honk your horn.
Honk your horn real quick.
There you go. There you go. Proof we have traffic.
I've got a loyal listener of the Preston and Steve show named Maureen. If you would like to speak with her about the situation.
Sure. All right. Yeah, hand the phone over if you don't mind. We'll say
all
hi
right,
to
Maureen, you're going to talk to Preston and Steve, okay?
All right.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning, Maureen. How you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good.
All right. Is this your normal traffic pattern, or is this new to you because of what's going on 95?
No, I literally live right up the street.
Oh, perfect.
There you go.
Okay.
You could probably have walked to where you are right now, right?
Yeah, I could walk faster than I would be able to driving at this point.
All right. Well, we just wanted to ease the burden of your travels this morning with some scratch-off lottery tickets and some donuts, if you don't mind.
Thank you very much. I much appreciate it.
Our pleasure.
I have my father here. We're going to the doctor's today.
All right.
Well, good luck with everything.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Appreciate it, guys. Have fun. And thanks for listening to MMR. All right. So there you go. Satisfied customer right
Absolutely.
there.
Perfect. Thanks. MMR rocks.
Oh, you rock. All right. You can hand that back to Sarah.
I think he's getting
Here's some lottery tickets for the trouble. Cheers.
I mean, Sarah, as you look at these vehicles and the drivers, the despair on their face from being jammed in this traffic that is just backed up for 10 to 20 feet.
I've been called horrible names, horrible things, because they think that I'm causing the traffic. I did try to sacrifice Connor to cause an accident so that we could have a little more activity. But no, if you can see that it's backing up Just a little bit. We're getting rid of the donuts. Everyone's very excited to greet everyone. And actually, a problem that we've run into that we didn't really expect is that people think we are trying to sell something.
Yes.
But we're actually trying to give them things for free.
Right. I thought that might be a concern for some people. I don't want any.
Well, how about,
thank you.
Hand out pamphlets for the Watchtower while you're there.
So yeah, we'll encourage people to come by that way. And yes, if you come by and you want something, honk your horn.
Yes.
And they will come over and they'll give you Dunkin' Donuts and scratch off lottery tickets. You might drive out of there much richer today. Who knows?
They seem to definitely be working it though. I see everybody handing out the donuts and so they're working hard there, Sarah.
Yes, absolutely. We've got the A team here today.
All right. So we've got Tina Marie and Melissa Kai and Gina and Aaron and Brendan and Connor, everybody on board. So the location again in Northeast Philly on Frankfurt Avenue between Academy Road and Placid Street in Holmesburg. In case you have some issues or you're rerouted to that area because of the 95 issue, we're just going to give you some free stuff today.
Please know that if you go into that area, you're going to add 3 minutes onto your commute.
That's right. 3 whole minutes. By the way, Dunkin' Rewards app. Join today, gang. You can save them, stack them, use them how you want. And the Preston and Steve Show, we run on Dunkin' and terms apply. Sarah, we'll check back in a couple of minutes, okay?
Absolutely. I want to shout out the crews who have been working hard on the 95 incident to expedite the process so that we can just have traffic as usual. Although that seems to be the case right here. I still want to shout those people out because they are working around the clock.
They are, yes.
Absolutely. All right, we'll come back to Sarah with the traffic jam.
Traffic jam.
And taking care of people this morning as best we can. It's so poetic that
just
it
to
happens
make
this
it a
way.
little bit better so that you can slow down and get your donuts for being stuck in traffic.
All right, we're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. We'll get to the B file. We'll check back in with Sarah and company. We will announce the totals of the I Believe for Presidency blood drive as well. And Rob McElhenney from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia will be on the program this morning. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, so anyhow.
That's her fight song.
I guess so.
To be honest, though, following her on Instagram, I don't follow her on Instagram, but I follow her through all the pages of TMZ and all that stuff as I put together stuff for the Hollywood Trash. And to be honest, I've never seen her do anything but vacation.
I know.
Well,
never.
That's what her job is.
That is her job.
Yep. Well, she's working hard then.
Well, just consult Poosh if you want to find out what she's up to.
Let's talk about the happiest place on earth.
It's magical.
Disney. This is Disneyland, by the way, in Anaheim. And there's a viral video, yes, that is making the rounds of a couple of families beating the ever-loving piss out of each other for about 4 minutes before they finally go their separate ways.
That's a long fight.
It is a long fight.
Is someone in a wheelchair?
It's in Toontown, by the way. There was somebody on a mobility scooter.
Okay, all right.
Kathy, but the fight happens. They start to split up. Then it sparks back up again. Then they kind of split up. Then it keeps going on and on.
I mean, and it's like the Andy Kaufman used to do the intergender wrestling.
Yeah.
They're brawling. Doesn't matter. The dude's beating on the woman.
Oh my God! Wait, so that's okay. I'm just seeing this for the first time. The guy
fists are
punches
flying.
the woman.
Yeah. Oh, and there's a couple of women beating up. It's just a mess.
Where's security?
Not that it's an excuse, but it kicks off. They're having words, and the woman just spits right in this guy's face, and then he slugs her. But I can't figure out who's on whose side.
No, neither can I.
It's like I'm like, oh, he's hitting her now. I thought she was with him, and it's just who the hell knows what's going on.
And then the woman in the mobility scooter gets up as if she
can walk.
Yeah,
it's a
miracle. This stupid fight between these imbeciles has caused a miracle.
You know what? And there's a moment in this video where the whoever is filming this video, by the way, is laughing the whole time. She's not with them because obviously she would be getting in the middle of this.
And she's up close.
But there's an older woman who gets knocked down to the ground on her back, and you hear the woman filming just laughing her ass off. And I'm like, and you can hear children crying in the background.
Oh my God. There's a little kid walking around, and it's obviously this is there. I will freely admit, I chuckled a few times, but the really tragic part of this here is this little kid is watching these adults do this and walking around with his hands up like What's going on?
Yeah.
Even a kid can't figure it out.
And he taps, I guess, who is his mother. Like, hello, I'm here. Obviously he needs attention. He's upset too.
And all the while in the background, you have the delightfully colored Toontown.
Oh, my God.
Happy place.
Listen, I understand that things can go awry anywhere, and somebody can have a bad day, and something can trigger. But if you can have the presence of mind to be aware of where you are, right then and there, you're in Disneyland, the happiest place on earth. Come on, look around you, see where you are. Shut up. But some people are just... some people are just a-holes.
It just kills me in this one because there was another one, Preston. I forget. It was like a kid's park. It was like an amusement park. It very well may have been Disney World. And this one's great because the woman in the mobility scooter in that one, Kathy, she doesn't get up, but she starts using her mobility scooter to join the fight. She's backing up and ramming the brawling people.
So apparently this one, they're all in the same family. They're all related.
What?
Yeah.
What?
So this is an ongoing investigation. No arrests have been made, but there was infighting that had begun outside of the park, and the fight just continued inside the park. No arrests. They all knew each other.
Ridiculous.
Well, not yet anyway, Case. They said the investigation's ongoing. But
after they viewed the video, now they're looking at potentially.
Because then that guy goes on
everything. I saw it all. It was a mess.
But then the guy goes on to slap another woman and take her to the ground.
Kathy, he doesn't just slap her. I mean, and this is horrifying, but he gives her a haymaker.
Just some unwritten rules, right? Like
protocol.
Yeah, protocol. and
You
all
don't
that sort of
fire
stuff.
on someone else's bitch.
No, you don't.
Not in Toontown.
Not in Toontown, man. You take that to Epcot.
I think, Casey, of your story at the 4th of July parade all
That's
the time.
exactly what I was thinking.
And the bending down and addressing them as a father to kids who needed to be addressed by their father. But like you get in that mentality sometimes, and this is a place where that can happen.
You can have an Independence Day from life.
Oh, I totally understand.
I'm going to make you independent of your life.
But on the outside, everybody else.
Hey, what a good dad.
Oh, you were. Oh, you poor thing. You're so upset. You better stop crying right now.
Don't cry. Don't even let them know you're in pain.
A former Cape Breton University student says that she regrets not making a formal complaint 3 years ago against a professor who was fired this summer for demanding moose meat, lobster, and sex from a student in exchange for better grades.
In that order?
Moose meat, lobster, and sex.
All right, you don't have moose meat. You don't have lobster.
You got any lobster?
Sex. All right, look, how about sex?
She said,
Wait, I found some moose meat. Yeah!
She said, I wish I did something back then. I wish I got him fired, Jess Hardy said. Then the situation wouldn't have happened. She was a first-year student and said that Shamal Fernaduple made inappropriate comments and suggestions.
You're going to ruin the day, Fernaduple.
And her appearance, and implied that he wanted a sexual relationship with her, and he would say inappropriate things all the time. Now, unfortunately, as the story goes on, it never gets into the details about the moose meat and lobster.
Well, it's a bizarre
That's what I'm
pecking
most
order.
interested in.
Right, yes. You don't understand.
But they ended up firing this guy because he apparently did.
Was it the moose meat?
To a couple of students. It was the moose meat.
He's there in front of the dean. It was the moose meat, wasn't it? Well, actually, the number 3 on the list here, the sex.
So apparently he wasn't only demanding sex, but moose meat and lobster.
I should have stopped at lobster.
And they fired him. So there you go. That's all I have in the
It's
details.
like he's looking for something to round out the list.
Yeah.
And the sex.
Yeah. So I was surprised the other day when my daughter came to me and described a very specific detail of what I'm assuming. I don't know if it's a social class or if it's just a fashion or what.
Huh.
But I was like, okay, this is all new to me, and I've forgotten what the full description is. So if anybody wants to call in, if you're familiar with this term, but Visco girls?
Visco girls.
Yeah. And that's spelled V-S-C-O?
Yeah.
Visco, you've heard of this, Nick?
I have. I hadn't heard of it until Friday. And so I learned about it just as recently as you did, Preston. Visco,
From Ben?
No, from BuzzFeed, of all places.
Okay.
I read an article about it. I saw Visco online somewhere, right, as about a post. I didn't know what those letters meant, V-S-C-O.
Yeah, I still don't know.
It's an app, and it stands for Visual Supply Company, right? And, the reason that I know that it's an app is that my girlfriend does some photography on the side, and she's used this app to process photos. What girls now are doing, Preston, is they're taking this app and they are applying it to their social media posts. And now it's also become its own social media thing.
Nick, look at this top text. Do you know what that means? Okay, so it just says SK. Apparently, they go around going.
Wait,
like
okay,
that.
okay.
So the
There's a
crickets.
Visco.
So what is it?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure this out. Our phone lines are lighting up, so we'll find out in a minute here.
It's really, it's
right. That's what it is.
As far as social status goes, it's a new thing for this school year. It's brand new. But
How is it social status though?
because it's a look. So basically,
it's a look.
If you are a Visco girl, you are you kind of look like you came from the beach. You wear scrunchies around your wrist.
Scrunchies are a big thing. Yeah.
You carry
on your wrist.
You carry around a hydro flask. And you have a natural look, Kathy. So you don't go heavily made up.
So like Renee Zellweger.
So it's not like a filter that is.
It is. Yeah. So the Visco app is a filter that you can apply, but it's a lighter filter. So sometimes Instagram models will go very heavy on their filters, right?
Right.
And so you look incredibly made up, and you will take an Instagram app and you'll use that app to change your look essentially on your social media post.
It happens all the time.
Visco girls, Steve, don't do that. They go the opposite route. They go very natural,
completely raw,
very light makeup,
unfiltered.
Yeah, and there are two essential settings on the Visco app that you use for your look. And now it's translated from this app to real life.
Okay.
Wow, man, Preston. So when in school we had Crisco girls, we had a lot of fried chicken.
Yeah. Sure.
Crisco girl.
They would bring fried chicken to school.
Yeah, those were Crisco girls.
Crisco girls.
Yeah.
My
Florence Henderson was a Crisco. Westonality.
And Steve, they would go.
That's Crisco girl.
It's them eating the skin off of the chicken. So Caroline, my daughter, was wearing a shirt and it was too long. She's like, I'm tucking this in because I don't want to look like a Visco girl. Not that meaning that she doesn't want to be one, but it looks like you're not wearing pants.
Not wearing pants. Okay,
yeah,
I've seen
you're
this.
not wearing shorts.
I've seen this. I've seen the looking like you're not wearing shorts.
Where did that look? That look has been around before.
No, but I've recently seen it pick up, and I'm like, look at these kids. Like their shorts are so short that they look like they're not wearing any.
My dad was a Visco girl before anyone knew. He just wear a long coat and shorts.
Yeah.
You also might have known them as flashers.
Yeah.
Hey, so is your daughter into it? Or is she Visco? What do you say? Help me out here, guys.
She's a Delco girl.
She's a Delco girl, Kath. You know what? I don't know.
She
I don't
Visco?
know. I don't know how new this scene is, but here's the deal. My kids go to Catholic schools, so they all wear the same thing at school. And then we just got done in the summer, and we were down the beach all the time.
I saw a text that this is supposed to be camera sound.
Oh my God! I love it. I want to be a Visco boy.
I always wore big clothes. There was a period of time where we looked like we were 900 pounds only because we wore oversized
baggy
clothes.
stuff. Baggy stuff.
Who decided all this stuff? All these various things together make this. You know what I mean?
A Visco girl.
Yeah.
I think it's just a style. I keep relating it to the hippie. It's just
It
the
is,
hippie
but
like
somebody had to put these pieces together. They don't necessarily, automatically go together.
The thing, Preston, that you're reacting to, and I think I agree, is because things like this would happen over the course of a little while. And like in school, going to school, you start to see people adopting something, and there'd be a movie or there'd be something that they would, or a musician or somebody they're responding to. But this seems to, for a lot of the people are saying from 0 to 60.
I know.
Because of social media.
It's like now this isn't a fashion thing, but it was an accessory people had. Remember the fidget spinners?
Oh, yeah.
Like that took off in 10 minutes.
Boom.
And everybody had them, and then they were gone.
Look at this. Visco Girl Starter Pack.
You can buy this
$150
for $150.
Should we get it, guys?
And it says Giant Visco Starter Pack.
Preston, we need to be Crisco boys.
Scrunchies, Crocs.
I like those tie-dye Crocs.
What else? There's the shorts, and oversized shirt. What do you see?
No, Kathy liking the Crocs now.
I like the tie-dye
Just
Crocs.
like 10 minutes ago, she's like, not for adults.
Oh, well, no, I wouldn't buy them and wear them.
But Steve, it's funny because you were talking about how these things, how they can happen so quickly. When people are getting back to school this week and they come home demanding the scrunchies, that means that this thing is taken off and they want to be like all the other people who are in the group.
That's funny.
Some people are texting in, and I've gotten some emails that there is a phrase that goes along, not just the SK one, I oop.
I oop.
I don't know what that means.
There's another one, Nick.
That's
no, no, that's mine. You can't have that. But I oop is a
Can
thing.
we make that part of the Crisco boys?
Sure.
Yeah.
That's allowed. But
All right, how's I oop spelled?
I oop is I, the letter I, and then OOP.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Again, it says I oop. Here, there's I oop can be used as a reaction to express sudden surprise or shock over an unexpected situation. That's like, oh, my God.
Yeah.
For example, you can say it if someone calls someone else out on social media in a mic drop moment, as in I oop. Okay.
Because it says here, honestly, who says mic drop anymore? That's
please.
old now.
That's so old.
Nick, you know that I love you, but I do find it a little creepy that you know the most about this.
Well,
anyone
you
on
looked
the
it up
show.
on BuzzFeed. Research. Yeah, no, I stalk 12-year-olds.
Yeah, do you want to hear it?
Interesting. Oh, yeah.
Jasmine
thanks.
Masters, I think.
All right.
I crashed in my back seat for a couple of hours, and
All right, okay.
And that's funny.
And, and hence the beginning of a new phrase.
Wow, bizarre.
Sitting on your balls created a thing.
Where some things come from
And yet
how they take off.
We can't get to take off.
Nobody can pronounce it.
And it's very hard.
That's the only thing.
I oop is much easier. All
Although I got a text from somebody who says I'm 27 and I just found out I'm a Visco girl.
it's like going and looking at your X-rays. Yeah. I have some bad news. You're a Visco girl.
What would be some positive workplace habits? It doesn't give any examples here at all. So I'm wondering what we could do. Maybe some yoga or something like that.
Well, let's assess.
Maybe like clean up your area.
Are you talking to me?
No, I was just saying that's traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
Okay, I'm looking at our Zoom screen. We better go quickly because there's actually some cars there now. So we have the amazing Sarah Parker and company, from interns to our friends from the calendars and so on that are there to help out some people that are dealing with traffic issues. And they're Northeast Philly on Frankfurt Avenue between Academy Road and Plaza Street. Quickly, while there are cars there, let's go to Sarah Parker. Sarah.
Yes, so we've got the Coffee Angels sprinkling hope in our hearts and caffeine into our gullets as the traffic backs up just a little bit as rush hour begins to pick up. We're out here in front of the Dunkin'. It's fantastic. And I do have listener Rick here who just, he suffered to get to us. Rick, do you want to tell the Preston and Steve show about how you got here? Sure. All right, here's Rick.
Hey, Rick.
Hey, what's going on?
Yo, bud. Happy to have you on. What's the story you wanted to share with us?
The crazy traffic, the bridge collapse, trying to get all the beer delivered to the Delaware Valley.
So I assume you look at a road like this and you see what can only be described as average traffic, and it's got to be amazing to you.
Oh, I see everything. I got the Miller Lite truck going. I got to go to Delco today.
Yeah.
Got to make
so you're
those-
taking a pleasure trip.
Yeah, got to make those deliveries. Nice, man. Did our crew set you up with some freebies there, bud?
Oh, yeah, I had a nice donut.
Did you get a scratch off?
Huh?
We have scratch off lottery tickets. Did you get one of those or no?
Not yet.
Okay, all right.
wonder if they handed them all
Maybe
out.
they handed them all out. If not, get another donut.
She had one in her hand. All right. Very good. Hey, man, thanks for listening to us on your drive. We appreciate it. And did you? Is this part of your? Is this part of your normal route, or did you have to do a little detour to get to where our crew is right now?
Oh, yeah. I come out of the gate here, and this is where I start. Now I get in all the crazy traffic.
All right.
And then I got to make it back this way.
All right. All right. Very good. All right. Well, listen, man. Thanks for listening. Have a great day. Okay.
All right. You guys too.
All right. Take care, bud. All right. There you go.
All right. I'm going.
Satisfied customer right there.
My heart goes out to him to be out on a day like today where there's less than normal traffic. It's got to be.
Well, it's got to be different.
It's got to be. It's disorienting when you're saying, "Why are there no cars here?" As a driver, that's got to throw you off.
All right,
It is actually starting to
We have
back up.
a line of traffic now. But they're at a light, so the traffic comes and goes. So they went and they just handed a bunch. It looks like
we're causing the traffic jam.
Sarah, they're actively handing some stuff out, right?
Yes,
Okay.
we are out here. Thank you so much, Rick. Make sure you buy us all beers with that lottery ticket
Ah.
because you're definitely going to win. Let's see. We've had a few police cars come by, and that's been nice. They're flashing their lights at us. I'm not sure if that's a good or bad thing. If they're telling us that we're misbehaving or that we're doing a good job. I'm going to take it as the latter.
Yeah, Sarah, we were hoping that they could do some sort of blockade to slow down traffic. If that becomes an option, please take it.
You got it.
All right.
I'll make sure I negotiate.
All right. And thank you to our friends from Dunkin' who are right there, and they're giving us the donuts to hand out to people who want them. So, do we have much left in the way of giveaways, Sarah?
We definitely have some lottery tickets. We've got some donuts left. So I think we'll be here for, what do you think, Connor? Another hour? Let's do that.
All right. We'll check
then
back in then.
I will give out the location, Sarah, and we'll send people that way. It's in Northeast Philly, Frankfurt Avenue. All right, on Frankfurt Avenue between Academy and Placid in Holmesburg. So swing by there, and Sarah says for the next hour or so, lottery scratch-off tickets and donuts for those who are dealing with this horrible traffic this morning.
We should have given her one of those NASCAR flags.
Right. Yeah. Either a yellow or a red.
Right, yeah.
Would have done.
Because that's how fast traffic's going.
But listen, we didn't want to be on the highway, which you can't do that. And but we chose here. But because there's a Dunkin' right there.
Yes, it made sense.
It made sense.
Hey,
And
listen,
you look at go ahead, guys.
we're making people happy today.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And confused.
Yeah.
All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to do the bizarre file, and then we're going to reveal the totals, the results of the I Believe for Presidency blood drive. So here we go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by PGW, powered by BGW, actually. You can improve the comfort of your home and lower energy bills with a PGW Sense rebate. By the way, I saw them handing out donuts to a PGW van a little while ago. Up to $1,400 in savings with new home heating equipment. You can learn more at pgwenergysense.com. Steve, this story, Batman. That's all I'm going to say. This is in West Virginia. A masked vigilante is credited with halting a burglary in progress Thursday night in Charleston, West Virginia. And listen to this. Deputies responded to a call at a hunting cabin. When they arrived, there were 4 individuals lying on the ground with their hands bound behind their backs. The tires on their pickup truck and ATV had been flattened. Inside the vehicles, deputies found a number of items which had been pilfered from the cabin. The owner tells investigators the cabin has been the target of thieves on several occasions recently, and a lot of expensive gear and items have been taken in those heists. The suspects tell police the man who subdued them and made a citizen's arrest wore a mask. Deputies have determined...
West Virginia Batman.
Deputies have determined...
I was having lunch at the Geno's.
...that it was not the cabin owner, and nobody seems to know who the man was. They were bound up and left for the police, Steve.
Do you remember for a while there was this uptick in costumed...
Yeah, they did a. There was a documentary
about it. But I wonder if we're getting back into that.
A lot of those people seem to be not quite capable of being vigilantes.
Right.
But this
like
sounds.
Kick-Ass.
This guy, bound them and left them for the police and flattened their tires. 4 of them, 4-1. We assume it was one. That's what they say. The suspects were logged into the South Central Regional Jail. I want to see more of what happens with that.
Vengeance.
Wow. Video footage shows an Uber delivery driver appearing to urinate in an apartment hallway after delivering food in Beverly Hills on Saturday night.
Ew.
The man in the video appears to deliver the food and then walks down the staircase where he stops to seemingly pee in the corner.
Seems like a good place to take a piss.
Moments after, the customer opens his front door to retrieve his food, and the delivery driver takes off down the stairs. Uber has since responded and said that they are looking into the incident.
I have to piss now and then, and I just subdued. I just did something good, so I'm sorry.
I mean,
I ate some of your fries.
You are human, so you do have to pee.
I gotta piss, and in this latex, it's impossible.
An Uber spokesperson said the driver's actions shown in this video are not okay.
Yeah.
We are continuing to look into this report, and we'll take appropriate action.
Did I tell you guys about the Uber driver who stole $700 from my brother?
No.
Yeah. They accidentally left a backpack in the car. It had cash in it. They were going to Disney World, and the Uber the backpack ended up being delivered back to their house. The cash was
with
gone.
Nothing in it.
Wow.
Oh, man.
The company also confirmed that they've reached out to both the customer and the driver for further details. Additional video footage shows another neighbor cleaning the urine in the hallway.
Casey, give that driver a bad review.
Yeah, right.
The investigation remains ongoing. A woman was found with a baby raccoon in her bag after police searched for belongings during a bicycle stop. According to the Clearwater Police Department, 43-year-old Lindsay Rodwald.
She was on a bicycle with a baby raccoon?
Yep, was stopped while riding her bicycle, which did not have lights on during the night. While speaking with police, she gave them a verbal consent to search her backpack. Officers found a broken glass pipe with crystal residue. A field test indicated the presence of methamphetamine. She told the police department that she forgot the pipe was in her bag.
The baby raccoon was smoking it.
And that she used meth a few days prior. And upon further investigation, the raccoon was found in the woman's backpack. Police said it was around a week old. So
This bitch is crazy. This bitch is out of her mind. She's on meth, too.
It must have been pretty tiny.
Yeah.
The critter was taken to the veterinary emergency group in Tampa and will be cared for alongside other young raccoons before being released into the wild.
I shall call you raccoon.
Here's another Florida story. A scantily clad 36-year-old woman in Florida was arrested this week after police say she went to a local Dollar General store wearing nothing but a towel wrapped loosely around her body and a can of Four Loko in her hand as she
That's still a thing?
As she let a pair of juveniles take pictures and videos of her completely undressed.
You like this, boys?
Giselle Robinson was taken into custody.
Why don't they make 5 Loko?
Charged with 2 counts of lewd and lascivious exhibition. An officer responded to the call regarding a woman who had allegedly exposed herself to 2 juveniles. An officer found the woman wearing a towel wrapped around her body while holding a can of Four Loko. The woman allegedly told the officer that walking around in public with only a towel is normal to her.
That's the way I roll, bro.
The officer noted that Robinson appeared visibly intoxicated. As she said, she chose her attire because she was, quote, too lazy to put any clothing on.
Besides, why deprive the world of this?
The Dollar General employee told the officer that a juvenile under 16 had witnessed a woman naked in the parking lot and recorded it on his cell phone. After recording the alleged incident, the juvenile forwarded the footage to the employee.
By the way, it's not a towel, it's my labia.
Oh, my God.
The officer wrote he then met both juveniles who told him they saw Robinson leaving the nearby Circle K, walk over to them and ask them for a lighter.
Keep in touch, boys.
When they asked why she wasn't wearing any clothing, she allegedly repeated, I was too lazy to put clothes on.
You know how it gets.
The juvenile then began to record the incident on his cell phone, which displayed the defendant exposing both her breast and genital area by dropping her towel to both juveniles. So,
when's the last time you saw something like this?
Going to jail. All right, and then last story, we will go with this one. A robber in England was sentenced to 3 years in jail this week for attempted robbery, but it was only thanks to quick thinking of his victim, and he ended up in police custody. Martin Trimble walked into a convenience store last month with a knife. He picked out a 4-pack of beer and used his knife to threaten the store owner. Rather than let Trimble walk away, the store owner ran outside and closed the door, holding it tight and trapping the thief inside of the establishment.
Love it.
Trimble tried to avoid capture again by breaking the door free of the shop owner's grip and then trying to slip out before the shutter had fully descended. But the shutter was too low, and Trimble found himself pinned to the ground, his torso outside and over to the street. And this is great. Realizing he was beaten, he cracked open one of the beers that he tried to steal and just drank it while he waited for the police to take him away. Officers arrived within 3 minutes of receiving the call and arrested him. He pled guilty to a charge of attempted robbery. And that is what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right. I think it's time to reveal the results of a big event that we had over the weekend, or actually at the beginning of the weekend. It was on Friday. We had the 18th annual I Bleed for Preston and Steve blood drive. And for the first time ever, we decided to put a number out there as a bit of a challenge, a goal to hit, because obviously we had COVID where things went down, and we wanted to get back to where we were normally and regularly, and that was 1,000 units. We wanted to be able to collect 1,000 units minimum. We were at Live Casino Hotel Philadelphia and the Greater Philadelphia Expo Center at Oaks, and I am happy to announce that our yield this year at the I Believe for Preston and Steve blood drive was 1,169 blood donations.
Wow! Oh, my goodness.
That's a lot. And in fact, it's 210 more units than last year. Wow. And I want to say, I'm trying to remember I think our biggest years ever have been around the 1,200 unit mark. I mean, that's about as big as it gets. These are the biggest blood drives in the country, mind you.
We had the record the one year that we had you as a cardboard cutout. and that I'm going to say was maybe closer to 14.
I'll have to check on that. But because I remember that 1,200 being like a big number for the Red Cross.
It's freaking awesome, especially from where we were and everyone coming out, Preston, the locations.
Yeah.
2 locations, and the fact that the weather sucked.
Yeah, that's true. People could have canceled. In fact, we had not only, obviously, a ton of donors, but we had 123 first-time donors. Never had donated blood in their life come out.
I met a few. They were wonderful.
So it was an excellent event. Just ran perfectly. And thank you to everybody. Thank you to the students of Neumann Media at Neumann University, providing the videography and streaming services. Window Nation for providing the reusable totes, and Everfresh Juice for the juice drinks, and all the volunteers and workers for the Red Cross, and everybody at WMMR and who lent a hand. It was a super successful event. Thank you to Pierre and Jackie Bam Bam and
Fantastic.
Brent Porsche broadcasting live and doing all of that. So 1,169 donations. Far eclipsed what we were going for.
Think about the time from when you sign in to get, to the process begins. You're talking about, 20 minutes to, maybe a little bit longer, half hour. So for that to process through that way, we probably had every available phlebotomist in the tri-state area there for these 2 events. But yeah, it was amazing.
Yep.
It's wonderful.
So congratulations. Thank you guys so much. That is huge. I'm very, very proud of that. I'm very, very proud of you. All right, let's take a break. Come back in a second. We'll check back in with Sarah and the crew on the road this morning. The Coffee Angels, as she was
Absolutely.
saying. Handing out donuts and lottery tickets in the Northeast.
Slow down to get one.
Yeah, we'll be back in just a moment. Rob McElhenney joining us in a little while, too. Stay there.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR. Looking for fun.
Kathy goes to me. She goes, "Oh, your area looks really nice, Steve." And Preston goes, "Oh, what about mine?"
Mine's just an absolute. It looks like an atom bomb went off.
It actually looks worse than the old office.
I haven't done anything. I just dragged all my crap in here.
Listen, I was
and
not
said
talking to you.
I
was just saying in
Steve,
general.
your area looks very nice.
It's pretty mean.
Steve came in over the weekend and worked on his.
I did. Whereas Preston just poured it his
I
over.
just brought my stuff over and left it. I'm going to work on it today.
I was just complimenting Steve because the shelving in the new office was made specifically for his guys.
Yes, my Batman.
It looks so nice. I wasn't saying it.
Kathy did it in the way where you're talking to one person, but your mouth is actually towards someone else who you want to make sure they hear that particular statement.
Your part of the office looks much better. The cleanly, orderly way you approach your workspace is impressive.
I swear, I was not saying it because yours was messy.
It did feel good to purge, like getting rid of a
it.
lot of stuff. And I found files from like 2008, 2009 when we moved into that office.
I found that puppy I never gave Marissa.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Listen, to make me realize how long we've been in that office, I've had some stuff hanging in my area on the wall space there, notes that my sons wrote to me.
Oh, yeah.
In little kid handwriting of "Daddy, I love you. I hope you have a nice day." I mean, that's how long we've been in that room. We've been in that room for 15 years.
And it does mean a lot because we started when we came here. First off, so that was not initially our first.
I guess
office
it hasn't been 15 years. It's been at least a dozen years,
right?
Though, but
because we're in a it was Kathy, you, and I were in that small office that used to be a closet. Yeah.
So here's another thing that you can do to help get past the post-holiday vacation back to work blues. Don't dwell.
Okay.
Don't dwell.
Yeah. Don't feel sorry.
Lou, I couldn't help but noticing that you're dwelling. Isn't that obvious?
Doesn't dwell mean to just live, just to, just to
sort of
stay
ruminate,
in one place?
Hanging out.
Don't dwell. Don't feel sorry for yourself, it says. Start some new office habits. This is how to beat the post-holiday.
Should you clean your office area?
The post-holiday vacation back to work blues. Clean your damn office. All right, how about this one? This is just this. Here you go. This is all it says you need to do. Reflect.
Wait, that's too close to dwelling.
Seriously.
Where's the delineation between
right.
reflecting and dwelling?
You're not supposed to dwell. However, you should reflect.
God damn it, Earl, I was reflecting.
Looked like you were dwelling.
Well, I wasn't. You nosy ass.
So it says here.
Gentlemen, what? Well, he's always saying I'm dwelling. I was clearly reflecting. My head was up with my chin cocked a little bit to the left. That's reflecting.
That's reflecting.
Dwelling is hands on the temples down.
Yes, chin down. That would be dwelling.
You idiot.
Yeah. Lily Allen and Stranger Things star David Harbour dating.
This is way better.
I had to look up Lily Allen, and I still don't know who she is. Is she a singer?
I believe so, right?
I think
don't
she's
a dancer.
Oh, no.
No, she was a dancer.
She's a dancer.
Stop. Oh, I like her.
Oh, her brother's Alfie Allen from Game of Thrones.
And Lily Allen is from a while. She was she had career was on fire about 8 years ago, 9 years ago.
Her brother is Theon Greyjoy.
Yes.
From Game of Thrones, and she's a singer. No,
she was a dancer.
Jinx, oh my God! Honestly, is she a singer?
She's a singer.
All right.
Her brother is Marcus Allen.
Honestly.
And Preston, is she a singer?
Yeah, she's a singer.
I'm not doing it. I'm
why not? No, she was a dancer.
Jinx, oh my God!
Stop. Gets worse.
Okay, I thought she was an actress.
No, she's a singer.
No, she was a dancer.
Jinx, oh my God!
Okay.
She had a couple of hits. She was at yes. What are some of her hits? We all know her hits.
Well, the girl that we're looking at, the girl that we have up in this photo, I think is the actress that I looked up on IMDb.
No, that's the singer.
No, she was a dancer.
No, she was a dancer.
Jinx, oh my God!
Lily Allen, for Christ's sake, she's a musician, right?
Okay.
Are we looking up two different people?
There are a ton of acting credits for
No, those are soundtrack.
someone named Lily Allen. Those are soundtrack.
Those are not acting credits.
Okay. We all
was an
clear?
actor?
Are we clear? No. She's a singer.
She has a song called "F.U."
Okay. Yes, I know that one. All right.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Anyhow, they might be dating, her and David Harbour. Londoners have spotted the two out hanging out and, of course, post about it on social media. Somebody wrote, David Harbour, when on earth did this happen? And it was alongside a screenshot of her, of her TV screen showing the couple at a boxing event.
Huh, good for him.
They first sparked rumors earlier this month when they were spotted taking in a West End performance of the Lehman trilogy.
Are we good enough friends with him now to just blow a call in?
Of course we are.
Yeah.
What time is it in London?
We did have a really good time with him.
Yeah.
It's like noon.
Super nice guy. Yeah. It's
So he's probably up.
Yeah, we give him a call.
Hello?
Yeah. David.
Yeah, David, it's Preston and Steve. Are you dating Lily Allen?
Yeah.
She's a singer, right?
No, she was a dancer.
Jinx, oh my God!
What are Casey and Kathy doing on this call?
We just had to do that. We had to do that because this is funny.
Okay, bye.
Okay, Woody Allen, maybe persona non grata in Hollywood, but Scarlett Johansson would work with him anytime. The A-lister is one of the few stars to publicly signal her support for the director.
He was the original choice for Captain America.
I did not realize that he would actually...
I don't think the serum worked.
Yeah.
I don't feel very super.
He was the original guy.
Yeah. Imagine that. The thing opens up. Have I changed dramatically? He comes out worse.
Yeah. They go the opposite direction.
He got older.
He's aged. His eyesight has gone bad. He's wearing glasses. Now his hair's falling out.
Ready to take on the Nazis.
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan, personally, of their conduct.
Several stars.
They reach over. He just looks over. Stark's father reaches over and had the lever all the way to the wrong side. I'm sorry. I had it on skinnier. I should have pushed it to muscular.
Several stars, including Frida Pinto, Greta Gerwig, Colin Firth, and Mira Sorvino, expressed regret at working with him previously and pledged to never work with him again. But When the Hollywood Reporter asked Johansson, who worked with him on Match Point, Vicky Cristina Barcelona, and Scoop, she had nothing but good things to say about the 83-year-old, whose daughter, of course, accused him of sexual assault. He's denied all this stuff, but she said, "How do I feel about Woody Allen? I love Woody," she told the Hollywood Reporter. "I believe him, and I would work with him anytime." She said, "I see Woody whenever I can, and I have had a lot of conversations with him about it. I have been very direct with him, and he's been very direct with me. He maintains his innocence, and I believe him."
Well, that's her prerogative to take it that way, and that's okay.
She said, but she also understands why others don't. She said it's hard because it's a time where people are very fired up, and understandably, things needed to be stirred up, and so people have a lot of passion, a lot of strong feelings, and are angry, and rightfully so. It's an intense time.
What a missed opportunity that they could have worked in the Avengers films together. It would have been so great.
I ran into somebody who works in our office, and I'd asked her what she did the night before. Maybe it was over the weekend. She's like, "Yeah, well, I went to an I Do barbecue, and blah, blah, blah. This is kind of skated over there." I'm like, hang on a second. What's an I Do barbecue? You guys ever heard of that before?
No, but I have
like an engagement party?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
But
I'm going to vomit.
But only for people in the wedding party.
Right. Okay.
So
It's kind of where do they ask them to be in the wedding party? Like that's part of the event?
I'm not really sure.
So I've been to like where they invite the bridal party over, and that's you're at a party and they ask you to be in the bridal party. So
is that what that is?
You're going to a party and you don't actually know yet until you get
to the party,
right.
And then they say, "By the way, you're all going to be in."
Or they ask you, yeah.
Okay.
So do attendees they don't know until some point in the evening when...
I mean, I think, for my brothers, I knew I was going to be in my brother's wedding, but yes, and then they, gave us a bottle of wine, and on the wine, she had put in like a cute little saying asking us to be, it was a custom-made wine label, and then, it was a cute saying asking us to be in the wedding.
I would attend I'd prefer not barbecue.
I actually never liked the idea of an engagement party, and so... You can put a cute little name on it, right, and make things rhyme, and I'm not going to like it or dislike it any more or any less.
Well, that's what they do, though. Yeah, that's what whoever they are.
There must be some council or commission or somebody who puts together with the gender reveal stuff now. That went from 0 to 60.
Now, I'm wondering where this started because there's an article on the knot.com, right, which is a wedding magazine and a wedding website. And so do you think that they wrote the article thinking that this might be a thing, or did they write the article because it already was a thing?
I think probably they can help boost it by reporting on it.
Right.
All the not readers. But I don't know. Usually something has to have a little bit of traction before you report on it, right?
So yeah, I would think so. But so you have an engagement party, okay?
Okay.
You have, I guess now, an I Do barbecue. You have to have a rehearsal dinner.
The rehearsal dinner is to me, isn't that that's the wedding party gathering,
That's
right?
what I always thought it was.
Well, but not anymore, because now if you have out-of-town guests, if you're going by, their rules, you have to invite the out-of-town guests to the rehearsal dinner.
Right.
So, but out-of-town guests who are in the wedding party aren't expected to attend the I Do barbecue,
I think the I Do barbecue is taking over the engagement party. I don't think you're having an I Do barbecue and you're having an engagement party. I think it's sort of one or the other.
Really?
Yeah.
So, but you would only invite.
Because an I Do barbecue is an engagement party.
Yeah, but you're only inviting the people that would be in your wedding party.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I don't know if that's the case. I'm just saying that is also, I've been to parties where they only invite the bridal party.
Because let's say you have a big engagement party or your I Do barbecue, but you're only inviting some of the people that are there.
Invite people who can be in the direct wedding party.
But let's say you have like 50 people there, but you're only inviting like 7 of them to be in your wedding party. That's kind of insulting to the other people that show up.
This is
really.
useless.
That's like saying you have to put every single friend in your bridal party. I think you know who's.
But if you're at a party and you're not part of the list there.
Yeah.
And you're just like, I'll just be waiting over here.
Yeah.
No.
Enjoy your being celebrated by the bride and groom, and I'll just stand over here and have my fruit.
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
So you have all these parties. What are the ones involved with having a baby? There's a shower.
The Barbara Briss.
The Barbara Briss.
But listen, like the I Do barbecue and the gender reveal, I think are kind of organized so that you don't have to bring a gift. You You're not bringing a gift to. Do you know what I'm saying?
Gender reveal?
Yeah, like it's more set up like the barbecue. Like come over for a barbecue. You don't quite know what it is, but whereas an engagement party is. If you show up without a gift, or at least for me, if I showed up without a gift, I would feel awkward.
All right, hang on. I just saw a text that came over. It said Connor Betts, he's a assistant producer here, went to an I Do barbecue. I'd like to know if he brought a gift with him to the I Do barbecue. Because Kathy, I think you have to bring a gift to an I Do barbecue.
I don't know. Here, Connor's.
All right, we need an explanation.
Good-looking, happy people on the road this morning in Northeast Philadelphia. For where people are being detoured off of 95.
Oh, it's pandemonium.
Oh, my God.
Damn,
yeah.
this traffic jam.
It's just bumper to bumper.
I mean, the bumpers, as we said before, are a half mile apart.
Yeah, that's technically still bumper to bumper. It's just there's a big gap between them. But we're handing out donuts and scratch-off lottery tickets. Sarah Parker is there. Hi there, Sarah.
Preston and Steve, we are out here and we actually witnessed an entire family of Canadian geese cross the street with zero issue whatsoever. So that gives you a temperature check on the traffic. There was also, and this is legit, someone driving an ambulance just stopped across the street, walked over to us to say hello, and then walked back to their ambulance.
There you go.
It's a leisurely Tuesday out here in the Northeast. We're having some fun, though. We are putting smiles on people's faces. People still have a place to go, and it can be a little bit stressful no matter what. So this has been really fun.
Steve, we should have planned for foot traffic rather than...
We really should have, yes. And all sorts of... And Sarah, you're seeing a lot of mobility vehicles out there, scooters and things, jazzy scooters.
Hey,
so many.
You know what?
They're all jammed up.
You know what I do want to do is at least since we have this via Zoom and it's on our YouTube channels, I want to highlight everybody who's come out. So if we could at least get a visual on Connor and Tina Marie and Melissa.
Connor, put it on yourself.
Here, let's Connor. Oh wait, no, wait. There's actual people there.
Hey!
They're hitting donuts and scratch-off lottery tickets.
The light is green, though. The light is green.
All right, go. So, Connor, flip it around.
It's been very stop and go. So we've got Tina here, calendar girl. We've got intern C, as I now have deemed her. We've got Gina. We've got Aaron. We've got Melissa, another calendar girl. And we've got Brendan. We've got me. Connor, put that camera on yourself. Connor is doing the most. He says no. Come on.
He's so shy.
Good-looking people.
It's just his hand. He's like, ding.
Yeah.
Oh, look, we've got some activity over here.
Yes, activity, actual activity.
Oh,
Their
God.
cars stopped. And they're...
Did you get a lottery ticket, sir? How's your commute been so far? How's your commute been? Good. He says good. So
Flawless.
She has to talk fast so they can keep moving.
In fact, yes, I'm 5 minutes ahead right now.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, Sarah, hold up a chalkboard that says pit stop next round. Next lap.
I really should.
Yeah,
we should have
because that's how fast they're going.
Hey, is that intern Campbell? Is she there too? I thought I saw her. All right, that's Soup. Soup is there?
Yes.
Okay.
Soup's working the
I
event.
call her intern C now. She's intern C.
All right. It looks like we've got what kind of vehicle is that right now, Sarah?
This is a medic that has stopped to say hello. The Philadelphia Fire Department, Medic 38. They're having a good time. Do y'all listen to Preston and Steve? You want to talk to them? Hi. You listen to Preston and Steve?
Who are Preston and Steve?
Preston and Steve. We're from out of state. There's a woman giving birth in the back.
How's your commute been? Say it's terrible. Yeah, it's awful, right? You are on these struggle bus right now, right? Yep. Yes, absolutely. Well, I wish you well. You have a great day. Thank you for what you're doing.
All right. They wave. They got a donut. They're happy.
They're happy. All right. That's it. Listen. Mission accomplished.
Happiness is
Mission
what we do.
Mission accomplished. They're spreading the happiness. They're doing what we asked them to do.
Our pitch should have been today: slow down, stop and smell the roses, and forget it. Traffic jam's not an issue.
Yeah, slow down and smell the roses. Don't stop because you'll cause problems. Sarah, how are we doing on supplies? We getting close to running out?
Yeah, we're actually running low on donuts and lottery tickets. So mission accomplished there. I'm going to frame this whole thing as WMMR and Duncan are really the good luck charm here. If we weren't here, it would be so backed up, it would be chaos. But because we're here, we're the good luck charm and everything is running smoothly.
I'm going to go with that.
Agreed. Yes. I love that. Let's go with that line.
All right, Sarah, give out the rest of your supplies and then you guys can go on about your day, okay?
Absolutely. Everyone yell one more. It's like Six Flags out here in the Northeast.
It's amazing.
Thank you, Sarah. All right, Sarah Parker, Connor, Tina Marie, Melissa Kai, Gina, Aaron, Brendan, and Soup are all on location handing out goodies. And if you want to swing by there, if you are in the area, they're in Northeast Philly on Frankfurt Avenue between Academy and Placid Street in Holmesburg. And thank you to Duncan for everything.
It was great. It reminded me of some of that classic footage of World War II when the GIs liberated a city and they used the distraught looks on these people, on their faces as we were able to go out and spread some joy. Because you got to imagine what they're dealing with. I mean, many of them, were 60, 70 miles an hour.
Yeah. You can't.
That's no way to go to work.
No. By the way, download the Duncan Rewards app today. Join today and start saving and stacking your way to free Duncan you love. So thank you. The Preston and Steve Show runs on Duncan. All right. Well, they'll hand out the rest of what they have, which is cool. Listen, there's a fun little survey of sorts that Nick had forwarded over to me a few days ago. And it is from XXL Magazine, which I really am not familiar with XXL Magazine. But
formerly Knocked Up and Milky.
Okay, it sounds like it might be. If it was Triple XL Magazine, I don't know. But anyway, and they had a list for people to fill out, and it's pretty cool. And I'd be curious as to how you guys filled this out. The list is as follows: first concert, last concert, best concert, worst concert, loudest concert, seen the most surprising, next concert, and wish I could have seen.
Yeah, I found this a nice little glimpse into people's personalities, my own included, and I happened to get I see this survey on the day that I was going to my next concert, which was The Dead last week. I saw The Dead at the ballpark, so the timing of it was pretty cool, and I liked filling it out.
It was kind of Do you want to go through each separately, Preston?
Yeah. I think this would be kind of fun.
Because I realize I'm pretty much a shut-in.
Okay, I've got mine on here. But Nick already filled his out. So very first concert, we'll go around the room. Nick's is Eric Clapton.
Yeah, the Spectrum. Tears for Fears tour, and Casey, I ended up buying my tickets at that West Coast video. I think Baltimore Pike, right? Is that where that was? And so I waited in line to get those tickets, and I had terrible seats, way the hell upstairs at the Spectrum.
Did it matter?
It did not. No. It was a fantastic freaking show. I had no idea how cool Eric Clapton was until I saw him live. And that was just an awesome first concert experience, first rock concert.
All right, Kathy, what about your first concert?
Well, you guys know that my cousin is Debbie Gibson's choreographer. And so that was my first concert. Although it was like...
How old were you?
Very shortly after I also saw Amy Grant. Oh. So I kind of keep both of them in my first concert. And after Amy Grant, my mom was like, see, isn't it nice? She doesn't wear shoes and sings about Jesus.
It's amazing you're not part of the 700 Club.
Steve, sorry, what did you ask me? How old was I?
Yeah.
I don't remember. I'd have to ask my mom. But, I mean, we were young when my cousin Buddy was out touring.
Oh, I just get shaken.
It's a great song.
Shake your love. I just get shaken.
So I started dressing like her right after this video.
Why wouldn't you? All right, what was your first concert, Steve?
It was America. At the Westbury Music Fair.
What a great band.
A great band. Wow. And I was early teens, I guess.
Steve, was that venue the twin to the Valley Forge Music Fair?
Exactly. Yeah, Theater in the Round. I don't even know if the Westbury Music Fair still exists. It very well might be, but they had actually a revolving stage.
That's so cool.
What is this? Horse with No Name? This doesn't sound like it.
Is it being sung by the horse?
This makes me mad.
That
because
yeah. All right.
I'm gonna put in a different one that doesn't have a giant intro, and we have way too much.
That's
music.
okay. Case, what? Because we have a huge list of to go through. What was your first concert, Case?
Huey Lewis and the News at the Spectrum, and I wasn't supposed to go. My sister had extra tickets because people bailed on her, and so. Hey, do you want to go? Of course I do. And
Did you
I
have
had
a
the
good
best
time?
Yeah, I had a great time. I think I might have been like 10 years old, something like that. It was
What
great.
a great band.
Mm-hmm.
My first concert, now, it's kind of my first concert, so I'll give you what I deem to be my real first rock concert, but my mom took me to Beatlemania.
I remember this.
I was in 5th grade, and I was a huge, huge Beatles fan, and I wanted to go see this thing. And it's a stage show. It's like a tribute.
It's right.
But it was indeed a concert of sorts.
I have to stop for a second here. There's a young man smoking a joint out there.
Actually, it was a guy next to me.
Distracting me.
A guy, first time I'd seen anybody smoke pot in public was at that. Then, what I considered to be my real first concert experience was Rush, the Signals tour. I went to that and I saw ton of weed smoking at that one. I mean, like bongs, like the whole thing.
So your favorite band was your first concert. That's pretty linear. It's
rock
rare
concert.
that happens.
Yeah, and it actually comes up a couple of times in here. So, all right, last concert, Nick.
Was, well, prior to the Dead, I saw a band called Mountjoy, which I've fallen in love with over the last year or so. They are from the same high school as me, Conestoga High School, and I saw them at Ardmore Music Hall. It was I went to both shows. They also did The Man last summer, but Mountjoy is fantastic. Highly recommend them. And so that prior to the Dead, I saw them in October at Ardmore Music Hall.
Kathy, your last concert.
Billy Joel.
All right, yep. It was just the other night.
Stevie
Just
Nicks.
the other night.
So it was fantastic.
It was a great show. I mean, he is, I think, 74. He still puts on a show. He's slowed down a little bit. I've seen him a number of times. He's slowed down a little bit, but I mean...
Still rock and roll to me.
No, I just mean, like, because he did run on the stage a bit during some of his songs. He did much less of that, but it was a damn good show.
Okay, Steve.
I realize it goes all the way back, Preston. Besides the barbecue and stuff like that, an actual concert that I went to see was the Stones. That was the last time, prior to the pandemic and all that.
Okay.
I don't go to shows a lot.
Me either.
Yeah.
Yep. Case, what about you? Fish.
Okay. Of course, yeah.
Dumb question.
Fish, December 29, 2022, Madison Square Garden.
And if we're not counting MMRBQ, I don't go to concerts anymore either.
It was the Stones at the Link.
I saw ELO at the Wells Fargo Center.
That's cool.
It was awesome.
Yeah.
It was fantastic. I was so happy I went. And Bill Weston was sitting like 2 rows behind me.
Preston?
Yeah. Hey,
your head's in the way.
Too much fun. Best concert. Now this is a tough one.
Yeah.
I think. Nick?
It is, but I went for overall experience, which would be Pearl Jam at the Wells Fargo Center, October of 2013. Eddie Vedder said my name, gave him a shout out. We got to interview Eddie before the show.
Single greatest experience of my life. Tonight I got to meet a Scottish fellow named McElhenney.
And Will Forte was my date for the entire evening. So, I mean, as far as like
You know what?
epic nights go, that's number one.
It's been a long time since we played that. I'm going to have Casey pull that up real quick because when Eddie started that little
Julie Jerkoff.
Forgive you.
Forgive me. It's Julie Jerkwad.
No.
Nick McElhenney.
Close enough.
When was that?
October of 2013.
When he started this little preamble, could you feel it coming that he was going to say your name? You had no idea?
Matt Cord had an idea that he might say something because Matt and Pierre had spent a little time with Eddie the night before. We got to interview Eddie before the show began on that night. But
Just a heads up to Nick, be prepared to shoot in your shorts. I'm going to give you a lot of love from the stage.
This is like 2.5 minutes long.
Well, he talks about radio. He talks about
about MMR. And
always a living person on air here, which is not the case anymore.
Here we go.
That last one, it goes out to Nick and Matt and Pierre over at the WMMR radio station.
That's me.
I believe they were the first.
Wait.
So that's
me.
That's the audio off.
Do you hear it?
That's the audio off of Matt Cord's iPad. Matt was recording in between songs, thinking that Eddie might say something. There's actually clearer, better audio that Pearl Jam eventually released, but Matt was recording that night, and so the person saying "that's me," that's Matt Cord referencing himself.
People bring their iPads to concerts.
Here, listen to him say, "That's me."
That's me. I believe they were the first ones to play that song. And they're still there. You know, it's not often you get to thank radio stations from the stage because basically there's not too many live ones that exist anymore.
And so he goes on for a little while, which is pretty awesome.
I mean,
that's amazing.
I wasn't even there, and that's my favorite concert.
All right.
I just played a crazy game called pickleball.
Kathy, your best concert ever.
Okay, so I hope you guys don't think this is lame, but I am going to go with Billy Joel. I have seen him the most, and that's another one that's on there. I know every single. There were only 2 songs that he played this past time around that I know the songs, I just didn't know the words. I know every word to every song. He's got a connection to Long Island. He went to Montauk. Like, there's just this
It's
whole...
illegal to be from Long Island and not be a Billy Joel fan.
And not love him. And I sat front row and I got to meet him. Like, there's just so much surrounding it. So it was a toss-up between him and one other one. I'm going with him.
All right, Steve, best concert.
So,
I know it's hard.
Yeah.
I have a couple that tie, but I think
have
I'm
three.
I'm going to choose one.
If I were to choose one where I was, okay, I'm going to go with Tears for Fears at the Beacon Theater.
Okay.
In New York.
Any idea what time frame that was?
It was just before they split briefly.
Okay.
So I mean, competitors
early 90s, or around 1991 or something like that.
Yeah, and then also, okay, I hate to add on, but I'll say there was a almost near a 4-hour Elton John concert again in Manhattan. That was him and just a percussionist. The one that I felt the most emotional at, I think, would have been Genesis playing at, I think it was Forest Hills. And that was pretty amazing. But if I'm going to go with the one that I always reference as my favorite concert, it's going to be Tears for Fears.
All right, Casey, best concert ever.
It was the Fish It Festival in August 2003.
Okay.
Yep.
What made it the best?
It was just perfect. Everything about it. It was like one of those camp out concerts. You drive up, you're in the middle of nowhere in like as far north Maine as you possibly be.
You're talking about all the peripheral experitions,
Yeah,
make a part of
surrounded
it.
by all of your best friends. The music was perfect. The weather was perfect. So it was just a lot of great. And I have very vivid memories of very specific moments of that entire weekend.
Best concert I ever saw was the Eagles, the Hell Freezes Over tour. When they got back together, when they said they never would, and the reason it was the best is the sound that was coming out of the speakers was so perfect and so spot on. Their harmonies are, there are very few bands that could pull it off like they did, and it was just song. And Kathy, like going to see Billy Joel, song after
you knew
song
everything,
after
right?
song after song, and they each did solo hits, and they all have solo hits.
Yeah.
And it was just this.
Can't believe it.
Just this greatest hits album live on stage, and I was just floored by it.
It makes it so much fun.
Yeah.
What was the venue for that, Preston? Do you remember?
Yeah, it was at the Riverport Amphitheater. It was in St. Louis.
Okay.
Yeah, I was still there.
That's awesome.
Yeah. All right. So, worst concert you've ever seen, Nick?
I like going to concerts because I'm almost always turned around on the band, even if I'm only if I don't like them. So I went to this concert with an open mind, and it was by far the worst concert I've ever seen. And if you like them, I'm sorry, but Creed at the Shed in Camden in 2002, it was so much posturing, and this is what a rock star is supposed to look like, and it just turned me completely off to the band. I probably sound like a snob when I say that, but God, I hated every second of it.
He might at this point admit, because we since have had Scott Stapp in the studio, and
at that point, Steve, he was very interested in being Scott Stapp,
right? Rock
and he
God.
wanted everybody to know that he was interested in being Scott Stapp.
All right, Kath, worst concert.
My heart is beating so fast, and so there's two. One was at the Barbecue. I won't even mention it. The other one, and I'm so sorry, it has nothing to do with the music. It was the atmosphere that was not me. I was in college, and I went to a Fish show.
Oh!
Casey, I love you. I'm so sorry.
We were
that
at
I
the
have
same
to
show. It was
I'm
probably
sorry that I have
amazing.
to say this.
It was probably amazing.
It was probably amazing.
It just was like the whole atmosphere was not me. And then the music and the songs go on forever. The guy who brought me, I literally was like, my head hurts. Can we go?
Do you remember the date? Do you remember? So you said
Casey,
college.
I was
what year?
probably no. You know what, Casey? No. Hold on, back up. I was not college yet. I was a senior in high school, so it was 1996, 95, 96.
Okay.
And I believe, Casey, I think it was. Oh, I forget. I forget where it was. I could probably text him and find out where we were. But the whole scene was just not me. And
I had no idea you'd been to a Fish show in your life.
I
You've
went
been
with
sitting on that secret
with a guy who was a huge fan, and he took me and a couple of other people from school, and because he wanted us, you have to come. You're gonna love it. And
Do you remember? I mean, they played Bryce Jordan in Penn State in '96. Do you remember if it was like anything like that, or was it in Philadelphia?
I was actually going to say, no, it wasn't in Philadelphia, Casey. We drove to go somewhere. I was going to say I thought it was near a college.
Okay.
I feel like I would have remembered if it was Penn State, but it could have been that case.
Yeah, because the only other time they played then was at the Spectrum.
Steve, what was your worst concert experience?
A guy who's also delivered very good concert experiences was the worst. It was Bob Dylan at the Jones Beach Theater.
Yeah.
It was, I sat there and I'm like, are these songs actually, or is he having a seizure? I couldn't identify any hits. I couldn't, I mean, and that's the problematic thing with Dylan, and yeah, man, that was, I think we left, like, I was 60% through the concert. I'm like, nah, can't.
All right, Case, do you have a worst?
Oh, yeah. I mean, Dylan would have been number one for me had I not gone to Woodstock 99. Everything
that
about
whole thing.
Everything about that weekend sucked ass. I didn't like the people. I didn't like the bands weren't doing anything for me.
You were in the thick of that.
Yeah.
Only people need to do is see that documentary.
Yeah, and there were some decent bands, but I wasn't feeling any of it. Like, I didn't feel connected to one band that was there. And, it was a miserable experience.
So my worst concert as well, it was because I didn't really connect with the band, and it was at the time where they had a resurgence in popularity. And I was looking forward to going to the show, and I left at the intermission. I've never done that in my life, and there are people that are going to take some issues with this. It was the Grateful Dead.
Yeah.
And it was while Jerry was still alive and in the band, too.
Yeah.
But it just, there was nothing to look at. It was rambling on.
How was their dancing?
And you had the twirlers that were just, I'm like, okie dokie.
Was this in St. Louis?
It was in St. Louis.
What year?
I don't remember.
Okay.
It would have been 94, somewhere around there. But I was bored to tears. And I like the hits. I like the Dead hits, but it was boring. I can't give you a better word.
How was your attitude going in? Was your attitude good going in?
Going in, I was excited.
Right,
because it was a show du jour. It was like everybody wanted to go. The audience was loaded with people who weren't Deadheads because it was kind of fashionable to go. They were doing this tour, and oh my God, you got to see them, and they're back. And I did love. Hell in a Bucket and
Touch of Grey.
The most recent music. I'm like, this is going to be great. It wasn't great.
You know what? Riverfront Amphitheater?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Let me ask you then, if I can add to the survey here, just what is the single most amazing in-concert moment you can remember?
When Eddie Vedder said Nick's name.
Yeah, seriously.
Like any surprise guests ever show up at a show where you were like, oh my God, I can't believe Paul McCartney.
I have one I've mentioned to you guys a couple times. Go ahead.
It might have been that opening number when I went to see, you mentioned Paul, when he did 8 days a week, and they started singing, and I just realized just what was happening.
That's a Beatle.
That's a Beatle, and he's singing a Beatles song.
Yeah.
And I almost started to cry.
Yeah.
I got like a little welled up, so it was a pretty amazing moment for me.
It was John Cougar Mellencamp at the Jones Beach Theater. I told you about this. There had been a little bit of light rain before the concert. His concerts are phenomenal anyway. But is it Kenny Aronoff, the drummer?
Kenny Aronoff, yeah.
So Kenny Aronoff, the drummer, there are all these lights that string above,
Yeah.
And so he arches back and throws his drumstick straight up. And like out of the natural, he hits one of these big light bulbs that are hanging strung across, and it explodes into sparks.
Wow.
And it is at night, and it's like right out of the natural. And they go,
the beginning of Bruce Springsteen at the Wells Fargo Center when it was a brand new building, and it was Core States probably back then, but I'd never seen Bruce before, and it was the E Street Band, and each member came out one at a time. As the crowd is surging.
Yeah.
And you're just, and by the time Clarence comes out, the place is going insane.
Yeah.
And Bruce walks out, and it was electric.
Yeah.
It was absolutely electric. So, all right. Now, how about this one? So we covered worst concert. How about the loudest concert? I have a surprising one.
Me
Nick?
too.
All right, so I had just started working for the radio station. This was the summer of 2000, and whoever was the promotions director at the time hooked me up with the best concert seats I may have ever had. Second row in Camden, summer of 2000. The Foo Fighters opened for the Red Hot Chili Peppers, and I was like, this is going to be great. I really love the Chili Peppers. I'm excited to see the Foo Fighters. I walked out of there. I couldn't hear a damn thing. It was so damn loud. And I didn't hate the show. It was just by far the loudest concert I have ever seen.
All right, Kathy, do you have a loudest concert?
I do, and I feel like mine is also surprising, and it wasn't because of instruments. It was Bruno Mars, and they had so many pyrotechnics.
Oh, that'll do it.
Blast. I had the earplugs in, and it was still hurting my ears and my head. It was an amazing show. He is a performer, and it was excellent. But those pyrotechnics, man, they blew my eardrums out.
All right. Steve?
I think it would have been that Genesis show, because they did like the In the Cage medley, which is a long thing where the drums, you have two drummers going for a number of things, and it was just thundering. But I never had an experience where I felt it was oppressive or painful, you know.
Case?
Surprisingly, Mariah Carey at the Met.
Really?
If they mix it, it depends on how they mix it, right?
Ear-piercingly loud.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Well, and then if she hits those really high notes, too.
Yeah, but it was a heavy bass. Like, it was, so.
I think that's more surprising than mine, but the loudest concert I remember was Chicago.
Yes.
I went to see them at
Chicago!
Six Flags over Mid-America in Missouri, and it was one of those deals where you didn't need a ticket to get in the venue. You just showed up and waited for the show. Well, we showed up like 3 hours early. We had been there all day because we had season passes, sat in the front row, and when they would step up with those horns to the microphones and blast like, in 25 or 6 or 4. It was ear-shatteringly loud. So I was surprised but in my memories, that's it. All right, which band have you seen the most? Nick?
Dave Matthews Band, not even close.
Kathy?
Billy Joel.
All right, Steve?
It would probably be, I don't know if it would constitute as a band. I've seen the New York Rock and Soul Review and Steely Dan.
Okay.
Probably, so the most. That would be the most.
Casey?
Slayer.
That's a dumb question.
Yeah.
All right, Fish, obviously. And Rush for me. So some of our favorite bands. Go figure. Wait, we haven't included Marissa in.
I know. She was on the phone. I just turned around and was going to ask her to participate.
All right, she's on the phone with somebody. All right, because she's seen probably more concerts than us all combined, because she used to be like a kid that would go to the TLA all the time.
Man About Town is in there, too. I mean, he might have,
Yeah.
He's seen many, many concerts.
All right, most surprising concert.
Chicago.
Really?
Yes. And this was on my list before you said that, but I saw them, Steve, at the Valley Forge Music Fair, and I got free tickets to that show. I didn't know what to expect at all, and I was like, it's whatever. It was high school friends. It was awesome. Such a great show in a really cool venue.
Okay, Kath?
So mine was actually at the MMRBQ. I absolutely loved him, and Nick and I were trying to figure out what band he was with at the time. Bill might be able to answer this, but it was Scott Weiland. I loved him. He put on such a good show.
Was he with...
I don't remember if it was Velvet Revolver? Or STP, because they did STP with Alice in Chains one year.
Yeah.
So I don't remember who it was, but it was him specifically.
All right, Steve, most surprising concert.
It was a concert club appearance, but Matthew Sweet.
Oh, yeah.
At Malibu
he was
Club.
awesome.
Yeah.
Wow. And I saw him a couple times.
I'm like, oh, my God. I love every song.
Yeah. Bill, do you have the answer to the question, the Scott Weiland performance that Kathy would have been surprised by?
Do you remember who?
Velvet Revolver?
We didn't know if it was Velvet Revolver or STP.
Because he did both, right? He came in with Alice in Chains and STP, and I think that was like 2013 or 2014. And then we did a fall show for MMRBQ one year with Velvet Revolver, if I remember correctly.
It would have been the latter.
Yeah.
So whichever one that was.
That he was just horrible?
No.
Most surprising.
I loved him.
She didn't think, you go into it going, all right, I'll go to this show. And then you're like, oh, my God.
It might have been the year that they double billed with Alice in Chains.
Okay.
All right, Casey, what about you? Most surprising?
Well, I mean, depending on what you mean by most surprising, there was the this Beastie Boys concert that I went to that was announced on a Tuesday and performed on Wednesday.
So you're literally surprised.
Literally surprised.
I think what you'd be is you're kind of going, what the hell? And then that's my take, but maybe your take is your take.
But not to mention, like, I was surprised. I didn't know much about the band itself, and I didn't know that they played instruments, and it was almost like a heavy metal concert.
Yeah,
It was the first place I ever moshed was at that show at the Electric Factory. Yeah. But
that's plenty of surprises.
Plenty of surprises. But I will say, though, that Neil Young, because I went to Old Cella, and for as horrible as Bob Dylan was, Neil Young was like complete opposite, and I was not expecting that.
Okay.
I've seen Neil Young, loved his concerts.
Yeah.
Most surprising one for me was 1987, and it was U2, the Joshua Tree tour,
wow.
because I was a fan of U2, and I liked them and had never seen them, and I'm like, all right, I'll go. And by the way, it was the Cardinals were playing in the final game of the World Series. I think it was Game 6 of the World Series, and I was baseball's huge in St. Louis, and I foregoed watching the game on TV because it was an away game to go to the concert, and I left there going. And up until
Cardinals, who?
Up until I saw the Eagles, that was my number one. And so I remember walking out of there going, "This is the greatest concert experience I've ever seen," and just did not know how great they were live. I remember seeing videos of them and saying, "Wow, that looks awesome." But I was a fan, but I left there a big fan, and they're my second most seen band next to Rush. All right, so we have two more categories left. Next concert and wish I could have seen. Your next concert, Nick?
Was when I filled this out last week was The Dead. And it was the first time I'd ever seen them, but they were at the ballpark that night.
All right, Kathy, your next one?
You guys know I love a show. Pink.
Pink!
Oh, wow.
Steve, what's coming up?
It's probably going to be the barbecue.
All right, Casey? Fish. Yeah. I'm taking my youngest, Caroline, to see Duran Duran.
Oh, nice.
Per their request. So I'm looking forward to that.
Oh, I don't know what I'm going to next. Barbecue, probably.
Yeah. All right. Wish I could have seen. That's a good one.
Yeah. All right. So for me, it's the intact Fleetwood Mac. And I had never seen them. I will never see that band as it existed classically. But even Steve, the 1997 version with the dance, it's one of my favorite live albums of all time. And I'd never seen that version of Fleetwood Mac.
By the way, I don't think this is like a fantasy thing. Like I wish I would have seen the Beatles in 1967 or anything like that. Like one that you may have passed on that you wish you would have gone to.
I got offered tickets to see Fleetwood Mac on that tour in 97, and I passed, and I regret it ever since.
Okay, so mine is due to a death, but I was actually, when Dave Balsacchi was with Live Nation, him and I were coordinating. He was trying to help me get tickets over in London. Michael Jackson was supposed to perform.
Oh, yeah.
And he texted, I remember he was the first person that texted me, and he was like, guess you're not going. And I was like, what? And sure enough, he had died.
Someone backstage, her name is Kathy, and she's very special. She comes from WMMR.
You could add your own Nick.
Yeah, but if it was fantasy, Elvis.
Okay.
Okay. If we're not going fantasy, obviously I would say the Beatles. You know.
me too.
But I was offered the potential to go see that Eagles concert that you raved about, and I could not do it. So that would be the big loss.
Case?
I mean, the list is long, but I guess at the top would be seeing Jerry with the Dead, and I had an opportunity.
Jerry Lewis.
Yeah, no, not Jerry Lewis.
Surviving!
Yeah, no, Jerry Stiller. Yeah, he just goes on stage and says,
I'm back, baby!
You had the opportunity to see him?
Oh, yeah. The last time they were here in Philadelphia, I said, no, I'll see them next time. And then
It's funny, though.
They played Unbroken Chain for the very first time in Philadelphia, which is like my favorite Dead song.
You talk about that just because you're a Fish fan doesn't by default mean you're a Grateful Dead fan, correct?
No. And just because I'm a Dead and Fish fan does not mean I like
all jam
exclusively all jam bands. I don't. I mean, there are some jam bands that I do like, but I just was introduced to both of those bands at the same time.
Well, in case you said, I'll see them next time, that was the reason. I was not going to go to Billy Joel. I bought tickets like 2 days before because I was like, you know what? There might not be a next time, and I really want to see him again.
All right, and so the one that I wish I would have seen was, and I passed on it, was the Police Synchronicity Tour, which was their last tour. And I literally had the attitude of, something was going on. I'm like, I'll catch him next time. And that was it. And that album's a masterpiece. And I wish I would have seen that. But I did see
I'll catch Buddy Holly after the flight.
I'll see. I saw their reunion tour, which was amazing. But in the day when they were still, and they were at their absolute pinnacle, I wish I would have seen that. So, Marissa, should we do a lightning round with you since we left you out of all these?
Yeah, I think I can run it down quickly.
First concert?
The Beach Boys in the round at the Valley Forge Convention Center.
There we go.
It took me 4th grade.
Last concert.
I went to 5 songs of Bryan Adams.
Okay.
That counts. There's a special concert called 5 Songs with Bryan Adams.
When was that?
It was a couple weeks
Yeah.
ago. I was out to dinner with some friends. I really wanted to go. He just has, you actually just reminded me of one. This wasn't on my list. I skipped Bob Seger a couple years ago when he came and played that show at the Spectrum, because, not the Spectrum, the Wells Fargo Center, because I didn't think I would enjoy it. And then I was listening to his catalog and I was like, damn it, I would have loved this show. So that's why I went to Bryan Adams.
All right, best concert ever. It's hard.
All right. I think
Rancid.
I think it's, oh, shoot, Steve, they're not even on my list. Damn it. I want to do like generations, like 14-year-old Marissa answers this.
You
and
get
then,
one
like,
answer.
29-year-old and 39. I think my best one was Foo Fighters at the Tower. I had gone up with Jackson to interview Dave and Chris, I think, at the time. And I met Taylor Hawkins. I realized later that I had given my phone to somebody.
Right.
Anyway, to take a photo, and I ended up like second row, right in the center. It was like a seated concert. Dave could hear anybody whispering. Was like talking to people, getting beer. It was great.
All right, we got to rifle through these. Worst concert ever.
Skip. I don't know what it is.
Really?
I don't know.
All right,
I
loudest.
probably left it out.
Loudest.
I went to the Hives after the Emma barbecue a few years ago at the Electric Factory. It was, my ears were tinging.
Okay.
I think it's the Electric Factory now.
They were
but
tinging?
they
Yeah.
were tinging.
Okay. It's a condition.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's like what
globs
you
of
have.
people get
You have
globs,
It was
globs
like-
of people get
you have
tinged.
globs of tinginess.
Tingy, isn't it? It's
All right.
not a verb.
Ringing.
There's yeah.
There's tingling, there's ringing.
Yeah.
Right.
And then there's tangling and wrangling.
All right. What about band you've seen the most?
Weezer.
Okay. Most surprising show.
I think it was okay. I have two. I went to MSG to see AC/DC with Axl Rose.
Oh yeah.
As the
When he
lead,
was-
with
yeah,
Matt
that's
Cord.
right. Filling in for Brian. Yeah.
And it was pretty amazing. But the other one that always comes to mind is I saw the Black Keys at Great Plaza on Penn's Landing. Not the big one, not Festival Pier, on Great Plaza, the really small one.
Yeah.
It was in 2010. There was
Awesome.
like 1,500 people there. And then when they came back, they played the Wells Fargo Center, sold out.
All right. Your next concert.
My next concert might be The Cure this Saturday.
Okay. Oh, they're playing this Saturday.
Yeah.
Where?
Wells Fargo Center. So when you said Duran Duran in Atlantic City, The Cure is playing.
Can't go. All right. And then wish I could have seen.
Well, maybe Kathy can answer this. I thought I was invited to that Michael Jackson concert to go with you.
Was it? Were we going to go together?
I think it was you and me, so that's on my list. Yeah, that never happened.
That would have been so much fun.
All right. Well, it's an interesting little peek at your concert timeline.
Yeah.
If you want to take a look at this, I'm sure we posted this on our socials as well. But it's from XXL Magazine, and they asked those series of questions: first concert, last concert, best, worst, loudest, seen most, most surprising, next concert, and wish I could have seen. But let's take a look at your history there.
Yeah. People are very passionate
Take
about it.
stock, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I would like to, as we take a break, give away another $50 gift card from Burgers by Wildwood.
Yes.
Which are amazing. Caller number 15 and 16. Let's give away two right now. Burgers by Wildwood names their smash burgers after music genres, so this ties in perfectly with our conversation. The Metal Burger has jalapenos, red onion, lettuce, and nightmare sauce. The Bluegrass is whiskey, bacon, jam, pickled onion, and honey mustard with tons of vegetarian options as well. Wildwood has got something for everybody. So we'll take those callers. We'll set you up with those gift cards. We'll take a break, and we'll be back in a moment. Rob McElhenney joining us in the next segment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
What's new?
Glad you asked.
Okay, so that and it's the premise of the I Do Barbecue when it was presented to you that you were coming because you were going to be asked to be a part of this wedding party?
Yes, and I was not a part of the wedding.
All right, did your girlfriend bring a gift?
No.
Okay.
So when you went,
Do you know what I'm saying? Like the gender reveal is to come. We're all finding out together what the baby is going to be. You're not going to bring a gift to that. The the baby shower. Yes, that's the point of a baby shower. Your friends, your family, they're bringing gifts so that you can be prepared for when the baby comes.
Connor prefers to be called Moose.
Yeah.
What's that all about?
That's just a nickname from high school.
Oh, okay. All right. I did not know that.
High
Okay.
school into college, and everybody calls
Okay,
me.
gotcha. Well, I didn't know that. Nice to meet you, Moose.
So Moose, what was it like at the I Do Barbecue?
Well, I didn't bring a gift, one, because they are wealthy and
Yes.
I am poor.
Right.
So I think my mom might have brought a gift, but I didn't.
And so who with the cluster that you attended, who was asked to be in the bridal party?
It was my friend's brother's engagement party, I guess. So then we were all friends with him, and it was a bunch of my friends, and then I was not asked.
Did they line you up?
I was back up.
Did they line you up in a row and then yes, no? Yes.
Yeah, it's like picking for kickball.
Right, right? No. And then, Connor, you're there with the caterer standing there.
Yeah, it was me and the caterer and the dog.
Right, yeah.
On the side.
These are the ones who will not be in our wedding party. Shame them.
Sorry, Moose. Why don't you forget the moose for a moment?
But you didn't go to the party expecting to be asked to be in the bridal party, right?
Yeah. Not even a little bit?
No.
It's
With
not.
how good you look in a gown?
You don't have every friend you know in your bridal party.
No, but I'm saying this seems oddly. It is like being picked for teams in school.
No.
And you're left out of it.
No.
It's like, why not break up into shirts and skins?
Well, I had never heard the term "I do barbecue" before, but apparently that's another one to add to the list with your gender reveals, your sprinkles, your showers, your engagement
golden
parties,
showers,
your golden showers.
I mean,
butterscotch bandits,
and that's overcomers.
That's, guys, you're combining things that don't.
It's disgusting.
It's not.
Yeah, Overcomer was a movie.
We're here for the hot Carl party.
What were you gonna say, guys?
I just don't make your wedding more special than it really is.
Yeah.
You know,
Or do it since it's your wedding.
Yeah.
Don't make it more special than it really is.
Because it might end up in a murder-suicide, you know?
Wow.
You're not special. This day isn't special.
It might end up in that should
They
go on
had
a
an I do
Hallmark card.
barbecue.
They had
and now he's dead.
Congratulations. It might end up in a murder-suicide.
I'm Keith Morrison. It started with an I do barbecue and ended with where'd you bury the body?
I love it. Pierre is in the studio, about ready to take over for the day.
It's a miracle.
It is a miracle.
It is a miracle.
Every day's a miracle.
Every day's a miracle. Rodney brought me coffee this morning.
Ah,
that's awesome.
Rodney's the man.
If Rodney isn't the greatest already, he, on his way in, found some wonderful coffee for me and brought it in.
I have a Superman statue that I'm going to give Rodney. There's one statue that has not ported over to my office. I said, if anybody around here deserves the Superman statue, it's Rodney.
I would agree.
Yeah.
You need more figurines and statues.
I have space now, and they will be coming. They are ordered and on their way. In fact, one should be arriving at the house today.
Yeah. Claire, God bless her.
She really is a saint.
She is a saint.
Yeah.
But I'm sure she said no more in this house. Send them to the office.
Absolutely. Work it is.
Are there pictures of the assortment?
In the house, but there's still room in the house.
No, I mean up online, though.
Oh, yeah.
So that people can see how many Batman, Superman, other figurines you have.
Just go to our Instagram page. Yeah,
we posted yesterday. There's more on the way.
Yeah, so this is just beginning, but mostly featuring Batman and Iron Man.
Right. Okay.
Right now, I have to decorate properly.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
I understand. It's a miracle.
There you go. There's a picture of it in the studio right now.
Oh, this is the new office.
Yeah,
too, right?
yeah.
Yep. We just moved in the other day.
So there's huge spaces where people would put books and tapes and various recording instruments, but Steve has used they're 5 feet high statues.
Yeah.
And
they're not 5 feet high.
All right. They're 4.5 feet high.
4.5 feet. Yeah.
And the Iron Man gets a giant Iron Man head.
That's a 1-to-1 scale Iron Man head.
Wow.
I'm so glad I listen. It looks good. You've organized it so nicely. I am proud of you. But I'm glad there's a buffer between me and you.
That buffer is Nick.
It's Nick.
Yeah.
I've started to straighten up my area.
You have. It's
and my collections are coming too. So I have display area finally. So I'm going to put some of my
swords.
stuff up.
Nice.
I don't know if I'm going to do the swords.
Really?
Yeah.
No, we threw the swords out.
No, I have a couple of swords. There's one like the Philadelphia Pipe and Drums brought us this really cool. It's engraved and everything. So that's for the show. I need to find somewhere for that. But I have other collections that I'm going to bring and display.
Are we going to do that thing that we were talking about? That one idea where we were floating?
We got to
around?
do that. Yeah, we'll hopefully get to that soon.
Okay,
that's an idea, and we'll get to it.
Yeah. We're not going to reveal what it is.
We're going to put a chopping board in the middle of the room and hang our pots and pans from the ceiling.
No, that's Kathy's sections, along with the doilies and the Martha Stewart tribute area.
You know what? I've always wanted that. I've never had a setup where I can hang my pots and pans from like a ceiling setup.
I like that look. My wife doesn't like it, so we didn't get it.
Here's why I do like it. It looks great. but you can't use the pots because once there's a stain and you hang it up, now it looks ridiculous.
Shut up.
I'm just saying that's when
Once
it doesn't look
there's a
good.
stain,
That's why
that shows that that's a working kitchen.
Which is
There
fine.
would
but then
never
you-
be a stain if it was me because they'd never be used.
Me neither.
It would
That's
look
why I always
lovely.
wanted it.
It would work in your house.
Yeah.
See, that's why we should live together.
That's why we are married but stay apart.
Right. Forever.
I mean, you can't have sex all the time.
Well, exactly.
No, it's the perfect marriage. We don't live together and we don't have to have sex.
Yeah, you just love each other and then leave it at that.
We just love each other, and that's all
Kathy,
there is to it.
had she not met Dennis, she would have been married to a prisoner.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. It'd be the perfect thing. What are you in for murder? Love it.
Right each other.
Yeah.
I didn't give away whatever it was I had yesterday.
You didn't?
So whatever that is.
It was a turkey.
Okay.
It was a turkey.
We'll give it away today.
It was and pounds of steak.
And
so,
pounds of steak.
Yeah, not just a pound, several pounds of steak.
I would like 7 pounds of steak.
7 pounds of steak. You
Tune
got
in
it,
here.
Buster. Step right up to Pierre's Butcher Shop. I got all the blood you need.
You should get for Halloween 1 year. You should go as a butcher, like with blood splattered, apron and everything. That'd be perfect.
A vegetarian butcher with all the zucchinis hanging from
Yes, and mangled tofu hanging from my locks.
Mangled tofu hanging from your locks.
Mangled tofu would be like dreadlocks, but tofu locks.
Yeah,
I like it.
All right,
Actually, I
we're cooking
don't,
with
but
gas
anyway.
now, mustard.
Oh my God.
Please welcome the one and only Mr. John Travolta to our studio. Good morning, John.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful. Nice to see you.
You sound good.
Thank you. I feel good. I feel very good. You know what? As I was introducing you, and I said, "Welcome to Philadelphia." You shot a film here in Philadelphia.
I did. I shot Blowout.
Yeah, that's
which is a Brian De Palma great movie.
Yeah, thank you. I agree.
So this movie, we want to talk about The Fanatic, which is I actually I started watching it. I wanted to go into it cold, and it's a big departure for the kind of roles that you play.
Mm-hmm.
It's a horror suspense, but it also takes a peek inside the world of TMZ and fandom run Fanatical. And your character is very unique. And from what I understand, the character was written with you in mind. Is that correct?
Yeah, it was. Fred Durst from the Limp Bizkit.
Yeah.
He wrote it, and he directed it. And I will say that he is quite inspired as a director and as an actor even.
Right.
And he helped quite a bit. He would improvise with me prior to the takes, and he designed this character, and I understood it because I am a fan. I'm a fan as much as we all are. And I think if you don't understand that, whether it's sports or whether it's the arts or icons or whomever you admire, you can't do this kind of role.
It's funny because John, because I collect things. I have I'm a massive movie fan. I'm a huge fan of yours as well. And there's something that, and it's your character exemplifies in the movies. Well, just to be able to get the tactile sensation of touching something that a celebrity or there's this bizarre thing. I remember it's odd, as I was watching the movie, I was thinking the story that Gene Siskel of Siskel and Ebert, it was very important for him to own the white suit that you wore on Saturday
That's
night.
correct.
And he owned that. It was a holy grail for him.
Yes,
so
and then Jane Fonda bought it.
Right. So
you're completely correct. But this particular guy, this character I play, is he's a man-child. He is maybe a little bit on the spectrum, which explains his irrational behavior. However, that being said, he's picked on and bullied at work, and everyone bullies him, but he's so used to it that he handles it. But when his favorite person in the world bullies him, this movie star, he doesn't know how to handle it. He gets confused. And when he gets confused, he does really odd things. And you'll see in the film that he goes over the line, but so does the movie star.
Yeah, and
the movie star goes over the line equally as well, by torture.
And his inability to pick up on social cues, it takes it down a path where it's like, oh no. Correct. And I got to tell you, John, the entire time while watching this movie, I don't think there was a moment where something on my body wasn't clenched.
Yeah.
Whether it was my hands or my mouth or even my butt cheeks. I mean, I was just like, it was tense.
Well, because
the whole thing.
Nothing times up. The point when you finally get to have this moment with the Hunter Dunbar's his name is the character. he has a bad experience, and you just happen to come upon him at that time, and everything it never syncs up right. So that starts.
That's correct. It's also a movie about bad timing.
Yeah, and then some.
Because if he had just been in the right mood and had his autograph, he would have been over.
Yeah.
But of course, then we wouldn't have had a movie.
Yes.
But what I thought was brilliant was that I loved that your character before all that started to happen. So I almost felt bad, and I was like, well, it's not that bad that he's doing some of these things, but then it progresses into the movie. But you really made me love that character before you found out the other stuff.
Yeah, thanks. I wanted him to be loved because I feel like everyone is a little bit of the character Moose.
Mm-hmm.
We all have a little Moose in us. It's just how far do we take it? And if we didn't have Moose in us, how would we be, ourselves to create an effect on others?
Yeah, I might be in your plane later.
Well, Hunter Devin Sawa, is that the actor who's playing Hunter?
Correct.
Yeah. So again, nobody's all that awesome in this. Everyone's got, even his friends, or quote unquote friends, are not that good as far as friends.
Correct.
And I like that because that's sort of real. But I like also the peek into the side of the people who are out on the street who make money. You're dressing up as a Bobby, to pick up some money, and all these things going on.
Some of our staff to go help out people who are stuck in traffic because of the rerouting from 95. We got 2 more weeks on that. So we thought things would still be in the thick of it, and we wanted to pick a location that was kind of off the beaten path, but maybe something where people were rerouted to. So we sent Sarah and Connor and Tina Marie and Melissa Kai and Gina and Aaron and Brendan and Soup all out. Soup is, by the way, Campbell's. That's their nickname. So we sent them to the Northeast, Frankfurt Avenue between Academy Road and Placid Street, because there's a light there. There's a Dunkin' Donuts there. We've heard of traffic issues in the past.
Yes, that it was formidable.
Yes. Not today. Not today at all.
In fact, I've never seen better traffic conditions in my life.
Let's go to Sarah now. I think the gang is wrapping up. Sarah, you there?
I'm telling you, we are the good luck charm. WMMR and Duncan help the traffic move smoothly. I'm going to check in with my donut darlings over here. Do we have anything left? Did you get all the way? We did? All right. Did you have fun at least? So here's the deal. Like, we have... There's garbage all over now. It was a fireworks display of what was once full of donuts, and we have given them to people who really weren't that pissed off, and I think that's called privilege.
Mm-hmm.
So we've had a great time out here today.
Nice.
Thank you once again to Duncan. Sorry to everyone who actually is stuck in traffic, wherever you are. It ain't here.
Yeah, but I think we made some people happy.
Yeah, in general, Sarah, were people receptive to it? Were there any firearms drawn, or was everything pretty copacetic?
No, everything was great. Like I said, we did put smiles on faces. No matter if you have, a super crappy commute or it's pretty smooth. The fact is it's early in the morning, and that's why we have the Preston and Steve show to make everything better. So it was really nice to talk to people, and shout out to the few people who actually stopped and chatted for a little bit. It's been really, really fun.
Well, think of the person today who woke up and said, oh, no, I got to do that super quick commute where I encounter no traffic at a high rate of speed. If there was only something that could brighten up my day, you provided it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
Everyone feeling good?
Yeah.
You guys are the best crew with me. This has been great.
They're awesome. All right. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, everybody. We appreciate you being out on the road this morning for no traffic whatsoever. In fact, pretty rapid speeds.
Yeah. In fact, there more speeding tickets were written on the stretch of road this morning than any other time.
But we did manage to give some stuff away to friends and make everybody happy. So that's what we did.
That would be a waste of time.
It was.
That's War Child's friend.
Back off, War Child.
Back off, War Child. Seriously. That would be a waste of time.
All right. What's the story on Rob? Is he going to be joining us shortly? Or
9:30 is when he's scheduled.
Are we
so-
doing it via Zoom?
Yes, we are.
Okay. All right. Well, we have a minute or two. I got this email yesterday, and I wanted to pass this along as we were talking about the. How do we get? I had the coffee grounds in my coffee.
Yes.
And a guy.
And you hated it.
Called in to say that he would, when he was in the Army, he would put the MRE coffee like straight in his mouth. He wouldn't mix it in water. He'd just stick it in his mouth or eat it. And I got this email from Staff Sergeant Richie. And he said, we're currently in training at Fort Dix and listening to your station. And our commander does the MRE coffee trick, all while mumbling our unit mascot, Dragons. And we would get a kick out of hearing you talk about this. His name is Lieutenant Graffam. Thank you, guys. And then he writes, Dragons. At the end of that. Reverend. I wanted to pass that along. So thank you guys for listening while you're training at Fort Dix. And go Dragons. Apparently he does it. He mumbles it. I don't know why, but that's his thing.
I poured you some coffee this morning, Preston. I told you off air I was going to go one of two ways with it. I was either going to clean out all the coffee grounds in your mug or just put a ton in there. So I ended up cleaning them all out. But I got to say, Steve, somebody keeps turning the burner off with a full pot of coffee on it.
Why do they do that?
I don't know.
There is. So I contend that at the point of which your life hangs in the balance, you will admit to, so I'm going to go on now an interrogation spree. It's the dumbest thing in the world. It's the morning. It's the time when coffee is most often, I would say, consumed by the employees here. Why someone would turn the heating element off on a pot of coffee, a carafe of coffee, a full pot? I don't get it.
If you're an
but
idiot,
it happens all the time.
If you're an idiot and you think you're turning the burner on, well, here you go. When you hit the button, the light comes on if the burner's on.
Right.
And if it's not on,
That's
the
how you
light's
know.
off. Yeah.
Okay.
Killing me.
Please stop doing it.
You're killing me.
All right. Let me know when we have Rob up and running because I got a couple of things to kill a little bit of time. But I'd like to pass this along. I saw this article this morning. It was a short article. I didn't read I didn't go to the full article, but I have a condensed version of it. And I think this might make us feel a tiny bit better about just kind of the world in general. Because it's a study that was done, and it says it's common to hear adults talk about the good old days, okay? But, is morality really declining over time? And a study published in Nature argues that the idea that people are getting meaner over time is just an illusion. Meaning that, as it seems that we're getting worse and worse, as it appears that way, it's really kind of the same all the time.
Or is it the fact that the person that wrote this article was so miserable that everyone seems...
I think this is a good thing. I think so. So because when you just say, it used to be so much better back then, it's kind of the same.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No, in general, yeah.
Yeah.
In general,
it's human existence.
You can find outliers, and there are trends. You live long enough and you realize there is obviously a cyclical nature to things. But on the whole, which is where we spend most of our time, on the whole, everything is kind of normal.
Press, I watched Breakfast Club yesterday, and there was a scene with the janitor and the principal, or whoever that guy is.
Vern.
And he says, man, and the principal's complaining about the kids, and these kids these days, they've changed, and blah, blah, blah. And the janitor's like, no, they didn't. They've always been the same. You're the one that's changed.
Yeah. Yeah. So he said, according to decades of surveys, people generally say that they're treated with respect every day. The answer to this question does not appear to change over time, even when those surveyed say that people were kinder in the past. So the research is showing that it's really pretty steady.
When you get out and about on the street or whatever and you're conducting your normal life, I think that's a fair assessment. People are generally... are cool. Again,
you meet a jerk every now and then for sure, and you might have a stretch of days where you meet more jerks than normal, but those will probably be counterbalanced by a stretch of time where you're going to meet several wonderful people in a row.
Sometimes you're out on the street for today's promotion and you don't even see anybody for a long time.
For example.
Yeah.
Where did everyone go? There used to be people around here. In the good old days.
Yeah. We could have shot a post-apocalyptic science fiction movie on the stretch of road we were on today. 28 days later, could have been shot in that section of town.
Let me leave with this. It says, researchers hypothesize that being exposed to negative news about society could be influencing this perception, and nostalgia could also be at play. We may be remembering the past with rose-colored glasses. We look at the past and don't remember there was some crappy stuff going on then too.
Yeah.
So just keep that. I don't mean that as a negative in that there's always bad things going on, but it may not be. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It may not be as horrible heading into this horrible decline as you think it is. So I just thought that was kind of a nice.
It's
little
a positive message
sentiment to share. And good things are afoot because there's a game coming to town.
Yes.
And we're excited about this. In fact, this has been in the works for quite a while, and now it's in the books. It's going to be happening. They call it a friendly.
Yeah, it's not going to be friendly.
Will it be friendly?
No.
I do not know, but we will find out. Wrexham AFC is playing the Union 2, Subaru Park, July 28th, 7:30 p.m., and we just happen to have one of the owners of the team, our friend Rob McElhenney, is joining us. Morning, Rob.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody.
Nice to see you, sir. Thank you for popping on, man. How much time have you been spent putting this thing together, man?
Wow. A few years. I mean, we've been talking about this, just us, for at least the last 2 seasons. So,
yeah.
But this is the first time that we've been talking about it since the documentary came out.
Yeah.
Which is a great, by the way. It was sensational viewing. I know that I think you were more comfortable in the setting of the docuseries. And I think Ryan Reynolds himself has said that he was not initially, he was finding it hard to get his footing, and then he acclimated. But really, I expected it to be good, but it was really, really good. And the people, obviously the Ted Lasso comparisons take place, but I always describe it. I say it's real Ted Lasso. It was amazing to see it and then end with this fairy tale outcome. It's just unbelievable.
Yeah, well, the first season, the one that's aired so far, did not have such a happy ending. However, the second season, which has not come out yet, but if you're following along at all on social media, you know.
Yep.
Spoiler alert! It's a pretty happy ending. but I actually think about it a lot like Rocky, and I talk about it with Ryan about that as well. You know, last year when we lost in the playoffs, and it was quite devastating. I felt like there were 2 ways to look at it. One was that as the chairman of the club, that we lost, and you never want to lose. But 2, as a storyteller, I kept reminding him that at the end of Rocky 1, Rocky loses.
Yes.
And that's why you keep coming back. That's why you want to come back to the second one. However, when we started getting to the end of the second season, I kept reminding everybody, in Rocky 2, he has to win. Because if Rocky doesn't beat Apollo Creed, there is no Rocky 2.
Right. It turns out he's a loser at that point.
Boy, why are we still watching this guy? Can you imagine Rocky 3? He just he fights Clubber Lang. He loses again.
Yeah. What's so inspiring about this guy?
By the way, who knows what happens in Rocky 4? If he loses to Drago, we might lose the Cold War.
That's right. Yeah. That's right. There could be international incidents at play here. Rob, the parallels of Philadelphia and Wrexham seem to be plentiful. There seem to be a lot of them. Does Ryan pick up on that too, as co-owner?
Yeah, we talk about it a lot. We talk about it a lot. I mean, as you saw in the very first episode of the documentary, where I went back with my father and my son to the house that I grew up in.
Yeah.
I knew that if I look, the truth is, it's very vulnerable. The reason that Ryan was nervous about it in the beginning was the same reason that I was. It's tricky. People assume that we have cameras in front of our faces all the time, and that's just untrue. We have a tremendous amount of control about when cameras are in front of our face. We know when somebody says action and somebody says cut, we're hiding behind the lines that somebody else wrote or a character that's been created, and you're not really putting yourself out there. And when you're making a documentary, you're presenting yourself. I mean, the show as it stands, that is Ryan, and that is me. And if people have criticisms, I can't hide behind a character. They're actually criticizing me as a human being, and Ryan felt that as well, as does anybody who's the subject of a documentary.
Yeah.
So going back to my house, you just never know. You guys were just talking about the past and nostalgia and looking back. And you look at things through rose-colored glasses, and of course, you then go experience some of those places that you grew up in, and they look very different. Obviously, they look a lot smaller than they used to, and you just never know what it's going to feel like and how it's going to present itself. Luckily, going back to that house I grew up in, the street I grew up in, the neighborhood I grew up in, it brought back all the things that I thought it would. And every time I go to Wrexham, I feel those things. I look in those people's eyes. and I talk to them, and I walk through those streets, and I walk through the houses, and I see myself reflected back, and I think the people of Philadelphia will feel the same.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, I felt it the first season I watched, and this last year in Philadelphia has really been a fascinating one from the perspective of a sports fan, because we've had the Phils and the Union and the Eagles and to an extent the Sixers. And so for you, Rob, like it's got to be fascinating to see like your hometown's sports teams do as well as they've done over the last 6 months to a year, and then this team that you bought rise up the way that they have. Is it lost on you, or is it not? The comparisons between Philly's success and Wrexham's success.
No, so much so that the Union played in the final this past year, which was played out here in Los Angeles, and I went to that game. So I went to the LAFC Union final, in which I gave the cup to Colin Hanks, and I gave the cup at the center of the pitch. And we sort of like part of the presentation right before the national anthem. And then the World Series, obviously the Phillies were in the World Series. I threw out the first pitch with Chase and with Jimmy Rollins. And then I went to the Super Bowl with my son. And in all three cases, we came in second. Once again, Rocky came in second. I mean, I hate to keep bringing it back to Rocky, but again, in the second season, right after that first one, Rocky wins. So I'm really hoping that this is the year. I think the Eagles look solid. We'll see about the Phillies. If you remember last year, the Phillies turned it around at the All-Star break. Let's hope that happens again, and we'll see what happens in the brand new season with the Sixers.
Dude, do you have a filter on your Zoom?
What?
A filter?
Yeah. What? If not, send me your skincare regimen.
Really?
Look at his face. What? Like, yeah, you're like glowing, like you just went to the spa.
It's 6 o'clock in the morning. That might have something to do with it.
It's that morning
The natural, the lividity is from the blood settling in his face from just waking up.
I'm serious. I pulled up Wiki and looked up your age, and I was like, he is 46 years old, and he looks like that still? I need to know what you're doing.
Yeah, send it.
Kathy's hitting on him.
No, I'm looking, because there's you can put like a filter on the Zoom and it like airbrushes you. So I was just wondering if you had the airbrush filter on.
Who admits to that though, if they have that?
Airbrush.
Yeah. Well, you do look gorgeous. I can second that.
Gorgeous.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'll take that all day, Kathy. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Rob, with the big event coming to town on July 28th, are you guys coming in well in advance of that, or are you going to be boom in and out? Do you have any idea what the plan is?
I sure do. Yeah, we're going to be coming in. We're playing Manchester United out here in California a few days before, and then I'm flying in. Right after that, I'll be in the city for a few days, and then we'll watch the game. And then I'm going to fly back with the team after that to the UK, and then come back to the Jersey Shore. I'm going to go down ashore for a couple weeks.
That's cool.
August.
And then you're back in September for the podcast.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's
a lot going on.
A lot going on.
Yeah. Are you? Had you jet setted as much before being a part of Wrexham as far as going overseas?
No, I think I'd only been to Europe maybe once or twice in my entire life.
Wow.
I was trying to get my kids to understand this, that I had only been on an airplane one time until I was 23 years old. And my kids just could not wrap that was when I moved to Los Angeles. So they couldn't wrap their heads around that because they're spoiled little LA kids.
Yeah.
But we'll get into that. We'll get into that on another show. But this past year, I've flown to the UK 9 times since December.
So on one of those first few airplane trips is probably when you met Charlie, right?
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly right. Because when I came out and when I was screen testing with Charlie. Wow. That's a pretty good first airplane.
That's a very fortuitous encounter. Instead of fighting for an armrest, you got an extension on your career, and all you guys. You talk about your kids, and they're wonderful. But in that first episode with your son, where you do visit the home that you grew up in, the look on his face is, no, you're lying to me. No family could. What conditions are these? Could not comprehend it. That had to be hilarious to you.
It was. It was actually pretty heartwarming too, because and I think a little bit of it's on camera, but maybe some of it happened off camera too, because I really wasn't sure how he was going to respond to it. Because you never want to put your kid in whatever they're growing up in is what they're growing up in,
right.
And you can't hold them accountable for anything other than that. And yet you can't help every once in a while, but shake your fist like the old man that talks about back in my day. So we tried not to do that. However, it was just right there, just like very stark for him. And I asked him how he really felt about it. And he said, "Oh, it looks nice. It looks like it would have been fun. It looks like it would have been a cool place to grow up." Yeah. And I was like, "No. You're supposed to look at this and say, I could never live like this. You're supposed to understand my adversity, child." And he's like, "I don't know. It seems pretty great." And he's like, "Well, did Pop live here?" And my dad was like, "Well, yeah, this is the house I grew up in." He's like, "Oh, then I think it'd be pretty cool." Which is a pretty good sign.
It is kind of nice, yeah. You can't argue with the sentimentality of it, but you're like, "Do you owe everything to me?"
Yes. But no, I can't believe that we're coming back.
Yeah.
And doing the live tour at, well, first of all, when did they start calling it the TD Pavilion? Because I always knew it as the Man Music, the man.
I did the name change.
There's two stages at the Man, Rob. So there's the Skyline stage, and then there's the Pavilion stage, and then the Pavilion stage got a sponsorship, which is TD. So you guys are on the main stage of the Man, as opposed to uphill, which is where the Skyline stage is.
Got it. Thank you. Now, where is it that when I was at a certain time in my life, I won't say, actually, I can say when it was 30 years ago, so I can do whatever I want. Yeah. I was in high school, and we would be out in the parking lot and just drinking, and like dumbasses would be doing whippets.
Yes.
What is that?
Yeah. Oh my God. The whippet scene's crazier these days, by the way.
We would go to the Man, Rob.
That's still
Whippets are back.
It is like the Wild West of whippets these days.
And apparently they have a call. They yell out ice cold.
Yeah.
Yep.
Which you would think would be beer, and that's where the whippets are. Ice cold.
Ice cold.
Yep.
Yeah.
If I can make one public service announcement, and this is not me being an old man and telling the kids not to have fun, but I can tell you this: those whippets have existed there for 35 years, and there was a line of people for the whippets, and I was never really in one of those lines. There was usually like a line for the cups, and lines for the bathrooms, and people just hanging out and having a good time. But I'll bet you if you went down that list and you just found all those people who 30 years ago were in line for those whippets and doing those whippets, I'm going to guess that you might be able to find them in places you do not want to be. You do not want to be in your 40s.
Yes, that's very true.
And sometimes they end up as producers on radio shows in Philadelphia, so you never know what trajectory they're going to take. But that's really funny because we would go to the Man in the summer. This was well before the Shed opened in Camden, because all the outdoor shows would be there every year. And in part, we would go just because you could be outside and party with your friends. And it's still a great time. 30 years later, it's just a slightly different vibe in 2023 than it was probably in the mid-90s.
I'll go you one further. I've been to the Man Music Center, I think, I'm not exaggerating. I think I've been there 20, 25 times, and I've never been inside. This will be the first time I've been inside the Man Music Center.
Did you hang out at the fence at the top back of the venue, or did you hang out in front of the venue?
Well, again, this is 30 years ago.
It's the same.
Yeah, it's the same. I can't remember. I mean, they would just park the cars everywhere, and then we would get a ride in from somebody, or I don't even remember how we would get there, but we would, and then we would just be in the parking lot wandering around as like a wild group of dogs, like a pack of dogs.
Yeah.
What are your plans for? Are you going to perhaps have any whippet endorsements for Wrexham or anything that will stadium-wise that might work out? What do they do over? What is the whippet equivalent over there?
Well, that's gonna be beer. I'm gonna say that's beer.
Very provincial, yes, yeah.
Yeah, they drink a lot of beer. I'm trying to get them to be whiskey drinkers over there, which is interesting because they don't drink. The Welsh do not drink a lot of whiskey that I've noticed, which I find fascinating because it's so close to Scotland, and so close to Ireland, which just gives us a big opportunity for Four Walls, which is this Irish whiskey that we've made.
I definitely want to sample some of that as well. Have you found a pub that you've kind of called home over there?
Well, yes. So the Turf is the bar that's attached to the stadium. The
stadium, yeah.
And in fact, the bar itself is older than the club. There was a bar there first, then they built a football team, then they built the stadium that was attached to it. So the stadium was actually originally built in 1802 when it was a racetrack. And so they had this bar that was built there even before that. It's amazing that this whole thing started with a bar sometime in the late, say, the 1700s.
Yes,
And then
it's
from there,
amazing.
they're like, why don't we build there's just a bunch of drunk guys standing around going, well, why don't we build a stadium? Okay. Build a stadium. Why don't we race horses and dogs around it? Okay. Hey, what if there's this new sport called football, soccer. Why don't we make a soccer team? Sure. So everything was born out of the bar.
Yeah.
And I think that's pretty fortuitous because my entire life has been
Yeah. And successful television show as a result. I'm curious if anything makes you nervous these days, Rob, because you and Ryan got a chance to spend a little time with King Charles and Camilla. And was that at all nerve-wracking going into that? And what was that experience like?
No, it's actually pretty well documented. You'll see it if you watch the second season of the show. I wasn't necessarily nervous. I was. Look, it's tricky as an American. And I talk about this quite a bit because we got etiquette lessons.
Yeah.
And it's just hard. We are the descendants of the people that ran away from that way of life and escaped it. And then, and I don't know if there's history buffs out there, but we actually fought a war with those people to get away from the monarchs. So I was concerned. I mean, like the idea of like showing deference to a human being and to bow and to kneel to someone is just not a part of the American character.
Right.
That said, they kind of have done away with all of that. The truth is, you don't bow, you don't kneel, you can turn your back to the king. That's all it's just all nonsense. It doesn't really exist anymore. They couldn't have been more lovely. What they do for a living is go around and talk to people. So they're really charming and fun and funny. And King Charles made a joke to me, which I thought was legitimately funny. And he followed it up with an even second one. He asked me where I was from. He said, "Did you live in Los Angeles?" I said, "I live in Los Angeles, but I'm originally from Philadelphia." And he leaned in and he said, "I hear it's always sunny there."
Well done, sir.
When I laughed, he then leaned in even closer and he said, "The young people tell me what to say."
That's awesome.
I thought, man, this guy's killing.
That's
cool. Fantastic. Rob, we mentioned that the podcast that's going to be September 18th. That's the date on this. We have all this information at PrestonandSteve.com. But there's ticket pre-registration for the game, Wrexham and Union 2. And you can go to PhiladelphiaUnion.com and do the pre-registration. Who from Sunny might be coming in for that, or are cast members coming in for that? I mean, we know you and Ryan will be there.
Yeah, we're gonna bring the whole crew. I mean,
awesome.
And we're also going to bring, for anybody who's fans of the documentary, we're going to bring a bunch of people from the town.
Oh, wow.
The town of Wrexham.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah. There's bringing it back to Rocky, but I don't know. Rocky just plays such an indelible part of my life, and just this entire experience. I think it represents so much. And there's just something about those steps that have become a part of Americana, but also like cinematic lore. And there's just something so beautiful. Yes, everybody goes there and they run up those steps for the first time. But on any given day, you can meet people and find people who run those steps because they've overcome something. They've overcome something in their lives. In fact, there's a whole book that's written about it. A lot of people go after they beat cancer or an illness. Just the idea of overcoming something that's some kind of adversity in their life. And there's a lot of people of Wrexham who've done that very thing, and we're going to bring them to the city, have them experience the game, have them experience Philadelphia, and run those steps.
That's great.
I love it. I love the whole that the cast is coming too, because if Danny comes, he can cater the event from Jersey Mike's for us.
My God. I mean, the reason I'm most jealous of that, besides the cash, is that he's being more publicized for that. They're doing more marketing on that than anything I've ever been a part of.
It's crazy.
Wrexham, it's everywhere. It's
Rob,
everywhere.
I was just driving on the Schuylkill, getting off at the Conshohocken exit where I live, and I went by. I'm like, is that Danny eating a hoagie? There's a big billboard up.
I can almost understand it out here because, believe me, the billboards are everywhere. I can kind of get it here because we're so far away from Jersey that we need we need a sub. They call it a sub shop.
Yeah.
A sub shop that would serve something like they make in Philly or in Jersey. And it feels like they maybe want to stay away from Jersey and Philadelphia because you're getting the real thing there. Apparently not.
Yeah.
You have Jersey mics in Philly and
Yeah. Oh yeah. The commercials run on the station. Yeah,
I
and
have
TV
endorsed
commercials
them as well. Me and Danny DeVito. I don't think I get paid what he gets paid. I have endorsed them.
Now, is it good? Well, I guess if you've endorsed them, they're an official sponsor of some sort. But I see you wearing a Wawa shirt. No one can beat Wawa, right? I mean, by the way, my son Leo, who came back to Philly that time, is obsessed with Wawa.
Yes.
So we went to Wawa. I mean, every time I come back, I go to Wawa for a number of trips. He just will not shut up about Wawa. He loves Wawa.
You're
and
raising
he
them
should,
right.
because
Yeah. It's amazing. And then, we have it's the battle royale in PA between Wawa and Sheetz as you get, further out west. But Wawa is now in multiple states.
Yeah, Wawa's taking over the country.
Yeah,
eventually, at least on the East Coast.
I watched my son almost get into a fist fight when somebody asked him what Wawa was, and he described it. And the kid said, "Is it like 7-Eleven?" And he turned and looked at him, and I was like, "Whoa, hold on." First of all, I was excited that he had a little Philly fight in him. I was like, okay, maybe he's not just like a Los Angeles kid. And he almost came to blows. It is not 7-Eleven.
There you go.
Well, hey, I reached out to you a little while back because I went and saw a show at your alma mater at St. Joe's Prep, and their theater program is called The Cape and Sword. And I texted you because even at intermission, I was blown away at how well run that program is. I don't know if Tony Braithwaite was your director when he was there, but he's still there, and he directed my daughter. And they do something really cool at the end of every show, Steve, that, Rob, if you and my daughter, after she graduates high school, were in the same audience, they would do the same exact thing. They acknowledge all the alumni, and they say their names. So they would say, like, and Rob McElhenney, and then the whole cast goes, McElhenney. And it's really, really cool. I don't know if they did that when you were there or not, but it was a really, really cool experience. And I'm, I think it's pretty neat that you and my daughter now, kind of like share the same ties.
Yes.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
That's awesome. Yeah, Tony Braithwaite, he would have come the year after I left. And I could have used him because I never did one play at that high school.
What?
The reason that I got into plays in the first place, people always ask me, like, why did I go into entertainment? It was simply because I was such a terrible athlete, and all of my friends were playing football and basketball and baseball, and I tried everything. And I would just get my butt kicked like over and over and over again. And one day over the loudspeaker, somebody came on and said, Notre Dame Academy, which is an all-girls school, are looking for boys for their plays. Is anybody interested in auditioning? You get to leave school and go and spend 2.5 hours being the only boy in school. So I started doing all the plays.
Yeah.
Gwen and Mercy in Notre Dame, Mary and Mercy. And I just never did a play at the Prep.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I believe you about the athleticism of your friends, because when Preston and I went over to the Constitution Center when you were getting the Cora acknowledgement, met a number of your friends. They all look like Michael Phelps. They're
huge.
Yeah.
They're absolutely huge. And it's funny because I hear one of two things. And because I'm on Sunny, and then because I'm doing Welcome to Wrexham, and in Welcome to Wrexham, I'm standing next to Ryan and then a lot of my friends often. And all of the guys I grew up with, for some reason, are 6'3", 6'4", 6'5". Ryan is huge.
Yeah.
First of all, his head is massive, and he's probably 6'3", 6'4". So you see me on that show, and I look tiny. But then you see me on Sunny, and I'm standing next to Charlie, and Danny, and I look up. So I know, based on someone's response to seeing me for the first time, they either say, "Man, I thought you'd be a lot taller." Then I know they watch Sunny. And when I hear them say, "Man, I thought you'd be a lot shorter," I know they're watching Wrexham.
Yeah.
Because it's
Nice.
all relative.
Oh, my God. All right. Well, listen, man, we'll get word out, obviously, about the game. Like I said, pre-registration for the Wrexham and Union game is the tickets are available at PhiladelphiaUnion.com. And, of course, the Always Sunny podcast live at the Man September 18th as well. There are new episodes of It's Always Sunny. You can catch them Wednesdays, 10 p.m. on FXX as well. And we're working on live broadcast for the soccer game and all this other stuff and tying in, and it's just exciting. It's going to be a great way to celebrate summer with this game and then getting into fall with the podcast. So, well, listen, man, thank you for checking in. It's wonderful, and we will see you in short order, all right?
Thank you. I will see you all very, very soon.
And we'll leave you with this music. This is from Rocky IV, by the way. Thank you. Rob McElhenney, everybody. Wrexham AFC in the Union. Subaru Park, which if you've not been to a game, it's a hell of an experience. And seeing it live makes all the difference.
You will absolutely gain a greater appreciation for soccer / football.
We are going to take a break. We're going to come back in a second. The B-File's on the way. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
It's like a Raymond Chandler sort of.
Well, also maybe that's a bit of the truth.
Yeah. But in a way, that's sort of, that's almost sort of enticing too. That bizarre aspect.
Yeah, I love how L.A. is depicted in this film. I think it's very real and tragic almost. You know.
I thought in watching the movie at first, and now seeing you today, I probably know it's not the case, but I thought maybe you would cut your own hair for the role.
No, it was really cool because I said, when I loved the script and wanted to do it, I said to Fred Durst, what do we do about how he looks? I mean, the Hawaiian shirt was an obvious kind of choice. There's bad shorts and bad sneakers and all that. But I said, what about the hair?
Yeah.
And the look? And he said, well, what do you think about mullets? And I said, I don't know. It's overdone. And he said, well, there's a lot of different kinds. Would you care to look? So I looked on the internet, about 100 different types, and boom, suddenly there was this dude, with the exact haircut Moose has, with glasses. And I texted it to Fred, and I said, I found the look. I found it. And he said, I agree. This is the right way to go.
I have to tell you, I was at it, and when I saw this character of Moose, I've told you guys this story. I was at a convention one time, one of these conventions. I am a real fan like this, not Moose level, and Adam West was there, the original Batman.
Man,
so everyone's
Adam
there.
West.
There was a guy who looks exactly like your character in this knapsack, the whole thing, the backpack. With about 50 cans of Fresca in that thing, and that same sort of delivery. And you work on this character with that, Mr. West, and he's sort of that thing. And so your heart sort of that this is not just a hobby; it's his life.
And there is a difference. There's the professional fan that usurps signatures and sells them.
Right.
And then there's the guy that ain't selling nothing.
Yeah.
And is going to keep it. And that's Moose. Moose is not getting rid of any of his memorabilia at all. So how do you detect the difference? I don't know.
Yeah.
But definitely there is a difference.
And you're known to be fan friendly. When the opportunity is right and that person does approach you
respectfully.
Yeah, respectfully. Do you know what you're giving them? I would think this is a very special moment for them.
Absolutely. And I grew up being a fan, so I understood.
Right.
And I remember a very famous movie star who will remain nameless, but he kind of, just discarded my. This is before I was famous, and I decided that if I ever became famous, I would never do that. So I lived by that motto, But again, how do you navigate the line of privacy and?
Yeah,
it is a tough line because, and again, with people who approach you, and we always think in that. Listen, we're on local radio, but whatever the stories, if somebody comes up. It's every time the edict is you shake hands, you say hi, you do the deal because that's an important thing, and sometimes as what happens with Hunter, the star in this, he lets his life cloud his remembering because it starts off with a quote from him: "I'm nothing without my fans," but he doesn't abide by that.
Well, sometimes there are good people that are bad celebrities.
Yeah.
Let's face it.
Right.
So my cure to that always has been don't go out unless you're in the mood for it.
That's good. Good rule. Yeah.
Are you in the frame of mind if you go out to dinner to be interrupted, bothered, whatever, take pictures? And if you are, go out.
Yeah.
If you're not, that's just part of the very small price you pay for this glorious life that we have.
Well, case in point, in 1996, you met a nice 21-year-old young man in Beverly Hills, California, and I had a job at the time where I was driving around cars for Enterprise Rent-A-Car in Beverly Hills, and I saw you, and the only thing that I could think to say was, "Oh my God, that's John Travolta," and you came over and you looked me in the eye just like you did 10 minutes ago and shook my hand and said, hi, it's very nice to meet you. And then you went about your day, but you couldn't have been more pleasant. And I've heard countless stories of how kind you are to people, and it's not hard to be nice. And I think people just lose sight of that. It's really easy to just be a decent, nice person to everybody else.
Let's face it, what you resist, you become. The more you withdraw from it, the worse it gets. So just, own it.
Yeah.
By the way, I want to tell you, on the shaved head thing, I endorse it 100%.
You look good.
There's a movie that I love of yours. A lot of people are not familiar with it. They should be. It's From Paris with Love.
Oh, hell yeah.
And damn, you are the baddest badass in that movie. Preston, this movie will rock your world.
Okay, I haven't seen it.
And John is amazing in it. Who's the director of that?
That's the guy that did oh gosh, you've tested me now.
Yeah, he's great. He's done a whole bunch of stuff that's similar.
Fantastic.
But did you enjoy making that film?
I loved it.
Yeah.
Because they were demanding stunts and action that I've never, had done before, and I had to do them myself. And I loved the badass character. He was just whatever. He was bold.
Yeah.
Pierre Morel, is that it?
Yes, there's
Pierre Morel.
Yeah.
There you go. Thank you.
Well, I looked it up.
You've saved me.
What would you prefer, stunts or dancing?
Dancing.
Come on.
Any day.
Well, did Pitbull inspire?
Yeah, he's my buddy.
He's your buddy. You're in a video of his.
I love my Pitbull. He's. I met him 3 years ago just to reach out and tell him, how much, as a fan.
Right.
And then he's such a brilliant entrepreneur. He got thinking about it, and he said, maybe I should put him in one of my videos dancing, because nobody's dancing very much anymore.
Right.
He does, but nobody else really. So I thought, well, hell, I'll join him. And
I think Christopher, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah,
I think Christopher Walken has danced in every single movie, even if it's for just a quick shuffle step. I think in every single role he's ever done.
Got a Broadway history. Music. Yeah,
and you danced with him in Hairspray.
I certainly did.
Yes.
He played my husband.
That's right.
So I wanted to ask you, because you had 3 movies in a row that I really loved of yours, and it started with Wild Hogs. I can't believe I loved it as much as I was laughing out loud.
It's a funny movie.
It is a funny movie. It really is. It surprised me with how funny it was. I don't know if that's a backhanded compliment or whatever, but
no, it's a funny movie, and who would have thought a bunch of old guys in motorcycles would be that funny?
But your character as Edna Turnblatt in Hairspray, and I love that movie. I have songs from that movie in my iPod. You Can't Stop the Beat is a really, really great song.
Yeah.
And then followed by Bolt. And speaking of songs,
he's not kidding.
I'm not kidding. I have I Nearly Lost You. It was a duet that you did with Miley Cyrus.
Yes.
I have that on my iPod.
Do you really?
I do. And I thought you sounded great in that. So this is a long diatribe. But what do you prefer, singing or dancing?
I'd still prefer dancing, but I enjoy singing because I did both as an early professional. Yeah. In order to work in New York, you had to sing, you had to act, you had to dance. 3 chances of getting employment.
Yeah.
So I enjoyed all of them.
Yeah.
But I'm most comfortable dancing, and then probably acting and singing. I just happened to be able to hold a pretty good tune, Well, I had a very high, like almost a high baritone or tenor.
You still do.
Voice, yes.
You still do. I mean, in Bolt, in that song, and I would ask anybody that, has an iTunes account or whatever, listen to the song if you haven't heard it before. It's the song that ends.
He's played it for us many times.
Maybe, but it's the song that runs at the end of the movie.
Well, it just seems that my voice is like... for instance, You're the One That I Want in Greece.
Yeah.
And Bolt song, there's this high, range that I sing in that it's kind of different than most people. So it's kind of identifiable as my niche or something as a singer.
I love the way you sing. You're the one that, because you're the one that I want.
Yeah. A lot of yodels in that song.
A lot of yodels. So with a career as long as yours, getting back to the Fanatic,
it's biblical, yes.
It seems I never hear stories of you. There never seems to be a situation like a moose ending up. You don't seem to draw that kind of.
I don't, because I think because I embrace my fans.
Yeah.
And I actually communicate with them. There is not that urge to. I'm not a mystery as much, you know, and I'm not a can't have.
Right.
And as soon as you become a can't have, it starts a frenzy, you know.
So some people are calling it a horror suspense. You know, do you like things of the things that make you uncomfortable?
I like the ones I've done. Like I love Carrie. You know, when I was a kid, I did that movie. And
was that your first major film?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, with Brian De Palma, and then we got together again for Blowout, and I certainly love that.
Which is so we work obviously with audio. It took the classic film Blow Up and made it audio.
Yes, exactly.
And so I remember thinking, and then I thought with the editing and all that stuff, it actually was one of the things like I think I want to do this. But Brian De Palma is a brilliant director. Did you see the documentary on him recently?
I haven't.
He goes on about you in
Really?
it, and just nothing but accolades and working with you. But it's a really cool insight to the movie.
When did this come out? I'd love to see it.
I watched it on iTunes.
Netflix or
Yeah,
iTunes?
it's probably all over the place.
I'm gonna have to see that one because I love documentaries.
Yeah.
I mean, they're my favorite entertainment.
There's actually CNN is doing a good series on movies now, a documentary series, and you are figuring prominently in it as well.
Wow.
Yeah.
Two things to watch.
John, I wanted to ask in The Fanatic, your character Moose mentions a couple of times somebody you've worked with before, and that's Jamie Lee Curtis.
Yes.
And
she's got two pools.
I got a kick out of hearing that because I'm sure you guys are friends or have been over the years, and maybe it's been a while. But has word gotten back to her that, or have you heard from her that she's mentioned in that?
Not yet, but soon.
Okay.
Soon. I invited her to the premiere, so maybe she'll learn that.
Yeah. I thought, was that Fred's idea to include that, or did he write that in?
Okay. He wrote that. All the dialogue is. I improvised quite a bit, but all the primary dialogue is Fred's.
Okay.
Because it seems. But I was reading that he was working with you, sort of. Asking questions to Moose to incite responses, so that you started to think.
That's
in that
the actor, and Fred he's a really terrific actor as well as a director. But he's the only director I've worked with that actually could do this. But he would legitimately improvise with me as Moose, and it got me in the frame of mind. And then I would go to each department. I go to the lighting department, the wardrobe, the makeup here, and I'd be in character, and I'd have them ask me questions. And it was like a juggernaut. And as soon as Fred sensed that I had arrived at the Moose Zone,
the Moose Zone,
boom, we would do action.
That's cool.
And it was a very, very great way to. There's nothing better for an actor to prep than for someone to ask them questions about them.
In the character.
In the character.
So that's
to think in the character.
Is that classically what we would refer to as method?
No, I'd say it's a method.
Okay.
I don't know if it's the classic method because it is more about reliving past incidents and things. I think this is.
And you never had a mullet.
And I never had a mullet. But I do think that assuming the beingness of a character quickly is where you want to be when you do a role, and it helps you to be that when you're asked questions before you go on.
Sure.
It's nice.
You didn't have a mullet, but you did have long hair in Pulp Fiction, and I get you in my phone fairly frequently. When I'm running late to the gym, my trainer will send me a text, and it's just you doing the looking around me give in Pulp Fiction.
WMMR.
Couple of things. Don't forget, it's Tattoo Tuesday. We still have your chance to win a $350 gift certificate for Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. Text the word tattoo to 39333. And I would like to reiterate the numbers that we mentioned earlier this morning for the I Bleed for Preston and Steve blood drive. We had set our sights at hoping to break 1,000 units.
Yes.
Gang, you killed it. 1,169 blood donations were made. That's 210 more units than last year, and that's getting back to our big record numbers that we've had in the past. Like scoring 1,100 units is a big deal for the Red Cross. If we can get to like 12, that's just insane. So we thank you. We had over 100. We had about 123 first-time donors this time around.
That's fantastic.
And you just knocked it out of the park. Okay, so here was the all-time record. Was 1,426, and we did that in 2019. So we're getting back there.
Absolutely.
We're almost to 1,200. That's huge. So maybe next year we'll see if we can aim a little bit higher. So thank you to the students of Neumann Media and Neumann University for providing video and videography and streaming services. Window Nation for the reusable totes and Everfresh juice and juice drinks as well. Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia, the American Red Cross. Of course, the Expo Center in Oaks, everybody who was a part of that. So we really appreciate it. Before we do the Bizarre File, let me give away another $50 gift card from our friends at Burgers by Wild Witch. And by the way, their website is wildwitch.com. The burgers are phenomenal.
So good.
So we'll take caller number 16-215-263. WMMR, where's the Wild Witch truck? Let's see. This Saturday, they're going to be at the Old Fashioned Ice Cream Festival at Rockwood Park and Museum in Wilmington. And then from July 1st through the 3rd, you can find them at Red, White, and Barbecue at Chad's Ford Winery. So visit wildwitch.com for details. So caller number 16 will take care of you. Let's do the Bizarre File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Horizon Services. When you have an AC breakdown, you need it repaired today. Horizon Cooling, Heating, and Plumbing repairs your system the same day or you don't pay. Book online at horizoneasybook.com. A Michigan mom is not loving it after she found a box cutter in her child's Happy Meal. What? From a McDonald's, as another parent claims the same thing happened to her.
Oh, that's cool. So that's the new promotion?
Yeah, Dawn Parrott shared photos on Facebook on the bright yellow box cutter she says her 7-year-old daughter found inside her Happy Meal on Sunday in Warren, Michigan.
I wanted one with the loaded revolver.
Parrott said, the amount of worry and rage that went through me, I've never experienced. Shockingly, another mother in Michigan, Kayla Almshay, had said that she too found a box cutter inside her child's Happy Meal about 3 weeks ago at a different location.
Is there anything that inherently makes a box cutter not a Happy Meal?
I don't know. Almshay said, my baby, like she always says, Mama, will you open my toy? So she gave me the toy and she went to give it to me. And when I grabbed it, it was a box cutter.
Well, now you can open your own toys with a box cutter.
Parrott said that she was shocked and angered that one of her children could have been hurt if the box cutter ended up in the wrong hands. After hearing her story, Almshay had felt that she needed to come forward. She picked up food at a McDonald's in Brighton, about 40 minutes away from the restaurant that Parrott had ordered from 3 weeks ago. The mother said she immediately called the restaurant to look for answers, but received almost no real answers. According to the two women the restaurant's owners said that they have a box inside their stores that is used as a catch-all for random items in the kitchen. And they basically just said that they have the catch-all box, that's the Happy Meal box, and somebody must have accidentally grabbed it.
One of their worst promotions was the stick of sweating dynamite.
Oh, yeah, because that's very volatile.
Yeah.
And it could go up at any minute. A deputy in Escambia County, Florida, nearly drowned after he was swept into a drainage pipe while trying to rescue a trapped driver.
Wow.
On Friday, Deputy William Hollingsworth was on patrol, helping stranded drivers caught in rapidly rising waters from severe and torrential downpours. After radioing to dispatch his location and his plan to help the driver, he got out of the squad car, started walking through the floodwater. Seconds later, he saw a driver get pulled underwater. His body camera shows it. And in an effort to rescue the driver, he plunged at him by getting swept underwater, too.
It's horrifying.
The driver and deputy were sucked into a drainage pipe, swept under a 4-lane road, submerged underwater for about 30 seconds, and traveled nearly 100 feet before getting spit out on the other end of the roadway. They could have gotten trapped in there easily. And so the officer says, can you believe what just happened to us? He said, just breathe, buddy. And the other guy says, I almost died, as he was laying there in a patch of grass. And the deputy said, I almost died, too.
So both guys are totally drained.
First responders, hey, on scene, called an ambulance for the driver before getting checked out, and the driver thanked the deputy.
That's another nightmare scenario.
A Japanese hibachi and steakhouse in Florida is the center of an investigation surrounding 7 people who were allegedly poisoned with methamphetamine after eating together at one of the restaurant's hibachi tables on June 9th.
Is that a classic Japanese dish?
The Santa Rosa County Sheriff's Office announced that it was investigating the incident at Nico Japanese Steakhouse, but no arrests have been made so far. Drug tests conducted confirmed that at least 3 people involved in the incident tested positive for meth and negative for all other drugs tested. Husband and wife, Brandon and Jordan Gray, and their friend Matthew Gilley said that they were seated at a hibachi table, and they were with 4 other guests who had already been served salads. Neither party involved in the incident knew each other beforehand. And according to Jordan, she and her husband didn't notice anything out of the ordinary during the dinner, but began experiencing symptoms later on that evening. She said, none of us slept. All of us had racing hearts. It was very scary. Brandon called a friend who's a police officer to tell him about their symptoms, to ask her advice. Friend advised him to head to the hospital because another family had arrived in the emergency room after eating at Nico with the same symptoms. The family who checked into the emergency room was the same family that the Grays sat with.
Wow.
So
there you go.
Drug tests were conducted and confirmed that the Grays and Gilly were all positive with methamphetamines and negative for all other drugs tested.
Do those chefs do kind of cool things with the narcotics when they're preparing them?
Maybe they do that. Maybe they flip it around a little bit, throw it in the air behind their back and stuff. So no arrests have been made. The Grays are considering filing a lawsuit, but they want to know what happened first. According to Jordan, she and her husband regularly dined there, and they always had a pleasant experience. This time, however, Jordan said in the chef's insistence that they tried the sweet soy sauce stood out to her. She said, we got a little bit of a lecture from our chef on how healthy soy sauce is for you, particularly that you should take it like once a day.
Have you ever been to a seahorse party?
Other than that, like I said, everything was fairly normal, and the Grays took leftovers home, turned the food over to the law enforcement for further testing.
Interesting.
The steakhouse has been cooperative with authorities throughout the entire process. All right, and then we'll do one more story. This is interesting. This guy named Jordan Haber. He said, I made a bet with my friends, and I made it into the NBA draft. Now, the 21-year-old incoming law student from Florida has never played a single game of college, high school, or even middle school ball. Only rec leagues with friends. But he'll be heading to Barclays Center in Brooklyn on Thursday to take part in the annual draft.
This is amazing.
What started out as a joke between friends soon became serious when Haber discovered that he met the conditions to be eligible, like being at least 19 years old, being part of this year's graduating class from a four-year university in the U.S. He said there's just a bunch of small little things that I ended up meeting, and I sent over an email to the NBA, and they got back to me and sent over paperwork right away. And now the lifelong Miami Heat fan is in New York City and is gearing up to meet some of the sport's biggest names. He said, so my friends, Michael and Gunnar, they only want me to shake Adam Silver's hand, but for me, it's like my TikTok wants me to meet Wemby and Scoot Henderson. So what's next for him now that he's found himself in this position that most people dream about? He said, I think when I walk into the Barclays Center, I will get pretty emotional just because of how far this has come. It's what you dream of as a kid, like that small chance you get drafted. And he added, the moral of this story is I want to show people that you can do anything if you just set your mind into it. Well, he won't be able to make the team, even if he sets his mind to that. So I got to go against him on that one. And that is what I have in the bizarre file for you. We are going to take a break. We'll come back in a minute. And we'll get to the lesson question, trash, and music news when we return. Stay there.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
You're in this haze. But you're also in this like euphoria. Where did that come from?
It's a very good question because he's a hitman, but he's also heroin what they call a chippy, a weekend heroin addict. And I thought, well, I have no reality on that. I'm gonna have to find out. So I interviewed several heroin addicts and asked them about how they felt. And then finally one day I said, look, I'm never gonna do it. So you have to help me understand that feeling. And he said, okay, well, I really can't, but if you have to know the beginning of the feeling is get really drunk on tequila and lay in a body of warm water. And he said, that little bit of feeling is the beginning of that.
Did you do that?
I did that. And of course, when I'm not a drinker either, but when I did it, everyone I knew wanted to join me in the experiment. Oh, that sounds cool. When are we doing that? Wow. Okay, we are doing my character study together tomorrow night.
Man, that sounds like fun. I want to do that.
It was fun, and then from there I grew, and then with the descriptions that they told me, and I was able to design it. But that's even Quentin didn't know all the time what I was doing because he just trusted me. He said, John, well, I don't why he's walking that slow, why he's talking this slow, I'll figure it out later. But
he let you go? He just let you go?
He just let me go.
Wow.
Because I think the great ones do that. Brian De Palma and Quentin and Robert Altman and Mike Nichols, all those guys I worked with all had that one thing in common. They hired you, you're 90% there. 10% is guiding you here and there.
Is that what happened? So it's Saturday Night Fever. John Badham was the director?
Yeah, he let me go because I said, Badham, you're from Texas. I'm from New York. I know this guy better.
Yeah.
So leave me alone. I'll help you with me, and then I won't interfere with how you direct it.
It's got to be the ultimate compliment as an actor for a director to say, you got it.
It is, and it's the smartest.
Yeah.
If the actor is trustworthy.
Right.
I think it's the only way to go, because otherwise you get a mediocre performance as opposed to a kind of a higher end performance.
I want to ask you, you've worked with John Woo twice, right?
Oh, yes.
So you did Face Off and Broken Arrow, and for a guy who's so incredibly likable, you play a incredibly adroit prick in those movies. You are so evil.
I haven't figured that out yet. How is that possible?
But it seems to me you enjoyed it so much, especially with playing basically Nicolas Cage.
Yes.
With that, and you are so hilariously evil in that. Was that just a joy?
It was a joy.
Yeah.
And it was easier for me than it was for Nicholas.
Because he had to tamp down.
Well, Nicholas really had to find me somewhere, and he had a hard time finding me in the movies because I'm different in most movies. But Nicholas is very specific in his talk and his behavior, and so it was a little easier for me to grasp his side of it than it was for him to grasp my side.
So I wanted to ask you, let's get away from acting for a second. I wanted to ask you about your planes and your pilot's license. What ratings do you have, and how long did it take you to get them?
Okay, you ready for the long list?
Well, so I have a couple of friends that are pilots, and so I'm a little bit familiar with it.
Okay, I have 10,000 hours in the air.
Jeez.
It's quite a bit. I have, 12 jet ratings, 747, 707, Gulfstream, Citation, Lear, Hawker, Falcon jet, three different fighter jets.
No kidding.
Oh, wow.
Wait, which fighter? Because Preston and I have both flown in fighter jets.
Yeah, I went
we
up
didn't
with the
pilot it.
No, I got to fly mine little. I went up with the Blue Angels. And,
did you?
Yeah.
How was
a
that?
media flight. It was amazing.
Did they make you sick?
I passed out and puked.
That's why I won't go with them, because I don't want to do that. I have too much pride to end up, doing that. But
yeah, it was FA-18. You were in an F-16 because he was with the Air National Guard.
I wore a G suit, so I didn't pass out or get sick.
Yeah, well,
but I
that's
did pull 9
good
Gs.
for you.
Yeah.
Well, you have to tell them before. You have to say, you know what? I don't want to get sick. Please don't make me. Yeah. So that's my.
And how many years? How long did it take?
Oh God, I've been flying since I was 16.
Okay.
Really? It blows my mind when I see a shot of you sitting in the cockpit of a 707. I mean, because I know my litmus test has always been, if you've ever locked your keys in your car, you shouldn't be a pilot. So but to me that it requires such a skill set and an attention to detail. And you just legitimately, we know about like David Gilmour as a pilot, and there are a lot of people just love it. I'm thrilled with the notion, but I would never do it because I know my own limitations. But I mean, when you get behind when you're flying a 747, are you white knuckling it, or are you just in absolute ecstasy?
No, I find that the bigger the plane, the more almost simple it is.
Really?
Yeah, and less complex. Well, it's complex in its systems, but it's, there's a lot of booster systems and boosted systems, I should say, that make it like a power steering. It's kind of effortless.
Backups.
You don't really feel the size of the plane.
All right.
In the smaller jets, you actually feel it more.
Would there be enough room for me to lay down and cry? Because that's all I have.
Yes, you can lay down and cry.
Well, being famous, you have a lot of people have the privilege of having private jets and being flown all over the place. When you do get into one of your jets or something, are you flying it?
Yes, for the most part, unless I'm tired, and then you shouldn't be.
Yeah.
Did you see there was a news story yesterday? Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s citation went off the runway, caught on fire.
Really?
Everybody got out. Everybody was okay, but the plane was a total loss. Yeah.
Oh, I've got to look that up.
Yeah,
I think you always learn by these things.
Okay. Yeah, they're the FAA and the Safety Administration are looking at it. Speaking of aircraft, your 707 is is being donated?
Yes, I'm donating to Australia. I've had it 18 years and I loved it, but it's getting antiquated and it's time to give it away. So I'm donating it to an Australian museum.
Was this the one we heard? We were talking to Olivia Newton-John, and she said that she had never seen Grease, and you had her and her husband.
Yes.
Come on. Well, his husband had never seen.
He had never seen.
And
Grease.
You actually went on the plane and watched it.
Correct. Yes, that is correct. I said, if you're going to marry Olivia Newton-John, you better see Grease.
Oh, that must have been so much fun.
It was watching his reaction, because then he became the entertainment, watching him watch the screen. Like I did with my dad with Mary Poppins when I was 10. I wanted him so badly to see it that I watched him the whole movie, watch the screen.
There was a screening of Grease last night at the Mann Music Center, which is this great venue in town, and the Philadelphia Orchestra was there to perform the soundtrack, and they just do a phenomenal job of accompanying the live music with the movie, and people were just going nuts for it. I mean, the movie's nearly 40 years old, or maybe it's 40 years old at this point.
It is, and it is a phenomenon. It's really interesting to see how each generation embraces that film. Because I remember when I was little, watching Yankee Doodle Dandy or, watching Wizard of Oz, and they all held up, but they were only 20 years old at that time.
Yeah.
This movie's 40, and it's still like it was as though it were done last year.
Yeah, it's pretty timeless.
It's really timeless, which I'm proud of.
It's funny, though, because I think there was a certain group in time where I was very aware of silent films, and it wasn't like I was around, thank God.
Yes, but they showed them on
you would see
4 o'clock movie.
Right. And you had an appreciation for it. That's a little harder to get now. But I mean, so for right now, I think a lot of people to be turned on to the movies of the 70s, which you are a part of.
Sure.
The second golden era of Hollywood.
Yes.
Because these are great movies that sit there. And when kids or younger people discover them, the light goes on. It's like, oh.
Yes,
because
the more timeless they are, the more they discover them, not only in a new unit of time, but as though it were they were back then.
Yeah.
And it had the same impact. Because Grease and Saturday Fever seemingly, even Urban Cowboy, have the same impact on the new generation that it had on people then.
Absolutely.
For some reason.
Still as profound as ever.
Yeah, it seems it. Do you know?
Yeah, as I did musical theater growing up, and Grease is the one play that has always eluded me, and I always wanted to play Danny Zuko, and now
I wanted to play Sandy.
Yeah, as a 44-year-old man, that's never going to happen.
Oh, it's
at that point, you're Donald Zuko at that point.
I think you should do what the Fox News group did today. They did a reenactment.
Yeah. Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I don't know what time the rain starts or if it's going to be fully downpours or anything, but I know Friday they're calling for thunderstorms, which is never fun. So we'll see how that plays out. We're going to ask today's lesson question and give away a prize associated with that. We will have some Super Mario Brothers movie passes and, I'm sorry, not passes. You get the prize pack, which does include the film on Blu-ray. So the question is, in 1918, what did they call Sex in the City? 215-263 WMMR. Let's see if you were listening. That was from early this morning, like 6:45 when we were doing the birthdays. Or no, there was a story about Sex in the City. But in the year 1918, what did they call Sex in the City? 215-263 WMMR. Call if you know.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, is it this or no?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, sponsor brought to you by 80 Moyer Lumber. Expert since 1939. 80 Moyer Lumber is your professional source for decks, windows, doors, kitchens, millwork, and more. You can visit them on the web at admoyer.com. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, the on-again, off-again divorce of Real Housewives of Atlanta star Kim Zolciak and estranged husband Coy Bierman is reportedly on again. This news coincides with our collective didn't care, still don't care attitude.
Yeah.
Rapper Boozy Badass. I know he's one of your faves, Preston.
Boozy.
Taken into custody by federal agents after an Instagram live video showed him with a gun tucked into his jeans. Badass, who is a felon, tried to explain the video, saying he was just trying the new Insta gun in your waistband filter.
Oh.
Logical explanation. And finally, former E! News co-host Kat Sadler revealing she recently had a comprehensive facelift and multiple cosmetic surgeries. The 48-year-old former beauty queen says her face had become so saggy that she was able to blink her chin. Wow.
All right, we're going to see if you know the answer to this. In the year 1918, what do they call Sex and the City? 215-263 WMMR is the number. We'll go to Jim, see if he knows the answer. Hey, Jim, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, buddy.
It's coitus in the city.
Coitus in the city. You got it, Jim. Hang on. Going to give you a Super Mario Brother movie prize pack, which includes the film on Blu-ray, and you can experience the year's biggest blockbuster event. Like never before. Own the Power Up Edition blockbuster event like you've never seen before. I already said that. On digital.
Say it again.
and Blu-ray.
Is that the Power Up edition?
It's the digital blockbuster event that you've never, like never before. And super-sized exclusive content available now for Universal Pictures Home Entertainment.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Oh, boy. Brought to you this morning by Helium Comedy Club, bringing the laughs to Philly for many years. Helium Comedy has the best comics of today and tomorrow live every week, and tickets and lineup at heliumcomedy.com. Nick just forwarded me this story. Apparently, there were 2 people were killed and several others were wounded in a mass shooting at the campgrounds near Washington's Gorge Amphitheater. Or is it the George?
It's near the town of George, but the amphitheater itself is the Gorge.
Yeah, it was an electronics dance music festival on Saturday night. 3 people were wounded, including the shooter, who was taken into custody. And I don't really know much more of the details other than that.
What I had heard was that the shooters had been dropped off and walked into the campgrounds with their weapons.
Whoa.
And this is where I went and saw Dave Matthews Band last Labor Day weekend. I'm planning on going there again for this Labor Day weekend. It's an unbelievably gorgeous place. Most people end up camping either in RVs or tents. But yeah, they had to end that EDM festival because of the shooting.
Is there a defined enclosure or?
No, Stephen, and that's what a lot of people are having a bit of an issue with. I mean, it's 20/20 hindsight at this point.
Yeah,
but you can drive in. There's no, you're driving in an RV. Nobody's checking anything. So like it's just no real security outside of the venue itself.
That might change.
Yeah.
Lamb of God's Art Cruz has revealed that Carlos Santana is one of his favorite drummers.
What?
Which is really weird. Yes. Cruz said it's a tough one. Asking this question, and honestly, I've always had to say. My first inspiration, he said, I just got finished actually watching a video of Woodstock, and he said, Carlos Santana. He said, he's not a drummer. However, to me, the entire entity of Santana and his music is very percussion-backed. It's very percussion. So as a kid, that's what I first listened to, and it's what I first saw. Excuse me. It's what I first saw around my entire childhood. So...
You must be out of your goddamn mind.
He said that's what got me into drums. So I stuck with that. So Santana, I have to classify him as one of my favorite drummers. Weird, but it's the truth, he said. After that, he said I would most definitely say Mike Portnoy. Huge part of my career. He said, good friend now, thank God. He influenced me to really think outside the box and get creative and have that Portnoy factor in my playing. And I'm sure if you're a drummer, you can hear that in my playing.
Santana's, we're watching the clip from Woodstock. That his bands over the years, when they play live and they riff and they go, it's so amazing.
Yeah, and that performance, Michael Shreve, the drummer, plays his solo to this day that I'm just like, that is incredible. And he said, my third is a really hard one, man. He said, top 3's hard, but I'll probably have to say David Garibaldi, drummer for Tower of Power. Said, I'm a very funky dude.
Tower of Power.
So he loves Garibaldi. All right, and then just one more story and done. Lars Ulrich explained to Revolver magazine that Metallica is far more in tune to their emotions today than when they started and make a concerted effort to stay emotionally in touch with one another.
And how did saying that make Lars feel?
He said that hugging your fellow bandmates is definitely something that we do enjoy along the way, and being open about our love for each other and our appreciation for each other and how grateful we are that the 40-plus years later, or that 40-plus years later, we can still stumble along and make it happen. He touched on the band's he touched upon the band's May 2022 concert in Brazil, in which an emotional James Hetfield told the crowd he was dealing with a major bout of panic and insecurity before the show and explained how his bandmates helped him work through it. And Ulrich said some light on the situation. He said, James was quite open about it earlier in the day. We try to check in with each other as much as we can on a daily basis. We try to be open and transparent with each other. That's in contrast to the 30-something years ago when you were not allowed to have feelings because you were just a 20-year-old metal robot. But now, being comfortable with who we are in the aging process and all that stuff, you kind of go, wasn't that funny? In that song when you effed up really bad now? And he said, we just laugh and joke about it. We celebrate
kill you.
We celebrate the human qualities in that.
Yeah.
And the fact that we are people going up there every night just trying to do our best.
I want to fight you.
But not anymore, right? He wants to kiss him.
Yes, that's all there is to it.
That's the whole genesis there.
I want to kiss you.
I want to kiss you. I know. I thought it over, and now I want to kiss you. I want to take you out back there and kiss every one of you. Kiss you like the French girls kiss.
Just the three of us, four of us, me and you.
Absolutely. Lots of lube and butts and nuts.
All right, so Marissa added one more thing to this list. Pre-sale for the Hooters at the Keswick November 3rd and 4th has begun. It started about 35 minutes ago.
It's going to be a lot of fun.
You can go to keswicktheater.com and use the code word connection. The general sale is on Friday at 10 a.m. And if you want to check out the interview with the head guys yesterday, it's posted now at PrestonandSteve.com. All right, as we're taking a break, let me give away the last $50 gift card to Burgers by Wild Witch. We'll take caller number 8. At 215-263-WMMR. You get a $50 gift card for these fantastic burgers. By the way, it's first solar-powered mobile kitchen in the greater Philadelphia area, and they specialize in smash burgers. And they make everything on the truck from scratch, even the mayo. So you can find their daily schedule at wildwitch.com or follow them on Facebook. You'll be happy that you did. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3. WMMR.
Verizon 5G home internet.
We've got our Sandy.
Absolutely.
We've got all our T-birds here.
I'm the lesser-known guy, Baldy. So
it doesn't matter. Just do the leather jacket. You're home.
I mean, we still to this day, if somebody says rock in and roll in
and whatnot,
of course,
it just finishes all the time,
every single time.
That's hilarious.
Well, so just thank you for all of that stuff that you've given us over the years. It's a real pleasure actually looking at you in the flesh. It's you have beautiful eyes.
Really,
Man, it didn't get uncomfortable to the very end.
No, are you kidding? I'm an actor. I love compliments. Please, more.
You're dressed really nice too. What a watch on you in the pocket square.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
I've decided that we're each other's scenery, and that at some point, maybe not for yourself, but for another person, you have to be presentable.
Yeah.
So anyway,
you had a great quote on Good Morning America. You're making the round, so you were hitting those guys, and you said something I thought was a great outlook, and you said, life is art. Life is art, so appreciate it, enjoy it, and it's here for your entertainment.
Well, it is, because I think so many people don't view life as an art, but how you eat, who you spend time with, where you go, how you do it, how you dress is all part of an art if you choose to allow it to be an art. It's not just the quote-unquote arts of music and dance and sports, and it's actually how we live, what we're doing right now. Well, of course, this is an art because you're on radio performing.
Yeah.
But it's how we interact is also part of the art of life.
I love that. I love that outlook. All right. Well, if you want to see John definitely in a role
big departure,
unlike he's ever been in, then you want to see The Fanatic. It's a great movie, and it's in theaters on August 30th. Wonderful to have you here, John. Thanks so much.
This was probably the most fun I've ever had at an interview situation. This has been awesome.
Thank you so much.
And loved your story, Nick, and I loved your story, Casey. Oh my God, two great stories.
I want to hug you so bad right now. Let's hear it. John Travolta, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, John. Ewan McGregor is in talks to reprise his role as Obi-Wan Kenobi in a series that centers around his Star Wars character for Disney Plus, according to the Hollywood Reporter.
It is Obi-Wan Kenobi, attorney at law. It's a departure.
That would be.
Yeah.
I think you should let him off with time served.
I'm giving you time served.
He's using the Jedi mind trick to sway the judge.
I think you should find him innocent.
I'm finding you innocent.
I object! There's no way that's legal! It's totally legal.
Oh, my God.
I think you need to go to sleep.
I got to go to sleep now.
That would be...
That would be
brilliant.
I would totally
Attorney at law.
This isn't the evidence you're looking for.
Yeah.
Even if you're stone cold guilty, give me a call.
Yeah, exactly. Those are the commercials. Yeah.
Demand Kenobi.
Yeah. And he's licensed in Missouri.
I am.
Yeah.
And even if I'm not, I'll convince them I am.
Yes, that's right.
I'm licensed in Missouri. He's licensed in Missouri.
Better call Obi.
Would he wear Would he be a cowboy hat?
Space cowboy.
Lawyer?
Yeah.
Type? Oh, my God. Obi-Wan Kenobi, attorney at law.
Anytime, day or night, even on New Year's Day.
Coming soon to Disney Plus.
Or Life Day on the Wookiee home planet.
No, this could be good. I loved him as Obi-Wan Kenobi. I didn't care for the series of movies, but I thought he pulled it off wonderfully.
He was the thing that kept me watching, and he provided, I believe, the emotional core to those. The second and third movies I really do like. I think they're good. In just tone and in some way, the distinction between the Abrams movies, the artificiality of the first trilogy was almost too much. It was so CGI'd that it was hard to connect to.
Yeah,
But
everything on the screen was fake.
Yeah.
Except for the people, and even in that case, a lot of like Jar Jar obviously was fake. But there's a big stretch of time where we don't know what happens with Obi-Wan, and maybe they'll fill in that time.
Yeah,
with his law career,
law school,
with this,
passing the bar.
Mr. Kenobi, do you have anything to say?
John Houseman.
So anyhow, we'll see when that eventually
he gets his own
surfaces.
judge show.
Obi-Wan Kenobi.
This bitch still got my TV.
Give the TV back.
He's settling these small claims cases.
It's like Sam
This bitch still got my TV.
Oh my God. Oh.
I suggest you return the TV.
Give me the TV.
All right, TMZ reports that Davy Chase. Now, I looked her up, and it says she started The Ring. She was Samara. She's the psycho.
Yes.
The scary girl.
The girl in the well.
And by the way, turns out she's gorgeous.
Yes, she is.
She was arrested, and she was arrested on a drug possession charge and spent some time behind bars. Yeah.
But she escaped through the television, didn't she?
She did. She managed to get out of
I
it
knew we were
through the
going that
TV.
way.
But she's had some run-ins. Last year, she was locked up after cops pulled her over for joyriding in an allegedly stolen car.
She was locked up for 7 days.
Is the phone rings after 7 days or something like
In
that?
7 days. Yeah, that's when you die. You have 7 days to get your affairs in order before you're... 7 days.
It's been a while since I've seen that movie. 6.5.
7 business days.
Business days? So that means I get the weekend too?
Well, it's Monday's Labor Day, so about 8 days. All right, just stay there. I'm going to come over and kill you now.
Yeah, if you could be more specific, it might help in planning. So,
what if I go across the international date line? Let me get back to you.
Coming up soon, we'll be addressing Halloween. But
Yes.
it's a favorite costume for Halloween parties and haunted houses.
Which is the one where you go to where they have a girl who really does the full, clicking and the whole body gesticulation.
Penhurst?
No, it's there's probably one there, but there's one, maybe it's
there's one
it's the one way out where we always get lost going to.
It's in Bucks County.
Yeah.
I know exactly the one you're talking about.
But the girl who does...
Fear?
No.
Might be.
Valley of Fear.
It's out kind of in a woodsy area.
It's Grotto of Consternation is the name of it.
Hang on. Chrissy is on the line to tell us about that haunted attraction. And it is Valley of Fear, isn't it? So it's Valley of Fear?
It is Valley of Fear, and the girl who does play the one from The Ring, who was there for a long time, Liz, is just a phenomenal singer, too. I just wanted to let you guys know.
Really? Okay.
Oh, yeah, she's incredibly talented.
And she was good. It says you were moving along, she'd move along, and she never sang really, but she
didn't
I'm
sing.
the chick from The Ring, and I'm coming after you.
So her name is Liz?
Yes, Liz.
All right, cool. Thank you, Chrissy. Appreciate it.
No problem.
Cause in 7 days
See ya.
you're through. Chappa-da-ba.
All right.
It's not that scary.
I know, it's not
Yeah.
scary when you sing it.
Yeah, right? Wouldn't it be a little less if it were a musical?
I live in a well and my life's kinda hell and I'm coming after you.
My life's kind of hell.
I'm the chick in the well and my life's kinda hell, but I'm a coming after you. In 7 days.
7 days. In 7 days.
7 days.
7 days. Coming after you in 7 days.
Hey. The Ring, the musical.
Turn my mic on! You turn his mic off.
I didn't turn it off. I think you might have hit the button yourself there, dude.
Uh-oh.
No, there we go. I just hit that button.
All right.
Wait a second. What's going on?
Wait a
What
second.
just happened here?
Your mic will turn off in 7 seconds. Your mic will turn off in 7 seconds.
What? I don't have a mic.
So, what's going on with Lindsay Lohan and the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia?
I'm sorry, I don't kiss and tell.
Mohammed bin Salman is his name.
Hey, Sababin bin Dalbin.
Rumors are... Mohammed bin Salman.
Salbin bin Dagbin. I love you.
Mohammed bin Salman.
What?
Rumors are circulating that the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, who many critics say is a dictator, and the real Rebecca and Megan, sister duo in Larkin Poe, will be at the MMRBQ. The band I'm most excited to see. I mean, there's a lot of reasons to be excited because Billy Idol, I mean, come on. He's a rock star legend.
You know, in a bizarre way, Preston, our very first encounters are when we were getting prepared to come on WMMR as a morning show. Billy Idol played a show. I just played it. We couldn't attend it.
Yeah, it was the spring break show.
Right.
But Shinedown is awesome. Aaron Jones has got this new song. We just played it earlier this morning. Fantastic. Dirty Honey, we've seen their energy. Finger 11, it's all great stuff. You can go to WMMR.com. And don't forget about the President Steve Show side stage with some live band karaoke. We'll see what else we can come up with there, too. And Jackie Bam Bam's doing a DJ set and all this stuff. But tickets are on sale right now for that event. And it'll be here before you know it. Thank yous are going out right now. Thank you to Wild Witch for bringing by fantastic burgers. Burgers by Wild Witch. You can go to wildwitch.com for all of that. Thank you to Rob McElhenney. Great conversation with Rob about the event coming up with Wrexham and the Union in the end of July. It's on the 28th. And then the Always Sunny podcast is going to be September 23rd at the Man.
You can see that flawless skin in person.
Yes, you can. Kathy's not paying attention.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. But she enjoyed his flawless skin. And thank you to our crew that went out on the street this morning. Sarah, Connor, Tina Marie, Melissa Kai, Gina, Aaron, Brendan, and Soup all went out and handed out donuts and scratch-off lottery tickets to the throngs of people.
It was like the Mecca and Moses leading them. It was an astonishing collection of people, just excruciating, sitting in that traffic. It may have appeared that there was no traffic, and what little traffic there was going 70 miles an hour, but that was not what was really happening.
No, not at all. So we thank them for going out there. We did make some people happy.
We did.
Today, which was great. So let me see. And before we chat with Pierre real quick, it's Tuesday, so Tuesday. Got to give away our prize. And our winner of a $350 gift certificate for Floating World Tattoo and Piercing is Keith Hudoka. Who is from Abington. And Keith will get that, like I said, from Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. They're at 1729 South Street in Philadelphia for artwork samples. You can visit floatingworldtattoos.com or check them out on Instagram at Floating World Tattoos. So congratulations to Keith. What's happening, Pia?
Oh, life is good. Thank you guys again for having the Hooters yesterday. That was fun.
Yeah, we had a fun conversation with those guys.
And it's up on, as you said, PrestonandSteve.com, also on WMMR.com.
Yep.
So it's I was looking back on it and watching the three of them in some quaint little German village with three,
cold beers.
German beers. It was like.
Have you seen them in Germany?
Yes,
I thought so. Yeah.
Yeah, I went to some town and Eric said you need to introduce us. I go, really? And they had some German DJ there, and they talked to him. Eric speaks German. So he taught me phonetically how to say good day Kiel or whatever the town was, some seaside town. And, welcome Das Hooters.
Yeah, Das Hooters.
It's just so cool. And the reaction over there is just, it's great here, but it's phenomenal there.
Isn't it funny how they have Germany has a number of those things where they, the bands can continue and have this sort of status that they don't enjoy anywhere else in the world.
Yeah.
And it seems to be Germany most often.
Yeah, there are bands that have pockets of fans,
Right.
And it could be anywhere around the world, and in the U.S. too. There are some bands that are really popular out west. That
You talk
really
about
don't
Sammy
translate.
Hagar.
Yeah, it was huge in the Midwest, and it's interesting how they find their footing in certain spots.
It is very cool.
Yeah.
By the way, I see Preston, you're wearing your rainbow shirt.
Thank you. Is
Very
this
cool.
not awesome?
It's amazing.
Thank you, Sarah Parker. So
Indeed.
she made this. I thought this was like a rock shop shirt or something like that.
Our original logo was these series of arches with smaller and smaller arches within. And Sarah last year first got this idea and just put it as an image on the website. And then this year said, I've got to take it further and put the rainbows in there for Pride Month. And then her incredible husband, Jake, made us this wooden carved out rainbow. But the coolest thing about it is the original, I don't know how you would say curved structure,
It kind of looks. It kind of looks like a Wi-Fi signal to tell you that you got Wi-Fi. It's a little bit. It goes a little bit further, but it's cool. Yeah.
Well, the original one had that, and underneath it said Metromedia Stereo, which was the first company to own us. And these ones also say Metromedia Stereo, which I love.
It's a throwback with a little modern flair to it. And
here it is.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I thought at first this was just on cardboard, but her husband Jake carved this into wood, and we have it in Studio 4F, my studio.
I love it.
Yeah. Kathy?
It's cool. I really like it. I like the shirt. I complimented Preston this morning.
Yeah. Very cool.
So happy Pride Month.
Thank you, Jake.
Happy to wear it. Yeah.
Thank you, Sarah.
And thank you, Sarah. Shall we do the letter, sir?
Yes.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter
O as in opera.
All right, I like it. And we're going to give away a family 4-pack of admission tickets and fast lane vouchers to Dorney Park in Wildwater Kingdom. You can enjoy your favorite coasters and thrill rides in Dorney Park. Family fun at Planet Snoopy. And over a dozen water slides in Wildwater Kingdom, and all for one admission price. You can get the best deal on admission tickets today at DorneyPark.com. What you got in store for today?
Well, first off, I want to plug Friday because my workforce block on Friday will be John DeBella.
Yes.
So this is his next to last week, and then next week will be his final week. And
I still can't comprehend it.
I can't either. So I'm going to be on his show next Monday, even though that's the first day of my vacation. I'm going to California, but he wanted me to come on the show. So I'm going to be on a week from yesterday. Was today Tuesday? Yeah. Week from yesterday. I'll be on his show in the 9 o'clock hour. But this Friday, he will be the workforce block.
First they took off Blossom, and now he's retiring.
So that's coming up. Also in the program today, we have Weezer tickets, which is way cool. They're going to be in town next week. We've got Green Day. We got Smashing Pumpkins. We got Hailstorm in the workforce blocks.
Got a lot with Pierre coming up. All right, I want to thank our sponsors. Preston Steve Show is brought to you today by Duncan. And the Preston Steve Show runs on Duncan. Also brought to you by A.D. Moyer, your professional source for decks, windows, doors, millwork, and more. admoyer.com. And thank you again, Duncan, for all the donuts to give away this morning during our
was amazing
little event. Tomorrow on the program, it's a Wednesday, so that means Fox Good Day, Secret Text Word. But also in the studio, we have the new president of the Philadelphia Flyers, Keith Jones.
Cool.
And he's bringing by kind of it's a debut.
Brand new Flyers uniforms.
Yeah. And we get to see what they're going to be like here. And also we're going to have comedian Alex Perlman in the studio too, and we'll do a bunch of other things as well. That's it. We're done. Rage on and have a great day. And we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.